Diaz stood on a vast, majestic plain that even the most careful gaze could not see. This expansive place was now his territory. Despite the honor, only endless grass stretched across the entire land. His mother often told him to stay the kind of person who could protect those closest to him in heart, and that advice became her final wish before she died. The father repeated that one should be ready to protect those weaker than oneself. These words became his final request to his son. Determined not to tarnish his parents' good name after their tragic deaths when he was young, he decided to live by their last instructions. Saddened and heavy-hearted, he said goodbye to their memory and left. When he was 15, a brutal war broke out between his country and neighboring states. Following his parents' wishes and determined to protect the innocent, he volunteered for the army. This prolonged conflict lasted 20 years. When the war ended, it was 35 years old, and the parties concluded a peace treaty that ended active offensives and military actions. Finally, the long-awaited moment of peace and a chance to rest for a while arrived. He later received the title of hero as official recognition of his merits. This likely resulted from his exceptional combat skills and the marks and reports that set him apart from other soldiers. The ruler personally thanked him for his victories and said he deserved an even greater reward, granting him the title of feudal lord and a parcel of land. Although uneducated, he was valued only as a battlefield warrior and did not understand why he had been given such an honor and responsibility, and later someone explained that his main task now was to guard his lands, protect their people, and collect taxes for the kingdom. His first necessary step was to visit his new possessions, and despite his reluctance, he gathered everything he needed, loaded it into a cart, and set off. He had almost no time to pack because the departure from the capital was imminent. An official watched him throughout the journey, apparently to control his actions. They finally reached their destination, walked to the center of the new territory, and stopped while the official showed him the boundaries, outlining the perimeter. An endless flat plain of grass stretched before him, so his domain was mostly a level grassy expanse. The official thought this was a suitable place for someone like Diaz, and that all he could do was try his best. The official named the plain Neutros and said the man's name was Diaz. From that day on, he was called Diaz Neutros. Diaz later said he felt relieved to find a source of clean drinking water. During the war, he had been forced to drink dirty, muddy water, so finding a source was a great blessing. After walking a long distance, he was surprised not to see a single tree. Wondering if the herb had any practical use, he faced a bleak reality in which everything around him was simply awful. Resolving to use tomorrow to think it over carefully, he knew he had to find a way to stay alive in these lifeless conditions, so he gave himself 2 more days. He planned to stay only briefly on the plain and then get off, hoping to find someone he could help and so fulfill his parents' last wishes. After a while, a voice called to him, telling him to wake up. When he opened his eyes, a girl was standing in front of him, and his first thought was that someone was there. His eyes landed on the horn on her head, and it completely changed his first impression. The girl insisted he explain who he was and why he was here. Diaz introduced himself and said he had been asleep, which was clear. The girl asked why he had chosen that spot to sleep. He admitted honestly that he had nowhere else to stay for the night. She was upset that he had ended up on this plain. Calmly, he replied that he had been told to live here. She insulted him, calling him an idiot, and he didn't deny it, but said this was his home now. She asked what his purpose on Earth was. He said his purpose was to survive if the situation became critical. After his words, the girl drew her bow and aimed at him. Diaz panicked and begged her to stop, and she said he would have to tell the truth if he wanted to live, while he insisted he was sincere. His main goal was to fulfill his parents' last will and help others by protecting those weaker than him. And this defined his life's path. When the girl accused him of lying, Diaz said confidently that he had no reason to lie to her. She then wanted to know whether he was an enemy or a friend. Diaz solemnly said he was the friend and protector of the girl standing in front of him, that he would not be her enemy no matter who stood in front of her, and that he would protect her from any threat. At that moment, to both their surprise, the girl's horn began to glow with a mysterious light, and Diaz watched as a strange blue light started to shine from it. The girl, confused and anxious, said the blue fire should not have appeared and that it must be a mistake, because something like this could not be true. Without warning, she grabbed Diaz's hand and pulled him along. Diaz tried to stop her and figure out her intentions. The girl said she would take him to her village and urged him to just follow her without asking questions. And hearing village, Diaz wondered if there could really be a settlement somewhere on this barren plain. He followed the girl until evening and reached a village that astonished him. It was more beautiful than anything he had seen, and they began to lead him to the village head. The chieftain standing before him saw that Aruna had brought a stranger and suspected he was the one who had caused the blue light to appear. Aruna confirmed this, saying she found him asleep. Questioning him met with stubborn, odd behavior and questions she thought pointless. At one point, when she asked whether he saw himself as an enemy or a friend, a blue light suddenly appeared. The chief asked again if the light had another shade, maybe red. Aruna said the light was pure blue, with no impurities, and the chief showed surprise and interest. Calling him a blue man, she asked Diaz what his name meant. Diaz hesitated, then introduced himself as Diaz. The chief paused and said the name Diaz echoed with deep mystery. She noted Diaz called himself a friend of Aruna and asked whether he would show her the same goodwill. And at that moment, Diaz learned the girl's name was Aruna. Diaz explained that everyone on this land, including the villagers, could be considered his friends because the entire plain now belonged to him, and he treated everyone on his territory as friends. When the chief asked why he took this stance, Diaz replied that caring for them was his duty. The chief did not ask who had given him such an important task. Diaz hesitated, then said he had probably received it from the king himself, His Highness. Aruna raised her bow and took aim at Diaz. The chief told her to calm down and be patient. She turned to Diaz again and asked him to explain in detail how everything had happened from the very beginning, and how he had gotten such an order from the king. Diaz admitted to himself that he did not fully understand the story from beginning to end, but he still told them the story of his life from childhood, especially the part after his parents' death. After listening, the chief said she understood, and that the reason for the blue light was clear. She admitted she had not expected to meet anyone with such a soul except those born with a horn, named him Diaz of the Blue, and acknowledged him as a feudal lord whose duty was to protect all his subjects. The chief voiced a serious, important doubt about how Diaz would act if the villagers refused to accept him or be his people, and said they could still be friends even if they never became his subjects. Diaz said confidently that if he had no choice, he would share the plain with them as neighbors, help them when needed as a good neighbor, and believe that such coexistence would make them friends. After that, doubts rose in Diaz's mind, and he began to wonder why the chief had asked those questions, even suspecting the villagers might not truly be his subjects despite being on his land. And the idea shocked him because he believed everything on his territory should belong to him. The chief confirmed his guess, saying the villagers were not Diaz's subjects. They were also enemies of his king and had been at war with the state of Diaz for many years. Despite past hostilities, they are willing to befriend Diaz, and she emphasized that he is one of the rarest blues, so he can live peacefully among them. The chief called him to lift his head and offered to hear his story. Moro called herself the leader of the Oni people. They fought for control of these plains in one war after another for 50 years. In the end, they were defeated and driven from these lands. He had wondered how, after being driven out, the inhabitants were still living on the plain. Moru explained that magical power was concentrated in their horns, letting them use abilities ordinary people did not have. Fog magic lets them hide themselves, their homes, and the whole settlement, and with it, they returned and lived hidden from the royal power. Diaz admitted he was astonished by what he had heard, and wondered whether to tell the king he served, and Moro said she had decided to share the secret because Diaz was glowing blue. She explained that the magic called the soul judgment would have shown any hostility as a red light, but so far, nothing like that had happened. Red meant the person was evil and dangerous, white meant not dangerous, and blue meant someone who brings luck and happiness. Mora said people his age were rarely so devoted to their parents' final wishes, and admitted that in his long life he had never met a more stubborn yet sincere person, so Diaz wondered whether that was praise. The chief refused to admit that his people were fortunate to have a man like the feudal lord of these lands, and Diaz noted that, despite their limited ability to hide, they could travel far and live in peace without fear of persecution. Moru said they could not leave the plain because their livelihood depended on Memu cattle that lived only there, so migration was impossible. Moru urged Diaz to protect his people and be a worthy feudal lord. If he failed, no one knew who would replace him. When Diaz asked about the previous feudal lord, Moru said he did exist but lived elsewhere. Consumed by vices, he had recently died of illness, and the chief then offered help, noting Diaz had no home or supplies, and that the village would share everything he needed, including livestock. The chief set one condition: no one in the capital, not even the king, could know the village existed. From then on, its existence would be protected by Diaz's silence, and she said Diaz could call on Arunas for help. The girl looked surprised. Moru explained that living on the plains required certain knowledge, so Aruna would live with Diaz to teach him everything he needed to know. Since the girl had brought the stranger to the village, she was now responsible for his fate. Diaz felt this was his first step as a feudal lord and the start of living under the same roof with a girl named Arun. He thought about the Memu, a breed of livestock with 2 horns and completely covered with soft, thick, fluffy hair. They were valued not for their meat but for their hair, which was taken from them and traded for useful supplies. Aruna said the more the Memu ate the local grass, the faster their bodies grew new fur, and once cut, the villagers traded that fur for food and other essentials. Diaz heard this and showed genuine surprise, but his tone suggested he had not fully grasped the importance of what was said. Aruna reacted with displeasure, thinking he was mocking, or simply did not understand anything, and reproached him for his inattention. Diaz quickly assured her he understood everything, and he meant it. Diaz realized he had many new things to learn, including caring for Memu, running the household, and building and maintaining the yurts, and he accepted that Aruna might not be there by choice, but was responsible and diligently teaching him the survival skills Chief Moru had promised. Given his own memo to confirm the trust the people had placed in him, Diaz took it as an incentive and decided that, as a feudal lord, he must not only govern but also develop his territory, and he began thinking about how to increase the population of those lands. He turned to Aruna and asked what he should do to grow the population of his territory. Aruna replied, sarcastically, that he wanted too much at once. He noticed her response sounded disapproving, and realized the local culture did not keep strict population records, so the area's population was still unknown. Aruna reminded him there were bigger priorities than population growth and added that he needed to worry about supplies, since he had only one yurt and food for just one person, warning Diaz that gathering many people without giving them anything would doom them to hunger, disease, and death. She insisted he understand the seriousness, and he finally grasped her meaning. He admitted he had hoped the village would offer more help if he could gather enough people. Aruna immediately ended those hopes, firmly telling him not to even think about it. DS then said he was wrong and asked him to forget the conversation. DS realized he needed to sort out housing and supplies first. Aruna, calling him a foolish feudal lord, handed him a bag. DS asked what it was. Aruna said the bag held earth mtatabi, a mixture made from a special herb wild animals love, and if it was scattered on the ground, the animals would come running to the scent. So Diaz was surprised again, but Aruna was already used to his reaction. She explained that hunting with the matabi could bring not only meat, but also valuable skins and horns, which could be taken to the village to trade for food or even a yurt, making hunting the basis for developing his territory. Diaz liked the idea and said he felt confident hunting because he didn't have to think much in those situations. Aruna gave him one last instruction: keep the wind at his back and use the matabi only at a safe distance from the village so the animals would not attack the settlement. Later, Diaz found a suitable place and decided they could begin. Unsure how much matabi to use since Aruna had not given an exact amount, he chose not to hesitate and emptied the entire bag onto the ground. When he finished, he figured all that remained was to wait for the animals to arrive. He wondered how many animals it would take to trade for one yurt. One might be enough, or maybe 10. To build 10 yurts, he'd need 100 animals. Realizing the task could take more than a day, Diaz saw a crowd of wild animals suddenly appear before him. Amazed, Diaz had no idea where they all came from, but if he could handle them, he could reach his goal right away. He was confident. His tactics were simple: swing his battle axe with all his might and rely only on his instincts. It was not the most sophisticated method, but it worked for him. He had once learned to use a sword and a bow, but those techniques felt too complicated. Reading an opponent's movements and choosing the right moment to attack was hard for him. It all felt confusing and hard to understand. He did not want to call himself stupid, but he knew he had trouble handling those tasks. The battle axe opened new possibilities for him. With it, he no longer had to worry about tactics. He could pierce shields or cut through armor, so what they wore made no difference. When some of the animals began to run away, he realized he had killed at least half the pack. The task was even easier than he'd expected because their movements were predictable. At that point, he realized how large the loot was and had no idea how he'd carry it all back to the village. He could have taken it one load at a time, but he had overlooked that and began the fight without thinking about logistics. Diaz expected Aruna to call him a foolish feudal lord again and knew he could not resist her icy stare. Aruna arrived soon and was impressed. She praised his first hunt, noting he had killed a black buffalo, a feat that proved his worth as a man. Diaz was a little confused when he heard this and did not even know there was a black buffalo among the animals. He said he had not managed to catch all who ran and had only killed half. Aruna clarified how many he had killed. After a quick calculation, Diaz said he had probably killed about 30 or 40 animals. Aruna felt genuine admiration as she looked over the hunt's results, amazed by how many animals had been killed, and admitted she now saw Diaz in a whole new light, sincerely admiring him for doing a great job without bragging. Aruna insisted she was telling the truth because she had never met a man so brave and strong, and promised to tell the other boys in the village that the black buffaloes Diaz had killed would now be transferred to him. Moro respectfully acknowledged Diaz's strength, noting that hunting 30 black buffalo at once was an impressive display of manliness and bravery, and Diaz reconsidered his idea of manliness when he realized it clashed with the village's. Moro explained that in their culture, masculinity is a whole concept that includes hard work, reliability, and resourcefulness, all of which combine into a man's value. Diaz tried to tell if Aruna was acting differently toward him now that he'd shown his manliness. Moro said with a slight smile that Aruna was the most desirable girl in the village, so it made sense she would be drawn to a man with those qualities, and added wryly that if he'd been a bit younger, she might have tried her luck herself. Diaz asked if he had understood that being masculine would make him popular with women, and Moro said that for village women, masculinity was the only thing that mattered, and other traits like looks or eloquence did not matter. She explained that a pretty face won't feed a family, and sweet talk won't increase the herd. The tribe's women believe marrying a man who lacks manliness will cause the couple and their future children to starve. Diaz suddenly realized this culture had a very different sense of common sense, values, and social norms. Moru then changed the subject and said that if Diaz truly wanted to marry Aruna, he would need to prepare a bride price. Diaz tensed up inside when he heard that. Moru said Aruna was both beautiful and hard-working, so her price should be high. The chief suggested that all the spoils DS had taken that day would be a fitting price for Aruna's hand. DS was very surprised because he had not expected this turn of events. Moru confirmed that specific conditions had to be met to form an alliance. Diaz realized the Oni had very different views on marriage than he was used to. His inner voice told him it was not the time to think about family. He had to focus on getting settled, strengthening his household, and stockpiling supplies. Moru tried to reassure him that the Oni were biologically compatible with many races and could produce offspring, but Diaz quickly said that wasn't the point. Morning arrived, and Aruna greeted Diaz, telling him she had prepared breakfast. He was surprised and pleased to see the food looked very appetizing, and Aruna, hearing this, felt embarrassed but pleased. Diaz tasted the food and said it was delicious. After the meal, Aruna asked about the hunt plans. Diaz said they already had what they needed, but reminded them that if more people came to the village, they would need a well, a storehouse, and equipment to draw water. Aruna said they could hire artisans, but that would require more trade goods. Diaz suggested hunting black buffalo again, but Aruna pointed out the village no longer needed them. Remembering Diaz had mentioned hunting monsters, she suggested they try that. Diaz's mind jumped straight to monsters. He knew these creatures could come from black miasmas, dungeons, or forgotten ruins. They hated life itself, and driven mad, attacked all living things, destroying everything in their path. Their flesh and blood are toxic and unusable, but their skins, claws, horns, and especially the demon core in Oregon near the heart are valuable and useful in everyday life. Diaz said he was worried about monsters nearby. Aruna replied that a few did exist and assured him she could use magic to find them, offering to accompany him to make the hunt safe. Diaz first tried to refuse, saying the hunt was too dangerous for her and suggesting she simply point the way, but Aruna said confidently that if she went with him, the hunt would be like a simple walk through the village. That morning, Diaz greeted Francois and Francese, the two Memu chief Moru had given him, and one was male and the other female. Diaz saw the villagers approaching and realized they had brought the supplies traded for the buffalo. He felt uneasy because he hadn't finished shaving and looked untidy. Aruna stepped forward and said she was completely ready. Diaz answered briefly to confirm he was ready too. All the men stopped in their tracks when they saw Aruna. Her appearance was completely different. She had applied different makeup than usual and looked changed. Diaz quickly realized what was happening, and even he, who called himself a simpleton, got it. Aruna said she had told the other boys to watch Mimu, so she would spend the whole day alone with Diaz. Seeing the other men's reactions, Diaz realized he had to leave the village at once and start hunting the monster before anything awkward or dangerous happened. Diaz realized the northern plains sometimes harbored pockets of monster activity. The area was notorious for dangerous creatures. Diaz believed that salvaging parts from just one or two of those monsters would yield the resources needed to start building a well in the warehouse. Aruna said she would search for monsters with her magic and stressed her skills go beyond housekeeping because she also has strong magical power. Diaz, sensing her mood, gave her the green light to use magic, and Aruna immediately began casting the spell with steady concentration. Eventually, she found the creature. It was huge, and she believed no others were nearby, perhaps because its presence had overwhelmed them. Diaz decided the enemy was a serious threat and urged them to go ahead with the investigation, asking Aruna to find a safe place to hide for now. Aruna refused to stand aside and reminded them she had camouflage magic to help them hide or retreat if the situation became too dangerous. Diaz realized the girl had a strong will. His main concern was keeping Aruna safe. He finally agreed to go with her. Approaching the source of the noise, Aruna realized in horror what they were up against. Diaz at first thought he was looking at a giant turtle, but Aruna clarified it wasn't a turtle at all, but an earth dragon. The monster was unusually dangerous, and she couldn't figure out why it was here. Diaz leapt into the fight without hesitation and ordered Aruna to hide and stay out of it. Aruna objected, calling him reckless and saying fighting such an enemy alone was extremely risky. They could pull back if needed, but if the dragon chased them, the consequences could be catastrophic. Diaz vowed he would not let the monster catch them and began planning tactics. If he struck the neck or legs, the monster might hide in its shell to defend itself. Then it remained to find out whether his axe could penetrate the creature's defense, and only practice would answer. He launched the attack. At the first blow, he felt how hard the enemy's shell was, so he shifted his aim to the neck, but the creature immediately withdrew into its shell. Diaz was surprised that the monster could block its weak spot so reliably. Aruna screamed, begging him to retreat because she believed killing the earth dragon alone was impossible. But Diaz had decided otherwise. He refused to run without trying his best and expected Arunas to call him a foolish feudal lord again, but he had no choice. He believed that if one blow failed, you should strike again, and if the second failed, strike a third time. He fought like this as long as his body could still move, and Diaz kept striking the shell. Over time, a crack appeared on his weapon. Diaz noticed the damage, closed his eyes, and mentally said the command, "Repair." A magical light flashed across the weapon, and the crack began to vanish. Aruna could not hide her surprise and watched with amazement. Diaz remembered first using this ability during his military service. The axe was a trophy he had taken from an enemy warrior in battle, and he kept it because its durability and appearance had impressed him. The axe had a rare ability. It automatically healed minor damage, and when needed, Diaz could mentally trigger the repair. Inspired, he said he was ready for the second round. His strength was fading, and sweat ran down his forehead. But he did not give up. Despite all his efforts, the shell remained impenetrable. Nightfall was becoming a serious threat, so they'd have to retreat, and he blamed himself for failing to deal with the turtle despite its great strength. Diaz saw Aruno start to shiver from the cold, which made him wary, so he struck again, and succeeded this time. The shell cracked, marking the turning point as Aruna realized with surprise that Diaz had managed to break through the monster's armor. The dragon burst from hiding, its body glowing as it lunged to attack. Diaz hit the ground, sprang up, and struck back. It tried to hide again. Aruna noticed the earth dragon had started to give off a magical haze that reached her from a great distance and made her dizzy, but she could not understand why it had no effect on Diaz. Diaz kept methodically striking the crack and noticed the dragon showed no aggression, probably the first time anyone had ever harmed it. The creature attacked furiously and chaotically, its movements making its rage clear. Diaz decided that if this continued, he could win and claim the most valuable prey. As another powerful attack hit, Diaz saw Aruna collapse nearby, instantly realizing she was weak and badly hurt, and his anger flared. Realizing the monster had not targeted him but aimed at Aruna, he became enraged. Diaz could not stand aside. He vowed to protect her. It was not just duty, but a promise from the heart. She was more than an acquaintance. She was his friend, someone he felt responsible for. No matter how strong the enemy, he would hold his ground and fight to the end. Charging into battle, he struck the monster with a crushing blow, using all his strength, determination at its peak, and every muscle focused on the single goal of protecting. He ran to Aruna to assess her condition, then leaned over her, speaking with concern and hoping she had come to her senses. Aruna, trembling and weak from the experience, hugged him tightly and pressed close, unable to hold back the silent tears that ran down her face as her whole soul responded to what had happened. Diaz froze, unsure how to respond to such strong emotion, and he said her name quietly as he tried to understand what was happening, while Aruna, still looking at his shoulder, murmured words that turned his whole world upside down when she told him she wanted to marry him. Her voice sincere, pure, and confident. Diaz could not believe it at first, surprised because he had not expected such a confession, and Aruna then repeated her words more confidently. At that tense moment, a villager stepped forward and called out loudly that Diaz and Aruna had been gone too long, and other villagers gathered, their voices full of worry because they did not know what had happened. They arrived to find the earth dragon collapsed and defeated. Shock showed on their faces as they could not believe such a creature had been beaten. Diaz, still holding Aruna, tried to make sense of it, his mind racing as he felt how tightly she held him. Her embrace felt stronger than the dragon's blows. Diaz tried to pull free, but could not. Escaping her hold seemed impossible. He spoke carefully to calm her and called her name to bring her back. But Aruna, still holding him tight, kept repeating the same words. She said, firmly and with deep feeling, that she would marry him. The village men were stunned to see the fallen earth dragon, a powerful creature lying before them, and the news that a human had defeated it sparked a fierce reaction. And when they learned Master Diaz had done it, they shared the news with genuine delight. Diaz thought about how hard the battle had been. Even after every man in the village joined forces to drag the fallen dragon back, it took all night. They did not get the body to the center of the settlement until the next morning. Moru greeted them and showed genuine admiration, saying no one would have believed a single person could defeat such a powerful enemy. She was especially amazed that the magical miasma the dragon emitted had no effect on Diaz, even though it was deadly and concentrated nearby. Diaz said most of the monster's body could be recycled, and while those materials were very valuable, the village could not pay full price, so he offered to recycle the carcass for a small fraction of the cost, and use the proceeds to immediately build a well and a warehouse, install a yurt, and set up a storage facility for the remaining materials. Moru agreed, but said she should keep some materials to trade with visiting merchants, since it would help him as a feudal lord to build profitable ties, and she began planning her next steps. Mora reminded him it was time to talk about a wedding gift for Aruna, and suggested Diaz give Aruna's family at least part of the dragon, a gesture the chief believed would win her parents' genuine admiration and respect. Diaz tried to object, asking for clarification about what was meant by a wedding gift, and Moru smiled slightly and said bluntly that the wedding would go ahead even if DS opposed it, since he had become a dragon slayer outside the village, and that could breed mistrust. Mistrust in such places could quickly become fear, and after defeating the monster, Diaz radiated masculinity, so refusing to marry Aruna would only spur other girls to seek his favor. Confirming Moru's words, a little girl ran to Diaz, wrapped her arms around his leg, and looked up at him with loving eyes. Other girls in the village also watched him with true admiration. Ma'aru said the girls are holding back because they know the kingdom's men take only one wife, and they are sure that woman is already called Aruna. Diaz saw he had no real choice and proposed an engagement as a temporary step to avoid rushing into marriage. Moro explained that in their culture such a concept did not exist, while Aruna had already told her parents about the upcoming marriage, leaving Diaz to pick a wedding date or find a compromise acceptable to both sides. At that moment, Diaz also realized where Aruna had gone. His union with her then became official. He realized there was nothing he disliked about her. She was beautiful, kind, thoughtful, and sweet, always treated him kindly, and she ran a wonderful household. The more he thought about it, the more marriage did not seem so bad. At 35, he felt it was time to start a family and wanted to know Aruna's age, so he asked a local man who respectfully called him the Dragon Slayer and was told Aruna was 15, that she had just reached marriageable age and had met Diaz when she was ready to marry. Diaz felt an inward shudder. He had expected her to be young, but she was older than he thought, the gap between them feeling almost like that between a father and daughter. Under the kingdom's laws, a girl can marry only at 18. That means marriage is 3 years away. DS decided to use that time to become a worthy feudal lord and be fully ready by the official union. Diaz immediately realized that treating this as a mere delay would disrespect Aruna's feelings, so he had to commit to the idea fully to prove his loyalty as both the feudal lord of this land and as a man. A month had passed since Diaz and Aruna became engaged. In that time, they dug a well, built a warehouse, and their lives became more comfortable. One thing stayed the same. The total number of new residents in his domain never rose. He had ideas to boost the population, but was unsure they would work. Still, Aruna was no longer just an assistant and had become part of his family. For a moment, he wished new settlers would simply fall from the sky. He joked and seemed carefree, but inside he felt uneasy. Just then, Aruna ran up to him with a beaming face and told him the big news. She said they were going to have a baby. He was shocked and asked again to be sure. She smiled and confirmed it. They are expecting a baby and celebrated the news together. Inspired, Diaz went to his menu and gently praised the female Frances, saying she was a good girl and admiring that she was pregnant. Turning to Francois the male, he thanked him for his efforts and realized nature had done its job. Aruna had told him that Memu were very intelligent and could understand human speech. Their ingenuity let them survive in a harsh world, and even a wild Memu could learn the basics of human language in a week. That explained why they became domesticated. It was a conscious choice because with humans they gained protection, food, and care. Aruna warned him it was not that simple, and although the Memu were intelligent, they remained sensitive and easily frightened, especially when pregnant. Sometimes they needed the herd's strongest member to cope with anxiety, and in this case, that leader was Diaz, who advised him to spend as much time with them as possible, especially at night, because they felt safe with him. Diaz took her words in stride and realized his job now included caring for the people, the land, and every creature that trusted him. So he accepted the new responsibility of sleeping next to Memu to help them feel safe and secure. Aruna said calmly that despite the inconveniences, they would have to carry the pregnant Memu directly into their yurt. This was a common practice, but not all the men in the village welcomed it. Many found it unattractive, and some complained about the animal's smell. Some people felt uneasy because the Memu seemed to watch them constantly, never looking away, which unsettled them and kept them from relaxing. But Diaz took it in stride, laughing that it caused him no trouble. He was sure that both Francis and Francois were full members of the family, and since they were about to become parents, any inconvenience seemed minor compared with their well-being. Aruna was deeply moved by his words, feeling not only supported, but also truly cared for, and she was glad to see that her husband had such rare kindness and courage, which filled her heart with joy, because this was the man she called her husband. Diaz found the Memu's speech strange. To him, all their sounds were identical and indistinguishable. Aruna, however, said she heard differences in intonation and tone, and often seemed to recognize them, sometimes replying as if she understood what was said. At one point, Aruna was visibly surprised by what Francis allegedly said and reacted emotionally. She explained that things with Diaz weren't that serious yet, then, slightly sheepish, asked the animal to stop making innuendos, and her tone sounded like she was trying to convince the other person to leave their personal life alone. Soon her horn began to glow, and Diaz realized it was the first time he had seen a green glow. So he understood the magical barrier had reacted to something outside, and Aruna reported that from the east, the usual direction of the kingdom, a group of about 10 horsemen was riding, though she could not confirm the exact number. He realized the horn's green color signaled an invasion and told himself anyone coming from the east could be a delegation or a threat, especially if they were bandits. If they were armed horsemen, the situation could become serious. He decided to go himself to see who was approaching and asked Arunit to use her magic to hide the settlement and anything that might attract attention. Memu began to worry as the tension rose, so he calmed the others by promising he would return soon, confident that 10 enemies could not be worse than the dragon he had just defeated. Aruna reassured him she would take responsibility for the house and that she was counting on him, which left Diaz determined. Walking, he took stock of his surroundings, noting 3 horsemen and 4 on foot. Aruna had said 10 figures, so she must have counted the horses too. Diaz judged it unlikely they had come in peace. If there were archers among them, he would strike first to avoid losses. As he approached, a familiar voice called his name, surprised and joyful. It was Klaus, his former comrade in arms, who had respected Diaz from the start of the war, despite his humble origins, and who was so reliable Diaz could trust him with his life. Diaz was delighted to see Klaus again and asked what brought him there. Klaus explained he was working as a guide and guard for a group of nobles who had a request addressed to Diaz personally. Diaz tensed. Realizing the nobility did not come to such places without reason, he tried to figure out who they were and what they wanted from him. Speaking politely and respectfully, Klaus asked Diaz to guide them to his domain and said he would be very grateful because the people with him were exhausted from a long journey and needed rest. Diaz agreed without hesitation, saying that if it was where he lived, he would gladly take them there and offer to go with them. Klaus laughed, pleased about what was coming. Fantasies of a place like Diaz's filled his mind, and he pictured grand buildings in a prosperous land. When they arrived, they found only a modest dwelling, a single yurt, which puzzled the newcomers because everyone had expected something grander given the man's status. Diaz noted they had camouflaged almost everything except the yurt, which had been built only as a training exercise. The camouflage proved astonishingly effective, more than he expected, and he was pleasantly surprised. So trying to stay calm, Diaz invited his guests inside and told them to come in. Diana, the third princess, stepped forward and said she was honored to meet the hero, noting that what stood before them was not a fortress or an estate, but a simple tent, and she guessed the estate was still under construction, while puzzled by the absence of workers or any sign of building. Before he could finish, the man beside him flared up and rudely scolded Diaz for addressing the princess disrespectfully, saying she should be called Royal Highness. Diana told them to leave it and not interfere anymore, keeping a low profile. And Diaz said he did not have a team of craftsmen or even the materials to build it, so the yurt before them was all he had. Although it does not look majestic, he said he built it with his own hands and was injured more than once while working alone. Diaz's words surprised Diana. She asked in amazement whether he had really built it himself. Her interest grew when she wanted to know where the carpenters who were supposed to be with him were. Diaz explained there were simply no carpenters available on this desert plain. The princess hesitated because Diaz was entitled to capital from the kingdom, funds for developing the territory, and other gifts tied to his status as a hero, all to be granted by her father's will, the king. Diaz admitted bitterly that despite rumors and official decrees, he personally received no money, no supplies, and no aid. He said he felt abandoned like a dog by the roadside, and that in these parts there was not even a roadside. Close stood beside him, clenching his fist and unable to hide his anger, because he knew the truth and the injustice cut him to the core. Remaining calm, Diaz decided to change the subject and politely asked Diana what business had brought her to these lands. The princess said war was breaking out in the kingdom again, tensions were rising, and she came in person to ask the hero for help. She asked for help with military affairs and offered to reward Diaz with herself, or, if he preferred, one of the two girls accompanying her, Priscilla or Merida, either of whom could become his wife. Diaz felt shocked and annoyed, thinking war was out of the question now that Frances was pregnant, so he could not give up everything. And he was baffled that the princess, who had hardly met him, spoke of marriage like a business deal while he already had someone he was committed to. After collecting his thoughts, Diaz replied firmly that he had his own plans and would not join any more military conflicts, adding that he could not send a single warrior because, as a feudal lord, he had no army or sufficient resources. Trying to stay in control, Princess Diana said she hoped Diaz would change his mind and offered an extra reward to sway his answer. Diaz remained adamant, saying he could not help regardless of the reward, and asking them to leave his land if this request was the only reason for their visit. One attendant reacted with sharp aggression. Angry at the refusal, he drew his sword, pointed it at Diaz, and accused him of insolence, saying that refusing the princess was a direct insult to Her Majesty. Klaus tried to stop him, but the man was already seething with indignation and kept accusing Diaz of becoming too conceited after being hailed as a hero. Diaz wasted no time. With one swing of his battle axe, he knocked the enemy's sword away and shattered it. The enemy froze, unable to speak. Diaz felt the tension and told himself he could clearly sense the man's bloodlust. But he realized there was no real plan to attack, only a show to intimidate, and he stood firm, ordering them off his land immediately. Klaus stepped in and sided with him, ordering everyone to leave at once, to prevent escalation and warning that further angering Diaz would bring much harsher consequences. The man tried to object, but Klaus warned that even together they could not match the hero's strength and would be crushed if they tried to fight. Realizing the danger, the group decided to leave. Diaz made a mental note that the incident had damaged the yurt floor and expected Aruna to scold him for having to fix it again. Diana seethed as she walked away. The man she had been told was a hero had rejected and humiliated her in front of everyone, and she called him worthless trash and vowed to make him regret what had happened. Meanwhile, Aruna approached Diaz and told him what the magic had shown her. All the women who had arrived were glowing red, a sign of hostility. One of the soldiers was glowing blue. The rest were red or white. Knowing one of the women would cry, she was right. Francis cried and wanted to be there, so Aruna used disguise magic to bring her in to watch. Diaz apologized to Francis for being unable to stay with her then. Placing his hand on Arun's head, he thanked her for keeping them safe and clarified that the women whose glow was red were indeed a threat. Aruna confirmed that the soul judgment magic had clearly shown these people were dangerous to Diaz and herself now that they were family. Diaz finally believed he had done the right thing by driving off the uninvited guests. Only one of them seemed trustworthy, most likely Klaus, who was glowing blue. Aruna brought him back to reality by reminding him the damaged floor needed repair. Diaz sighed lightly, agreed, and promised to fix it. When morning came, Diaz greeted Francis and Francois with warm concern. Aruna also said good morning to him. Her horn glowed, and she said she had found an intruder, a man to the east, circling as if lost. Diaz was cautious. One person who did not look like a traveler already looked suspicious. He asked Aruna if she would come with him. Aruna said confidently that magic would hide them well, and that she did not want to see Francis cry again, so they would go together regardless of his opinion. They moved closer and found the intruder was Klaus. Klaus admitted he had lost his way and could not find his way back. Diaz realized that on the plain where everything was covered with the same grass, it was hard to get his bearings. He had assumed Klaus had returned to the kingdom with the princess and her entourage, so he was surprised to find Klaus there and noticed he had no equipment. Klaus laughed and said he had simply been thrown out and ordered to hand over his armor and sword, and Diaz immediately wondered whether it was his fault since he had been the one to throw the guests out, but Klaus assured him the decision had been his alone. Not wanting to return to the front because the chance of war was growing every day, Klaus used the situation to find a true friend and start a new life, saying he had something he really wanted to achieve. Diaz asked what his ambition was, and Klaus, fighting his nerves, said he wanted to work for him and asked to be accepted as a soldier. Recalling how they had fought side by side, he remembered their complete trust, and that in battle there was no one he trusted more. He would have welcomed such an ally again, but he still hesitated. Aruna, as if reading his mind, assured him Klaus was safe, saying Klaus had been glowing blue the whole time as a sign of good intentions, and when he finally saw Aruna, he was stunned by her and by Memu's presence and could hardly find the words. Diaz smiled and said it was a long story and that an important event had happened. Diaz had a new ally. His territory had been replenished with a new subject named Klaus, and his total number of subjects had increased to 1. The updated report on Neutro territory listed its people and holdings. Residents were a lone girl named Aruna, 2 Memu called Francis and Francois, and a former soldier named Clues, while Diaz was the feudal lord. Holdings included yurts, a storage facility, a small cattle pen, a warehouse, and a dug well. The past replayed for Klaus, showing the scene where he screamed at his commander, begging him to stop, and he could not understand how anyone would abandon civilians in a village full of women and children and flee, so he refused to believe the captain would retreat. The commander cut him off, saying it was only a temporary maneuver to gather reinforcements and insisting it was not a retreat. Klaus could not accept that. He knew if they left, no one would be there to protect those who stayed. Only a cold phrase said their fate was now in the hands of the gods. He tried to stop the captain once more, but the captain was already gone, leaving Clouds with a difficult choice. Diaz watched the New York being finished. It was intended for Klaus. Although Klaus would not have minded living in the old, damaged one, Diaz refused to accept that. Thinking it unfair to give his friend a battered home, Diaz decided to build a new, solid one for him. Meanwhile, Aruna called everyone to dinner. A dish of black buffalo sat on the table, and Diaz thanked her for the meal and told Klaus not to be shy. Klaus, after tasting the dish enthusiastically, was delighted and said the food was fit for a feudal lord. He said Aruna would make a wonderful wife. Aruna shyly brushed off the compliments and agreed to eat. There was plenty of food. While they ate, Diaz asked Aruna if the dragon parts in the warehouse could be used to make armor and weapons for Clouds, and Aruna said yes. A village craftsman named Petter had already started making some items. No part of a dragon goes to waste. Fangs and claws are made into swords and spears, tendons into bowstrings, and shells into shields and other protection. Diaz noted that when villagers trade materials, they can lose more resources than they gain. It made more sense to use them on the spot. He noticed Klaus was preoccupied. When he named the dragon parts, Klaus froze in shock. He was amazed that Diaz had trophies of that caliber and asked in disbelief whether Diaz had really defeated the dragon. Diaz calmly confirmed it was an earth dragon like a giant turtle. It could not fly or breathe fire, but was still dangerous. Diaz broke through its shell and defeated it alone, which shocked Klaus, because he knew such a beast usually needed a squad of knights and siege engines. Klaus felt unworthy of using such valuable materials, but Diaz reassured him he was doing it intentionally and said he wanted Klaus to be captain of his future army once he had warriors, since dragon parts left lying around would be of no use. Klaus accepted the offer with fervor and swore to give his life for Diaz, his land, and his people, saying it with deep determination and respect, and addressing Diaz and Aruna with all the honors due. Diaz saw he could skip the Sama form of address, but Klaus stood firm, insisting on showing respect to both the ruler and his companion. Diaz smiled inwardly. It was clear his new ally felt very inspired. Over 10 days, Klaus trained hard, and his spear and armor were made entirely from dragon parts. The items were so valuable that not even a nobleman, and sometimes not even the king himself, could afford them. And all of it was possible because Diaz trusted Klaus completely. Klaus kept training and thought about the responsibility placed on him, knowing he had to live up to that trust, while the capital was full of political intrigue. Every nobleman chose a side in the struggle for the throne. In the provinces, feudal lords acted as they pleased, using their distance from the center of power. Traveling to Diaz's land, Klaus saw feudal Lord Kazdek's cruelty and the common people's suffering, and suspected the greedy second prince had stolen the reward meant for Diaz. The third princess, Diana, was said to wield great political influence, but had little military power, and she likely went to Diaz to win his support with her charm. The situation could swell into a wave that would shake all the lands, so Klaus came here, knowing that if the war began again, he would likely die as a soldier, and he was ready to meet that death with honor if it was for Diaz. At that moment, Klaus Diaz left the house and immediately realized something serious had happened. His guess was confirmed when Aruna used her magic to detect a group of 12 approaching from the east. One of them was in critical condition, so Diaz moved to reach them before it was too late. And as he approached the unknown figures, Klaus offered to go with him. Diaz stopped him and firmly told Klaus to stay and guard Aruna and Mima if things became dangerous. If a threat appeared, Aruna and their furry companions would retreat, and Klaus would protect them. Klaus nodded and accepted the responsibility, promising he could be relied on as he watched Aruna use concealment magic, amazed when they vanished as if into thin air, and again stunned by Aruna's power. Diaz and Aruna arrived earlier than he expected. They had come because a village had abandoned a group of elderly women. It turned out the women had been exiled to reduce the number of mouths to feed. Their village was suffering from famine and unrest because of the rebellion. Duke Kazex's second son rebelled against his father to take his place. Unrest continued in the neighboring territory. Maya, an elderly woman, led the exiled group and used divination to find a safe place, guiding them on a long journey that ended at Diaz's domain. Diaz was delighted and told Klaus that in one day he had increased his subjects by 12 people. Klaus, who had expected this, was not surprised and knew Diaz could now decide their fate since they were exiled and had no other home. He also realized the elderly women would not be able to make a significant contribution to the territory's development. Diaz admired the new settlers, all over 70 with Grandma Maya 90, and he was amazed by their longevity, so he began to think they might share the secrets of their health and long lives. Klaus tried to pull him back to reality. He reminded him that women that age could die at any moment, which was why they had been exiled. Diaz, full of enthusiasm, was already planning to build more yurts. Klaus, desperate, asked whether anyone was listening. Klaus recalled an episode from the past. Several years earlier, the enemy had surrounded his camp. When it became clear the village might be overrun, he shouted to the other soldiers not to leave. He felt it was his duty to protect people, so he stayed, knowing he would most likely die. Diaz arrived, ran to Klaus, and said he was relieved to see him alive. Everyone else was running away, and Diaz had begun to think he was alone. Klaus asked where he had been. Diaz said he heard a baby crying, followed the sound, found a small boy, and handed the child to the residents hiding in the cellar. The child sobbed and begged him not to go because he was afraid, and Diaz promised the child he didn't have to be afraid and would stay to protect them all. The battle began. Diaz shouted at Klaus not to dare die, and Klaus replied fervently that he would do everything he could. From that moment, Klaus could not remember the battle's details. He only remembered standing with his back to the shelter beside Diaz and slashing his sword with the last of his strength. He did not know how many enemies there were, but he felt his role was to provide support. Though not the strongest fighter, his presence let Diaz take out enemies more effectively, and at the time, it was their best strategy. Reinforcements arrived the next day, but the enemy had already left the village, and Diaz stayed the same as always. He had not changed. Despite his achievements, he remained a kind, honest, and straightforward person. Klaus felt ashamed of his thoughts when he realized he had wanted to die to prove his loyalty, but then he knew he had to live. He wanted to be close to this man because Assad became a feudal lord, a true leader, and that is why she stayed part of his story. When Diaz began rebuilding the yurt, Klaus rushed over to help. Diaz told him to slow down because he wanted to work together, but when Klaus grabbed part of the frame, he misjudged the force and nearly damaged the yurt. A few days after a group of elderly women settled in the village, Aruna used magic to examine their souls and found them glowing blue, which showed no evil intent, so they could breathe freely. Their arrival had raised the settlement's numbers, and it was time to choose a name. for the village. Aruna offered a name steeped in tradition and meaning, recalling the old word iluk, which meant first village. Klaus, inspired by his new master's exploits, suggested a stronger name, Dragon Slayer Village. He urged it eagerly, but Aruna gently refused. The first village in Diaz's territory was founded. Everyone in the village wanted to celebrate. A modest party was held that, despite its simplicity, warmed everyone's hearts. Seeing his new subject smile, Diaz felt his heart fill with joy. He resolved to keep working to give his people more reasons to be happy. Later, Aruna came to him and asked to speak, starting a serious conversation about population growth. She reminded them they needed to find ways to attract new settlers. Diaz recalled they had discussed it recently. They had some ideas, but none seemed suitable. Diaz still had one plan in mind, but he discarded it immediately. Grandma Maya's idea seemed the fastest, yet something about it felt wrong to him. Suddenly, Grandma Maya herself appeared. She said she had heard him call her, though he had not spoken. Her sensitivity and unusual strength made a strong impression on him. Maya resumed yesterday's conversation and raised the topic of slavery, suggesting they sell the dragon's valuable materials and use the proceeds to buy slaves so the population would grow quickly. The suggestion hit Diaz hard, bringing back the war's horrors, slave soldiers abandoned, tortured, and broken. For him, slavery was not just a system, it was violence and suffering. Aruna offered an alternative, saying they could simply treat the slaves kindly. Diaz rejected this idea, arguing that buying slaves made him an accomplice, and if the slave market grew, the slavers would seek out new people to fill their ranks. He said firmly that slavery and the buying and selling of people would be banned on his land. Maya breathed a sigh of relief. She admitted she had raised the topic on purpose to test his reaction. Had Diaz supported the idea, she would have been forced to act against it, and she was relieved that this was unnecessary, adding that she had heard terrible stories about Duke Kazdex's slaves and was concerned to prevent a repeat. Diaz said gently that this would not happen in his land. No one there would be treated as a commodity or be broken. He vowed never to allow slavery. Aruna watched him closely and saw he was deep in thought. At that moment, Klaus entered the room, slightly out of breath, and apologized for interrupting the conversation. He saw Diaz in the dark with Aruna, and seeing Maya too, was completely confused. As he tried to leave, he nervously said he had not seen anything. The next morning, Aruna had important news when she spotted a merchant coming their way, and Diaz reacted quickly because he knew merchants brought news as well as goods. Through them, you can tell others about the settlement, attract new people, order supplies, get news, and develop the village. Clues, awaiting the meeting, wondered who the traveling merchant was, coming to them from such distant lands. Diaz froze when he saw a creature he'd never seen before. Not just a merchant, but a representative of the frog race, amphibian in appearance, yet carrying himself with dignity. Pagan, the merchant, introduced himself and greeted Diaz politely, saying he had heard of him as a dragon slayer and hoping for a fair deal, while Aruna explained they were dealing with a representative of a special race, the frogs, and Diaz, seeing Pagan's looks, could hardly hide his surprise. He realized it was indeed a frogman. Pigeon asked to see the materials Diaz had received from the Earth Dragon. Pigeon wanted to inspect the goods because he had heard Diaz had killed the beast alone. At that moment, Aruna's horn glowed, signaling a magical soul check. Diaz saw that Pigeon's soul was white, so he was not dangerous, but Pigeon had no good intentions and only wanted to trade, so Diaz agreed to the deal anyway. He brought back a sample of the Earth Dragon's shell, and Pigeon was stunned by how large and dense it was, admitting that when he heard the dragon was killed, he had pictured it much smaller. He asked in a doubtful voice whether Diaz had really killed the monster alone. Diaz caught the subtext. The merchant likely assumed Diaz had found a dead dragon and was just taking credit. To settle any doubts, he asked Klaus to bring an especially strong piece of shell and went to fetch his axe. On his return, he showed he could split the show with a single strong blow. Klaus said with delight, calling it the dragon-slaying strike, and Diaz sighed to himself, thinking Klaus always had terrible name ideas, but it worked, and Pijin was completely convinced. The merchant immediately offered to buy the shelf fragments, even if it cost him everything, and said that as an honest merchant, he would pay a fair market price. He also had 2 little girls and could not sell them in the monster's lands. But Diaz, as a representative of the human race, might be interested. Diaz saw the girls. Their eyes were lifeless and empty. He felt an instant kinship, thinking they were probably orphans like him. He was shocked to learn they were being sold like merchandise and that Beijing was treating the children like slaves. Aruna placed a gentle hand on his and asked him to calm down while Diaz looked at her, barely containing his emotions. Grandma Maya stepped in, gently saying his expression might frighten the girls, then turned to Hygiene and calmly said that their village did not buy slaves and was not interested. Hygiene immediately defended himself, saying everyone had misunderstood, that he did not deal in slaves, and that if he had not taken the girls as merchandise, they would have died long ago, because the children were twins, and in their home village, that was considered a curse. Local custom required twins be killed at birth. Refusing to accept this, their parents fled into the forest, lived in hiding, and fell ill. In their last moments, they asked Page to take the girls and care for them. At first he refused, saying he was not a charity worker. The parents begged, offering the last of their money, and he could not refuse. He promised to find a safe place for the girls. Since then, he had traveled with them, but supplies were running low, and the girls were considered cursed, so no one wanted to take them. He admitted that despite the losses, he kept caring for them, hoping someone would take them in. Aruna confirmed his words with magic. The horn glowed, and she said Pei-Jean was telling the truth, and the girls' souls shone bright blue as a sign of kindness and purity. Diaz took a deep breath, made his decision, and said he would take the girls under his protection. To cover all expenses, Diaz offered pagan payment in dragon parts. He promised to look after them and accept them into his family. Pagan was thrilled and readily agreed. Buying children repulsed him, but faced with their situation and nowhere else to go, he realized this was not a purchase but a rescue, and decided the twins would be part of his family from then on. As Pagan left the land of Neutros, he could not hide his delight, and announced that Master Diaz had become his best customer in the history of trade. Proud to have sold all his goods, he was completely satisfied and felt nothing beat an honest, simple-minded customer. In a talk with a great bear, Pagan revealed another side of his intentions. The bear wondered if Diaz might become a threat to the king of beasts. Pagan said calmly that Diaz was only a man, content in his small plains village and unlikely to be a danger, and that Diaz had no idea what awaited him. He admitted to himself that if Diaz decided to expand, he would inevitably run into the northern mountains beyond the plain, lands teeming with monsters, but also rich in mineral deposits, so the area held great potential. If Diaz seized them, or the Beast King reached them first, the trade routes and profits would rise sharply. Either way, as its official trader, Pijin intended to get his share. After the trade with Pijin finished, things went smoothly. New orders were placed, and ads were sent to attract settlers to the feudal land, and Diaz still had one unfinished task: the new girls he had taken in. Picking them up, he saw they were very thin, as if they were only 3 or 4 years old. He promised they would eat well from then on. Aruna was an excellent cook, and they would eat with her. He introduced himself and asked their names. I asked if they had any favorite games to play together. Aruna joined the conversation and suggested finding out their favorite dishes so she could try cooking them. Diaz also asked whether they preferred listening to stories or singing songs, and finally asked what he should call them. DS thought that if the girls' parents loved them enough to leave their village to save them, the girls must still love their parents, so the names their parents gave them mattered and should be treated with respect. Diaz noticed they had no names and paused, saying that despite his stern appearance, he had plenty of experience naming children, so he began thinking of soft, cute names for the two girls. The girl objected sharply. They refused to be given new names. Diaz was a bit stunned, but he immediately asked them for their names. He needed to learn how to address them, and they answered Sine and Icon. Diaz thanked them, said the names were beautiful, and immediately remembered who was who, a warm feeling filling his heart as he realized children often withdraw after trauma, and the war had left many like them behind. Their fate was usually tragic, but memories of their parents helped these girls open up a little. He said he and Klaus would take care of the goods, and Aruna and Grandma Maya would help the girls change and prepare something to eat. Aruna smiled and urged the girls to follow her. Maya promised to treat them to steamed potatoes afterward. Watching the scene, Klaus was surprised that Diaz handled children so well, and he admitted, with a little sadness, that before the war, he had been a kind of foster parent to some orphans and had cared for a newborn. When the war began, Klaus left his children with the man who had been helping to care for them, hoping they were safe, and that one day they would learn where he was and come to him. Once the work was finished, Diaz checked the goods, moved them into the warehouse, expressed satisfaction with the job, then tried to pick up the girls again, calling them cute in a tender voice. Aruna stopped him and said firmly that he needed to wash himself first. Diaz admitted she was right and hurried to tidy himself up. Meanwhile, Aruna carefully braided Icon's hair and said the girls would be able to do it themselves when they grew up. Watching them, Maya felt that even though the girls were not human, their arrival was a good sign. She promised to look after them, and the other grandmothers in the village openly showed their affection. Diaz felt pleased to see the new clothes on Sinai and Icon. Sinai looked at her outfit and said it was beautiful. Icon echoed her. Diaz smiled and agreed they looked very beautiful, and inside he felt calm as the girls finally began to open up. Later, Aruna called them and explained that the name Srinai in the ancient language means beautiful as the moon, and the name Ikan means sacred moon. Although unsure what their parents meant by the names, Aruna was certain the moon connection was deliberate. She gave each girl a precious stone called a no-day, said to hold the moon's power, and asked them to keep them safe. Akin trembled as she spoke the meaning of her name, Sacred Moon, and beside her, Senai tasted her own name as if for the first time, finally seeing its moonlike beauty, and tears ran down their cheeks. Then a memory opened, and they heard their parents' voices, quiet, warm, and full of love. These voices told them they were loved, and that nothing mattered more than their happiness. Their parents asked only that Sina and A live happily. Diaz and Aruna did not stand aside. They stepped forward and hugged the girls tightly, accepting their tears, pain, and fragile memories. At that moment, two Memu quietly approached them. These furry creatures, sensitive to emotions, moved forward on their own. They came slowly and stopped nearby. Their eyes were soft, and their ears drooped slightly in sympathy. Diaz noticed their behavior and said they seemed to want to help too. Aruna looked closely at Memo and explained with understanding that they were trying to comfort the girls. These creatures could sense children. Noting that Aruna referenced the ancient language when naming the village, he said he had once believed only representatives of that people spoke the language. He suggested that the parents of Senai and Icanus might have had some connection to the people of the past. And Aruna paused and admitted she did not know the exact answer, since the ancient language survives only in legend. She clarified she could not say for certain whether any outsider knew about this language or lacked that knowledge. She says the only people are not ordinary, and it is possible that in the distant past their lineage merged with the only people. After 10 days, Diaz noticed that Sine and Ihan were still grieving their parents. He saw that despite their pain, they still took the first step toward healing their souls, and their genuine smiles began to fill the village with light. The children's cheerful voices echoed across the area, stirring the residents' hearts. The locals began to see them as their own, as if they had always belonged. Aruna suddenly spotted an unknown rider approaching from the east. She said his speed showed he would be close soon, and Diaz, seeing the direction, pointed out it was east and invited everyone to come out and greet the guest. He asked Aruna, Francis, and Francois to join him in this, and Aruna said Francis and Francois had decided to stay in the village because they were uncomfortable being separated from Diaz. But after Sinai and Icana arrived, they wanted to be close to them. Diaz expressed understanding, said they would return soon, and that he counted on their support, while Sine and Akin approached him with sincere expressions. Sinai told him to come home right away. Ihan said they would wait for his return and hoped to see him soon. Diaz promised firmly that he would come back. Aruna cast a concealment spell and sensed the arriving person's soul was white, showing no hostile intent. The arriving man bowed and apologized for visiting without notice, then turned to Diaz, assuming the man before him was Diaz Samus, and Diaz, surprised, asked who the visitor was. The arriving man called himself Camelot and said he represented Duke Kazdex, adding that Lord Eldon Kazdex wants to meet Lord Diaz in person and is on his way. He offered to accompany his master to Diaz's house. Diaz decided to meet him right here in the village. Camelot understood and promised to tell his master at once. Once the man left, Diaz thought of the name Eldon Kazdex and remembered this was the very man whose actions may have caused the civil war. He knew he could not allow such a person into the sacred precincts of the village of Iluch. Aruna, noticing the approaching carriage, asked in surprise what it was. She said the man with the big belly has a bright blue soul, and the people around him have souls in mixed shades, but none of them are red. Diaz, taken aback by her words, asked why the man had a blue soul. Aruna said the shade was stronger than she had ever seen, except for Diaz himself. A man then approached, apologized to Diaz, and expressed regret, introduced himself as Eldon, and Kazdex said he admired Diaz's personality and was inspired by stories about him. He said he was eager to meet in person to show his respect and admiration, and he promised not to do anything that would cause harm or upset. Diaz insisted he was not insane and apologized for his harsh behavior toward Eldon's representative. Eldon replied warmly that no formalities were needed between them, and that simply meeting was enough to bring joy. Noticing a girl hiding to the side, he was surprised by how well she hid. He also noted she shared Diaz's pleasant scent. Diaz said her name was Aruna, and they were engaged. Aruna stepped in and said she was his wife. Diaz confirmed her claim. Eldan asked if Aruna was Najin. Aruna said she was from the Oni people and that their members are born with a horn, and added she had never heard the word Ajin and did not know how to perceive it. Eldon said the Aegeans are beings similar to humans, but not human, such as beastmen, mermaids, and others. Aruna agreed that if that was the classification, it could be called an adjunct. Eldon suddenly burst into tears, rushed to hug Diaz, and asked excitedly whether he and Aruna had a child. Startled by the response, Diaz told him to calm down because they do not have children yet. And Aruna suddenly said she wanted 10 children, which made Diaz cry out her name in shock. And Aruna added that Diaz had already taken 2 orphans into his care who might be considered agents. Eldon said enthusiastically that Diaz has an Aegean wife and Aegean children and called him a kindred spirit. After that, he showed his true colors and revealed who he really is. Diaz, amazed by what was happening, could hardly believe it. Olden turned out to be an origin. Eldon recalled that in his childhood, the kingdom spread stories of great heroes to stir people's will to fight and draw more volunteers to the royal capital. But over time, those inspirational tales became staged plays that lost some sincerity. During that performance, he first heard of a hero named Diaz, who was said to have fulfilled his parents' last wish by fighting the powerful to protect the weak, and who could change tyrant nobles not with words, but with the force of his own fist. The legend was widely known and moved the people, but as Eldon said, the performances worried the nobles, and after a week they were first restricted and then banned, which sparked growing public anger. Yet tablets recording the stories kept circulating by hand and reached even the remote, isolated lands of Kazdex. The main problem with the story I heard was that much of it was distorted or completely fictional, and it said nothing about true nobility on the battlefield. Yet Eldon would not accept it as truth and kept gathering accounts from people who had met Diaz. Veterans, traders who had been to the battlefield, and even home tutors all spoke highly of Diaz, and those reports left Eldon deeply impressed. Tomlot, nearby, told him not to overdo it because his emotions were overwhelming. Diaz realized Eldon had lifted him like a chest, so that physical effort must have affected his condition. He realized the whole group had gone to great lengths to find him. Seeing his fatigue, Diaz asked if Eldon could move. Kamoat explained Eldon was a representative of the half-Aegean, a being born from a human and an Aegean, and that such beings have the rare ability to transform into true Aegeans. Eldon belongs to the elephant race, creatures with powerful bodies and superhuman strength, but gentle souls and kind hearts. Diaz remembered that Eldon's father was a former feudal lord named Engus, and his mother was an elephant race slave named Neha. Diaz noticed that every time Ellen's body changed, he lost a lot of vitality. He had once thought Eldon changed forms from sheer joy, but he now saw it came with a physical cost. The half-Aegean's power shapes Eldon's personality, but it also causes many problems tied to his dual nature. Camelot explained that Eldon had inherited a small size for an elephant, but was still impressively strong for a human, and that his unstable condition could be maintained only by his wife's attentive care. Diaz also thought of Camelot and saw that the attitude toward the Aegean in Castex made no sense and was beyond words, and that realization wounded Eldon deeply, his heart crying out against the injustice. Eldon worked toward a world with no racial barriers where everyone lived in harmony, which became his deepest desire, and to pursue it, he used his high social standing to protect the Aegeanese from behind the scenes. Diaz remembered the rumors that Eldon was a womanizer were probably made up to hide his true motives and worth. And Aruna, thinking, said something she had long wanted to discuss. She questioned why the Incas had not enslaved Eldon like the other Aegean, even though he was his child, noting that children of slaves, even half-Aegean, were still considered Aegean and the Incas wanted to enslave everyone, and Camelot confirmed the original plan was to treat Eldan as a slave like his mother, Neha. He then said Encus already had a wife, Jania, and a son, Yani. The boy looked like his father, but was rough and unattractive, which made him suffer. As it turned out, the Incas showed little sympathy for him, but when the beautiful child Eldan was born in human form, the feudal lord took a keen interest and claimed the child was likely his son, to gain political advantage. Diaz found the story disgusting. The father hated the son, who looked like him, and preferred the child, who did not, and his total inability to love made him even more terrible. Nobody, not even Eldan himself, knew he was an Ajahn. His mother Neha stayed by his side, acting as a servant. When he turned 5, his body began to change. His ears and nose took on the typical features of his race. That was when he realized Neha was his mother. From then on, their relationship grew stronger, and a real bond began to form between them. Eldan aimed to restore the natural, strong bond between mother and child. Diaz remembered hearing rumors of a possible civil war, but didn't want to believe a real crisis could occur. Camelot said calmly that there had been no global crisis and that Eldan Summer had simply tried to protect the people dear to him. He said that Jania and her followers told Encus Sama about Eldan's true motives. Encus, enraged, ordered the destruction of Eldan Sama himself, Neha Sama, and all other Ajin, which forced Eldan to fight Encus and his forces. Diaz noted that after a fierce, bloody conflict, Eldan defeated Encus's army and his supporters, and, though not formally entitled, publicly declared himself the new feudal lord of the Castex lands. Later, as the conversation continued, Eldan apologized to Diaz for his earlier words and actions, saying Diaz was a man he had recently met who had married in Ajana, and that since Diaz married in Ajana, their children will also be considered Ajana. He said Aruna Sana is living a very happy life, and he was confident her children would be happy too. At the same time, Eldan admitted he had been wrong at first to think Aruna shared his dream and was like-minded. Diaz confirmed he sincerely supports Eldan's dream, saying that in his village the people in Ajins already lived together in peace and harmony. He also expressed hope that a similar picture would someday spread to other lands and promised to support Eldan and cooperate with him as much as possible. Diaz said Eldan's dream is noble and lofty and urged him to hold his head high. Diaz said that courage is a good thing, and Eldan, moved by the words, could not hold back his tears. Diaz thought they had discussed a range of topics, including food supplies in each other's territory. Eldan warned that if Diaz did not increase the food supply, it would become a serious problem, stressing that as the village population grows, food will run out unless production improves. He warned that winters will come, and if preparations start too late, the consequences will be severe. D.S. thought about how important those words were, spoken not just as a friend, but as a true leader and feudal lord. It was time to act, so he suggested starting by creating 1 or 2 ideal crop fields, and Diaz remembered his pre-war farming and promised to show what he could do. Diaz and Aruna walked home together. When they returned, Sanai and Akin saw them and could not hold back their tears. Sanai said they had promised to return immediately, and Akin agreed. Diaz admitted to himself that he had returned later than he promised, and any explanation would still sound like an excuse. Later in the evening, Aruna sighed with relief and said the children had finally fallen asleep. She was surprised at how long they had stayed angry and how much energy they had, and she smiled at how happy their faces looked in sleep. Diaz thought the children had run an incredible amount during the day and noted he had previously thought the village's peace was an illusion. Aiken cried, and said Senai had eaten her potatoes. Senai cried too and said Aiken would not forgive her. Aiken said this was the last time. Shanae defended herself and apologized, and Diaz tried to calm things by offering his share so they could make peace, but Aiken refused, saying she didn't want to eat Diaz's potatoes. Aruna quickly offered her share to end the argument, and Diaz noted the sisters' rivalry was too intense. He remembered the crying incident from that night, and the next morning, Aruna was surprised to find they both had a fever. Tenny mumbled in her sleep and asked if anyone nearby was calling for her mother. Diaz knew that even in hard times he and Aruna would keep caring for the girls. Afterward, Senai and Ichin's relationship began to improve, and they started to smile again. Later, Aruna hesitantly suggested that it might be worth scolding them once. Diaz disagreed, saying it would break their promise and stressing that people should apologize, not scold, because children who have just found a family need to run, check on adults, and explore everything around them. Diaz said these are good experiences worth embracing now, but he admitted they could have negative effects in the future. So starting tomorrow, they will raise the girls with the necessary strictness. Then Aruna's horn lit up. Aruna detected an intrusion and reported a large group moving in from the southeast. He asked if they really weren't Eldon's people. Aruna replied confidently that Eldon had already gone home and taken a different route, adding that at this hour members of dark groups usually appear, so they were most likely thieves or bandits. It was night, and she was ready to go out, but Diaz asked her to stay and guard the house, and Aruna insisted on going with him because it was the new moon, and without her magic, they could not find enemies in the grass. She suggested Cloud stay to look after the house, and Diaz agreed, saying they would go together and he would depend on her strength. Diaz thought about the Oni people's life and social structure and recalled that wealthy members usually owned several heads of memu, creatures that generated income and allowed many to live without manual work. Those forced to hunt came from the poorer classes who lacked wealth. Before marrying, men paid a fee for a woman under an old custom. The fastest way out of poverty was to hunt bandits, though bandits were very rare in these lands. It seemed suspicious. Diaz decided that if someone stayed so persistently in a place with nothing but grass, they must have a hidden purpose. Meanwhile, one of the men walking across the steppe said in bewilderment that there were no signs of life and complained he couldn't even see any trees. Their customer cut them off, angrily reminding them he had paid a large sum for their services and ordering them to stop chatting and get to work, while the man tried to defend himself, offering to prove his worth but saying he was confused about why they had to act at night. The customer said a man named Hero Diaz could fight on the front lines in broad daylight and still win, so their mission was to launch a surprise attack at night because if Diaz spotted them, everything would go to hell. He also ordered that if any of them saw a certain LDAN, they should immediately eliminate him because he was reportedly instructed to meet Diaz in those meadows. One of the men asked if Eldan would also get a reward, and the customer said there was a bounty of 100 silver coins on Eldan's head and 10 gold coins offered for Diaz. The same man, inspired, turned to his companions and said that before them stood perhaps the biggest catch in a long time, declaring enthusiastically that only one man opposed them, and proposing they finish quickly so they could return to the city with a profit. At that moment, the man saw a flash of red light. Panicking, he shouted that arrows had been fired and that their comrade Lyle had been killed, then realized the ambush was exposed and reported enemy archers in the area of the other world. Ordering the torches thrown away because they were easy targets for arrows, he then told his men to fire at the red light, while anxiety filled his thoughts and he could not tell where the light had gone. Anxiety washed over him because he could not tell exactly where the attack was coming from. He admired the enemy's skill, since even in such thick darkness, he could still pinpoint their positions. The man realized with horror that they had badly underestimated the enemy's strength. He had thought the task would be easy, but now it was clear they were in over their heads with something impossible. Still, he ordered his men to stay active and return fire, demanding precision because there was only one enemy, and finding that enemy would win the fight. So, he shouted to be pulled out of hiding. A voice came from the darkness, asking in a concerned tone if any of their comrades were okay. The man heard it and realized it was coming from ahead. He urged everyone to surround the enemy at once, promising to kill him, while his thoughts drifted to how all their comrades could have died at the same time. He began to suspect the enemy might not be alone, told the party to stay alert, and noted there were likely other enemies besides the archer. Despite his numerical advantage, he ordered the forces into battle formation and told them to wait for the attack. A flash of green light suddenly caught his eye. He tried to make sense of it and struggled to explain what it was. The man suggested they might have come across an Agin. Terrified, he screamed, demanding the enemy show himself and calling him a monster. At that moment, Diaz attacked him. The man's final thought, as the blow landed, was burned into his mind. The sight of a fearsome warrior with blue eyes, heavy armor, and a giant two-handed axe. He realized this was not just an enemy, but a true monster whose bounty should have been at least 100 gold coins. The former customer fled in panic, screaming in a broken voice, full of rage and fear, his words jumbled as if he couldn't control the flood of emotions, cursing everything and everyone, repeating that their people had been killed too quickly, and calling them useless trash. The customer knew that being spotted would mean the end for him. Madness overtook him. As he cried, he blamed Diaz, insisting his old wounds had begun to burn because of him. Hatred for the hero grew, not because he failed to act, but because he stood in his way. Blaming the orphans, he cursed the moment Diaz spared him, and the thought kept pulsing in his mind. Unable to understand Diaz, he swore he would kill him one day. Diaz watched what was happening and was about to order the torchbearers to attack, but the enemy acted chaotically and recklessly, so the fight ended on its own. During the battle, an enemy arrow grazed Arunas's face, angering Diaz, but in the end, neither of them was seriously injured, and only the bandits suffered losses, some killed and others badly wounded. Diaz let one enemy escape, deciding not to pursue him. The bandits' weapons were all confiscated. Diaz gave a moralizing speech, explaining how foolish and senseless their behavior was, regardless of any justification, and then ordered their deportation from the plains. Arunas said, with a disgruntled expression, that deportation was too lenient a punishment. Diaz decided that since there were no casualties on their side, the punishment was justified. Diaz vowed that if these people tried to attack their lands again, they would be shown no mercy. After assessing the situation, Aruna said hunting bandits is profitable. The headman pays cash rewards for catching them, and confiscated iron weapons can be sold for money. Diaz wondered if worn-out weapons had any value, and Aruna explained that iron was prized on the plains because it helped in combat and could be smelted into useful tools. She explained that her parents were not well off, so hunting bandits had always been her dream. Diaz noted that before meeting him, Aruna made her living patrolling the plains and hunting. Hunting bandits was seen as the quickest way out of poverty, but bandits were scarce on these plains, so a big catch remained only a dream. Aruna remembered the first moment she sensed Diaz approaching. Her heart leapt at the sound of a horse-drawn carriage, and she thought they might finally be bandits. She realized Diaz was not a criminal when she saw him, and Diaz remembered how Aruna had felt his presence and thought he might be a refugee thrown from a carriage or a man about to take his own life, dying alone at the side of the road. And those were the thoughts she had in that moment. On patrol the next morning, she went to check on him, and Aruna remembered being speechless at the sight of a man sleeping peacefully on the ground. She planned to check his soul as a precaution. A blue soul would be a huge loss. If he proved to be a bandit, she would kill him without hesitation and take his weapons and armor. Diaz remembered that despite Aruna's intent to kill him, she woke him and talked to him, and Aruna later wondered why she had not killed him as she had planned. A conversation needed to happen between them. Even without a logical explanation, she had already made up her mind the moment she chose to act differently. Now that she was with Diaz, she no longer saw it as a mistake. Despite occasional misunderstandings, she still wondered why she wanted to be with him. Diaz tried to follow her words, but couldn't quite get the meaning, and Aruna kissed him on the cheek, leaving him confused. Calling her name, he asked her to wait and hurried after her, not wanting to be left behind. He had admitted to himself he would run after her no matter how dark the night road was, knowing he could move forward if she was his light. At that time, their settlement included Aruna herself, 2 Memu leaders, Klaus, 12 elderly women led by Maya, and Senai and Iken. The buildings included yurts, a warehouse, a toilet, a well, a square, a meeting place, and a small enclosure. Eldan warned that it was not just a matter of population growth and insisted the village truly needed more food. He explained that if an emergency occurs and supplies run out, the consequences will be catastrophic, warned that winter is closer than it seems, and Eldan said it would be bad if preparations do not start now. Diaz accepted the truth and knew this had to be avoided at all costs. If the village reached the brink of starvation, Aruna, the children, and Francis and Francois would suffer most. The thought was unbearable. He replied firmly that for everyone's sake, he would go hunting and try to bring back as many buffaloes as possible. Eldan added that people should not eat only meat and warned that an unbalanced diet can harm their health. In addition to meat, they should gather a variety of vegetables and greens, and Diaz agreed, acknowledging it was true and suggesting they perhaps sow the field and plant the beds. Eldan explained this was not quite what he had in mind. The field had difficult soil, and despite many attempts, only grass had ever grown there. Many people had already tried to cultivate it, but had not succeeded. Diaz said firmly that the result could not be known without trying it himself, and Eldan smiled slightly, thinking Diaz was really going for it. Recognizing and respecting that quality, he promised to help Diaz in every way so Diaz could succeed. Grateful, Diaz thanked him sincerely and promised to do everything he could to make it happen. Then he woke, sat up a little, and wondered if it had been a dream. As morning arrived, he greeted Aruna and she calmly wished him good morning. Meanwhile, the grandmothers began whispering among themselves, surprised to find Aruna in an unusually good mood today. Some of them, ironically, suggested that the previous night might have been special for her. Klaus soon came over, asked Diaz for a minute, and showed him a small bat he had found on his morning patrol. He said the creature was probably flying with its flock when it was attacked, shot down, and the others likely flew off, leaving it behind. DS studied the mouse with interest and noted he had never seen that species before. Cloud said he was seeing it for the first time too. DS advised being extra careful next time, and Clouds agreed. Diaz noted to himself that the weather had been clear that morning, the sky cloudless, and they were having breakfast under the open blue vault. During the meal, he asked everyone there various questions. He asked whether anything was bothering them or whether the exercise was straining them. Their answers were encouraging. No one complained. Maya and the other grandmothers looked much healthier than before. This was possible because of the medicinal herbs Aruna gathered and prepared. Every day, they ate food rich in healing properties and took medicinal baths. Even Diaz noticed his health improving, realizing that, compared to Aruk village, Cajun village used far more resources, especially medicine. He asked Aruna how she obtained such a large supply of medicinal herbs. She said the herbs are either hand-picked or bought from vendors, but mostly they grow them themselves, and Diaz was surprised because he did not know there was a field in Cajun for growing such herbs. Aruna said they have no permanent field because they live a nomadic life. For that reason, they grow the medicinal herbs in pots that are easy to move when needed. Diaz proposed plowing the land and starting local food production to ensure a stable, safe life for all villagers. He asked Aruna sincerely to teach him how to grow medicinal herbs because he wanted a special plot for them, and Aruna apologized, said she did not know the exact methods, and told him to consult the matriarch to learn the details and do it correctly. At the Cajun matriarch's home, Moru said plowing the field seemed impossible and that no one knew the exact reason crops would not grow there. She said that long ago her ancestors used special farming equipment that let them grow crops in this soil, but that valuable equipment was lost after the war. Morrow said it would not be hard to teach Diaz to grow medicinal herbs, and though some called it difficult, she added she could try if she wanted. She thought training was almost unnecessary. Everything was quite simple. You had to take the so-called stone used as plant fertilizer and break it into small pieces together with animal bones. Mix the resulting blend thoroughly into the soil and let it sit for a while. Then plant the seeds or roots of medicinal plants, because skipping this step will make the herbs grow poorly or not at all. Diaz realized the clansman had taken a valuable stone and crushed it, mixing it with ordinary soil, and feared cultural differences would make it hard to get help from others. Morrow said that even trying to grow vegetables would be almost a miracle. Regular plowing and sowing could still produce useless results. For example, potatoes and soybeans might sprout in pots, but then immediately dry up. Perhaps those who live in the forest would know better. Diaz asked about the people in the forest, and Morrow explained that because they lived so far from civilization, they had deep knowledge of plants and farming. It was said that when they waved their hands, even the most barren land would begin to turn green, and she admitted she had never seen them in person. Concluding her explanation, she said that if Diaz had truly mastered the business and knew how to grow it, he should be able to teach them too, and she asked to create a field for growing for everyone, which was her cherished desire. Diaz promised to help with enthusiasm, saying he had always intended to share his knowledge if he succeeded, and would teach them and others, so everyone in the village would have a mountain of potatoes. Moru respectfully acknowledged Diaz glowing with blue light. Looking forward to his success, she said even Diaz and Aruna's future children would be waiting for it. She said ironically that they would need medicinal herbs to have children. Diaz felt a little embarrassed, and Moro insisted it was important and that he should definitely tell Aruna. Later, Diaz came home earlier than usual. I met and greeted him, and he announced he was back. The girls ran up to him and impatiently asked him to show them what he had brought. Diaz showed them the stones and asked if they liked them. Sheena looked confused, while Ekin, uninterested, said they were boring. Sinai rejected the stones. I could see how many there were. Then we both suggested playing and ran on. Aruna greeted Diaz warmly and asked what kind of stones he had. Diaz, slightly confused, said they just looked beautiful to him. Aruna decided at a glance that the stones were not magical. She said magical stones must have an innate power and be charged with energy, and magicians can sense that power instinctively even when the stones look alike. So anyone with magic would spot a fake right away, and Diaz admitted he did not sense any magic in these stones. He asked if Ishin and Sinai had any magic. Aruna said the girls were very smart for their age and already had a small amount of magic, and if they worked hard, they could become very powerful mages who might even surpass the matriarch. Diaz was stunned to realize these two hid such incredible talent and knew that no matter which path they chose, their future would be bright and that one day they would spread their wings and become the greatest mages in the open world. Sinai suddenly saw something coming and said he would shout to warn everyone. Soon, Diaz saw a huge flock of bats and ordered everyone into the tent. Klaus answered at once, assuming it was the same pack that had suffered in the morning and now wanted revenge. Though small, their numbers made them dangerous, and spears and axes were of little use. Diaz began to fight and killed several mice with just a few blows. Klaus thought to himself that Diaz was doing incredibly well, much better than he was. Both take an active part in the fight. A huge bat soon appeared, and Diaz realized it was the pack leader. Aruna supported him with her voice, encouraged him, and used magic to weaken the leader. Without flinching, he decapitated the leader with one blow. Aruna said this species, called the blind bat, was highly sensitive to sound. A magical voice could confuse them, and they were so small that even children could fight them off. Diaz thanked Aruna, admitting she had saved him. Her magical voice surprised him. Aruna replied sheepishly that she could not resist because such a large flock was a rare find. Diaz asked what the monsters were called, but said he could not hear well because of the ringing in his ears. Aruna leaned over and whispered in his ear, but Diaz couldn't hear her, so he asked in confusion, and she didn't answer. He noticed that Klaus had been caught in the crossfire and was unconscious. Diaz said, with genuine delight, that he had finished the task he began. He realized 5 days had already passed since Mori gave him the magic stone, and he'd been working hard to grind it. And only now was the work finally coming to an end. This achievement let him start a long-planned project, cultivating the land he and Aruna called the Field of Dreams, and he decided the first step was to divide it into sections and then begin working the soil. Suddenly, Aruna reported feeling someone approaching from the west. Her sensitive horn again detected several people, many horses, and something else that did not resemble a person or an animal. Diaz planned to go alone, but Aruna insisted on going with him because she was alarmed by an unidentified creature moving with the approaching group. Aruna's presence gave Diaz calm and confidence. He felt much safer with her nearby. With alarm in her voice, Aruna said they would soon see approaching figures. Diaz peered through his monocle, and excitement in his voice recognized Camelot accompanying the caravan of Eldon's servants. Aruna sternly pointed out that you should not call out an acquaintance's name loudly when meeting them. And then Diaz noticed something strange moving behind Camelot, white animals he had not seen before, which Aruna's, looking through her monocle, saw were pulling a cart loaded with things. Many guards surrounded the cart, and the cargo looked heavy and important. She realized this was what caused the strange inner feeling she had mentioned earlier. Diaz continued to think about the animals. They looked like black bulls, but people called them white bulls, which confused him. He noted that the name Black Bull was easier to remember and might use it for them. Aruna pointed to the second carriage and saw small shadows moving inside, cautious as if someone was watching them. Worried, she suggested the creatures might be spies. Diaz said he would approach Camelot himself to learn what he was carrying in the cart. Inside one of the wagons, the beasts talked about their past and present. One of them said he had once been captured by slave hunters and, afraid of the unknown, climbed into a wagon bound for the desert. After everything that had happened, he hoped he could return home one day. While they talked, the beasts decided to take some beans with them, thinking the food might be useful later. One of them sharply asked the other why she was sharing food, and she answered that they had extra weight and could spare some, while another feared the supplies might run out on the long journey and leave them at risk. A discussion broke out about the need for food and the wagon's direction, and during it, one of the animals pointed out that the wagon was going west, not toward the southern desert, as had been claimed, which caused a strong reaction as some realized they had been deceived, and the route did not match the earlier plan. A suspicion grew that the trip's purpose was not to return to the desert, but something more important, possibly connected to the figure called the Dragon Slayer, and they concluded that defeating this powerful enemy would earn them recognition for their strength and standing. A quarrel broke out among the beasts. One admitted he had shared his knowledge and help with the group because he believed they were heading back to the desert, and when he found out their real target was the Dragon Slayer, he felt cheated. Some beasts warned that the Dragon Slayer might even be stronger than the dragon, and that fighting him would only end in death. Others dismissed the doubts as lies and said those people deserve punishment, persuading many they were above ordinary humans, even the Dragon Slayer. They answered the call to humiliate their enemies, then returned to the desert with the supplies and glory they had won, and vowed to devote themselves fully to that cause. When Camelot ordered the carts to stop, he greeted Diaz and Aruna warmly, thanked them for meeting him, and said he had brought the very goods Eldon had promised. The beasts saw Diaz, recognized him as the Dragon Slayer, and shouted in surprise. Diaz acknowledged Camelot's return, and though polite, said he firmly intended to ask him an important question. Panic spread through the wagon, and the beasts cried in despair as they realized they could not beat such an opponent. At that moment, Diaz spotted something suspicious inside the cart. A moment later, the beast leapt from the cart and rushed at Diaz, screaming that the time had come to kill him while he was defenseless. Diaz was amazed to see that these mouse-like creatures could speak. At the decisive moment, Aruna intervened, and with astonishing speed, drove back all the attackers. She turned to Diaz reproachfully and accused him of being too careless. Diaz replied calmly that she had handled the attackers with little effort. Aruna suggested the approaching creatures could be Camelot's friends and should not be destroyed. When she spoke, the mice immediately objected, denied any friendship with the man they called a stranger, and said they feared the woman they found terrible, accusing the people of mocking the desert dwellers and angrily calling them scoundrels. Diaz openly and confidently said he thought Aruna was the most beautiful girl on earth and promised he would not let anyone insult her. Camelot arrived, furious and demanding to know what had happened in the last few minutes, made it clear he was angry that anyone defended the two beasts and ordered all those stupid mice to be caught without exception. The mice trapped in the bag shouted that reinforcements had arrived and complained about people's cruelty. They cursed Diaz, called him the Dragon Slayer, and blamed him for all their troubles. Komla bowed respectfully and, on behalf of everyone, expressed deep regret to Diaz and Aruna for the inconvenience and trouble they had caused. He said that if he could apologize properly, he would do so at the highest level without hesitation. Diaz tried to calm him and said an apology was not needed. Camelot, however, insisted that as Eldon's representative, he could not refuse to apologize if his subjects had caused harm. Camelot said he considered it his duty because it involved those under his protection. Diaz clarified whom Camelot meant by subjects. Those were the small creatures Camelot saw as ordinary animals. Diaz began to realize this might concern Jujun. Thoughts linked into a chain in his head as he began to see the difference between Jujin and Ajin. Camelot explained there are several peoples. those with bodies like humans, those with a beast-like appearance, and those whose bodies fully resemble animals. He said that despite a bestial look, groups with an established culture and the ability to speak are called Jujin and have equal status to Ajin. Diaz realized he finally understood when a memory of a myth his parents had told him surfaced, saying speech was a gift from God given only to humans, and he remembered they had said only humans could speak, so if mice could talk, they would be considered humans. The conclusion was obvious. These creatures were dull. Camelot explained this race is called racing-eared mice, and said they call themselves desert dwellers, though other races also live in the desert. Diaz was surprised to learn he had never heard of deserts within Eldon's domain before. Camelot explained the so-called desert homeland was a band of land stretching from the kingdom's southern tower to a belt farther south, and that the mice called that region their homeland. Diaz said he once felt slave hunters were in the area. He recalled Eldon's promise to the desert dwellers that once they could live independently, they would be allowed to return to their native desert. That promise sparked the confrontation. Despite criticism and open rebellion, Eldon continued to treat them like family and offered genuine support. Camelot confirmed that once Eldon became their feudal lord, the Jujini began to believe the day of returning to the desert was near. Aruna said Camelot had turned blue, though it had been white, so it could be forgiven and let go, but she warned the mice were bright red, and if they came back, she would not hold back. He recalled mentioning this earlier, and said Camelot need not apologize so deeply because the feelings expressed were enough, and if Camelot still insisted, he would accept the apology. He acknowledged the mice's behavior was a problem, warned he would not be lenient if it happened again, asked Camelot to be careful, and ordered him to carry out punishment for those responsible. Camelot thanked Diaz and promised that he understood everything. A guard dog reported they had finished searching the area, but the smell of mice was everywhere, so they could not find them. He added that the large quantity of spices in the cart made the search harder. Camelot decided to check the cart personally. Diaz suspected Camelot had looked inside, and in the end, nothing suspicious was found. The test was over. All the mice were sent back to Eldon to be questioned about the attack. The investigation took priority over immediate punishment. Diaz suddenly recalled the Camelot's guards mentioning something about spices. He remembered that as far as he knew, they were supposed to bring agricultural tools. Camelot handed him the letter and apologized, saying he had forgotten to explain everything because of the mice incident. He added that the instruments were still being prepared, and their delivery depended on the spices, and asked him to be sure to read the letter. The letter to Diaz began with a respectful, warm greeting, and Eldin Kazda wrote that the message was about the same tools they had recently discussed, noting that they are currently giving Diaz everything they can. Eldon said he was confident this would be enough, and would send another batch at once if it was not, adding that some spices were included with the instruments since spices are a specialty of his region, and he hoped they would suit Diaz and his companions. The letter also said the carts and horses that carried the goods now belonged to Diaz. Eldon wrote with hope that from now on the two fiefdoms would begin open, productive, and free dialogue and trade. He said their last conversation was very useful and inspiring. Eldon said he was looking forward to the next meeting. Diaz felt grateful at that moment and silently thanked him for his generosity. The letter said everything was a gift and required no payment, and Eldon stressed he saw this as a sign of friendship and asked them to accept the gifts without hesitation. Camelot said Eldon regretted that Diaz had no barn and would have given horses and cattle if he did, so they prepared building materials in case a barn was needed. Diaz was surprised by the stable, but Camelot calmly told him to stay composed and put his team in charge of the construction. Diaz felt that merely accepting such gifts would not repay Eldon properly. He decided the best response was to hand over the raw materials taken from the Earth Dragon, since that would be a fitting and useful return. Camelot offered that from now on, Diaz and his companions could use one of the provided carts for travel because the carts now belonged to them. He added that it was a great opportunity to learn to drive a carriage, especially with an experienced driver who would help someone master the skill quickly. Deeply moved, Aruna turned to Diaz in disbelief and, her voice trembling, said they really had horses now. Diaz confirmed it, pointing to 4 horses standing nearby. Aruna burst into joyful shouts, saying they now had 4 horses, and her heart had never felt so happy. And Diaz thought about how important horses are in people's lives. He concluded that for people under constant threat, horses were essential for fighting and getting around, and that a fast horse was very valuable while owning many showed wealth. Although Aruna's family knew how to care for horses, they were poor and had to rent horses from other households. Diaz wondered if Aruna was thinking about her family now, since her heart was likely full of many emotions. Aruna said that since childhood, she had dreamed of being a woman from a horse-owning family, that she had always thought Diaz was brave and longed for the day they would have their own horses, and that she could not imagine her dream would come true so soon. Diaz tried to answer, but had no time, as Aruna loudly thanked him, calling him her husband and saying she would take care of the horses and drive the carts. He tried to calm her, but she continued to react violently and loudly, declared that from now on, all the work would be her responsibility. At that moment, Diaz felt Aruna hug him with the force of 100 horses, and he remembered it had happened before, and again concluded she was unlikely to let him go soon. One of the mice hiding nearby noticed, alarmed, that it had grown quiet, wondered if human hunting had finally stopped, and remembered with apprehension how she had hidden herself, thinking she would soon be found. But when she realized she was still safe, she decided to run away. Trying to leave, the mouse found to her horror that something heavy was blocking the exit, and she could not open it. So she cried out in fear for help, hoping someone would hear and save her. Sinai showed Ishin the jar of tea leaves with excitement and said she had received them from Diaz, adding that she had brought some for Ishin as well. And Ishin sniffed the tea and found its scent pleasant. Sinai paused and wondered if the seeds and tea leaves were the same, and H agreed and added that both her mother and father loved tea. Maya told Diaz to hold on tight, and when he was ready to give the command to go, noting the white bull they used was already trained for fieldwork, so there should be no problems, and Diaz gave the start command with slight excitement and was surprised to find everything going well. A plow came to mind, and he was amazed that it could both plow the land and remove weeds, making the work much faster. Jiruchi's grandmother said that after plowing, they should wait a few days before sowing the seeds. Diaz noticed the field was divided into 2 parts. His side had soil mixed with rock fertilizer, powder, leaves, and water, and the other side used ash from burnt plants and water. He remembered that in the village where Chiruchi's grandmother lived, they used ash as fertilizer and decided to try it too. Chiruchi remembered people had thought nothing would grow in this field, but she suggested they try and start digging a reservoir before the seeds were sown. Diaz was surprised by the offer because he thought the water was fine for now. Chiruchi explained that although there is enough water now, the village river is shallow and can dry up in summer, and the well will meet household needs but may not fully irrigate the field, so a reservoir must be built to secure future harvests. He agreed and firmly confirmed that the reservoir would be built. Chiruchi praised him for his resourcefulness and prompt response. Sina ran up and asked whether Diaz had finished plowing the field. I can repeat her words, asking if he was done with the work. Diaz said not yet, estimated it would take another 2 or 3 days, and asked if that was why they had come. Semi said Aruna had prepared lunch and asked them to call DS. HN confirmed Aruna was calling him. DS thanked both girls for their care and attention. The girls' behavior struck him as a little strange. Aishin quietly asked Diaz if he was tired because the work in the field was hard. Diaz said no, the work was not difficult. She added that if he didn't succeed, he would be upset. He admitted he might be upset, but if the result turned out to be useless, he'd accept it as fact. And HN hesitated before saying that if she and Sinai were hiding something, Diaz would be upset. He admitted he'd be upset if it turned out to be something bad, but if it was harmless, he would not mind, since everyone has their own little secrets. Diaz grew uneasy when their questions seemed unrelated to him, and when he called the girls by name, they had already run off to play, so he kept worrying about their behavior. Whenever he could, he asked if something was wrong, but got no answer. Aruna tried too, but couldn't find out anything. Villagers came to ask the girls, but both stayed silent. Diaz grew increasingly worried about a possible secret and watched the girls closely, but found nothing odd in their behavior. He began to think it might be just an age thing, and that children have their own secrets. And over time, he stopped returning to those questions. Aruna said it had been 3 days since the field was plowed, showed seeds of a fast-growing medicinal herb called yamoshi, and added that if all went well, the first shoots could appear as early as tomorrow. This will be a good chance to test the field's fertility. Diaz thanked her and looked forward to the next day. At that moment, Klaus came over and reported that Camelot's team had finished building the stable. Diaz was surprised because he knew construction had only started 3 days earlier. He realized the secret to such fast construction was using pre-made materials that only needed to be assembled on site. This method proved very convenient because the structure can be easily assembled, disassembled, and adjusted to the herd size. And DS said neighboring regions might also use similar technology. He thanked Camelot for his help. Camelot replied modestly that they were just following instructions from Eldan. Dia said he had prepared a gift and hoped Camelot would accept it if he had no objection. Camelot asked with interest what gift they meant. When Diaz mentioned the material taken from the Earth Dragon, everyone accompanying Camelot grew afraid, and Camelot awkwardly smiled and made excuses, saying they could not accept such a large and important gift as so much dragon material. One attendant asked suspiciously what the gift was for and suggested Diaz might be up to something. Diaz apologized for acting so suddenly. He realized his gift had been treated less as a true gift and more as an item held for safekeeping that could be used for profit. They only accepted it after signing the official agreement to transfer the materials. The next morning, Camelot reported that all business was finished, and they were returning, thanked Diaz for his concern, and Diaz replied with genuine respect that he should be the one expressing gratitude since Camelot and his people had given them such vital help. He recalled that when they first met, they could not even greet each other properly. Only gradually did they start to understand one another. Now, the parting felt almost like regret. Akin and Sin could not hold back their tears. Aruna saw this and gently urged them to stop crying, promising that if they calmed down, they could play with the horses, and added that if they slowed down, even the horses might start crying. Diaz thought about the question of gender. Diaz checked and saw nothing had sprouted. Aruna called him over to show the result. Diaz said it was no problem since he hadn't expected immediate success. He suggested they probably hadn't waited long enough after plowing and should try again. The following day, the situation was the same, so Diaz decided the fertilizer might be too little and added a bit more. By the third day, there were still no sprouts. Suspecting the fertilizer was insufficient, he promised himself to make an even larger batch. By the fourth day, the result was 0 again. So Diaz firmly decided to increase the amount of fertilizer 2 or even 3 times, and Aruna could no longer take it and told him to stop and rest, explaining that endless mixing of fertilizers would not help and that the field was probably not suitable for growing after all. Diaz conceded she might be right, saying life brings failures, and, despite wasted seeds, people should not lose hope, but instead focus their efforts elsewhere. Meanwhile, Shanae and I watched his actions. Shanae quietly turned to her friend and asked what they should do now. I can say she wanted to help Diaz, but did not know what to do. She thought of her mother. A voice called for help. I shouldn't have been surprised to hear it. Senna heard it too, and we both realized it sounded unfamiliar, so Senna said it was definitely a call for help and suggested we go check it out. Locked in a warehouse, she begged for help and to be released, saying she had been there for about a week and was at her breaking point despite being able to survive days without water. She admitted she regretted not asking the Dragon Slayer for help. Her calls kept going out, hoping someone would hear her. Sinai confirmed someone was calling. I had to assume the voice came from the warehouse. The mouse screamed that she was trapped inside the chest and could not open the lid because something heavy was on top. Sinai told her they would help now, but she could not do it alone. Aiken warned that removing the bags might spill their contents, and the mouse, worried for them, apologized and asked them not to risk their health, suggesting they call the adults. Sanae said the adults were busy with work and couldn't call them, and the mouse, still worried, said it would be awful if the girls were hurt and that she could wait a little longer. The girls decided to finish the job and said there was very little left. When they moved the last heavy object, the mouse thanked them with all her heart. She said being locked up was extremely difficult, and now they have become her real saviors. So I introduced myself and asked the rescued woman's name. I smiled at him and praised the mouse's glasses. The mouse thanked her for the compliment and said the glasses were handmade, like the book she was holding. Sinai asked who she was and what gender she was. The mouse said it was a Jujan named Ima from the racing mouse tribe. Jaraboa said she was a woman. On the field, Aruna shouted for Diaz to stop, while Diaz said he was thinking of moving. Aruna said he already looked like a slave and told him to stop torturing himself. Sinai wanted to know why Ima was locked there. I suggest she may have been punished for some misdeeds. Ima said her situation had nothing to do with punishment, and her story was long, and even if others did not fully understand it, there was nothing scary about it, since her acquaintances were captured when they tried to attack Diaz-sama, and she had only been nearby by chance, with no part in their actions. Her resemblance to the detainees made her fear being mistaken for an attacker and blamed for trying to harm Diaz-sama, so she panicked and ran, jumping into the first chest she found to hide. Soon, heavy objects were placed on the chest, so she could not get out. She was locked inside, and that is how things unfolded. After that explanation, Senai wondered whether Emma was an enemy and whether Emma disliked Diaz. Emma clarified that up to that point, she had not had any personal conversations with Diaz and could not be considered either his ally or his enemy, and Senai said they wanted to consult with Emma on an important matter. I added that it was crucial to keep it secret, so Diaz and the others would not learn the conversation's content, because everything they planned to discuss was confidential, and Emma suggested they speak with someone they trusted more than her. Sani said that in the whole village no one was suitable for the task. There were few half-humans, and the only ones left, Aruna, Francis, and Francois, could not be trusted to keep the secret because they might tell Diaz. Ima understood how serious it was and said she was clearly aware. Later, Sanae said Diaz tried every day to make a field but could not, and I can explain he failed because nothing grew there since the land lacked the force needed for growth. She said they could do something with the barren land, but that power was not meant for humans. Her parents warned me not to tell anyone, because if people learned of it, they would use and abuse it for their own gain. Her parents insisted that no one should see them use this force, and this became the last promise Ancient and her sister made to them. Sine said that despite all this, they really want to help Diaz. Ishin said that because Ima is not human, she can learn that power, and they are willing to share it with her. Ima grew interested and asked for more details so she could understand it better, and Ancient asked if the situation was clearer to Ima. Ima said she needed a little time to think about everything she had heard, then spoke aloud to clarify that she understood Senai and Iken to be representatives of the forest people. Senai confirmed they were forest dwellers, and Iken added that their people protect and study the forest. Ima continued, saying the forest people not only live in the forest, but protect it, and then become part of it, adding that the word become has a special meaning for members of their race. Jai-en agreed, and explained that when forest dwellers die, they pass their powers and knowledge into a seed. These seeds are planted in important places and over time grow into a forest. Ima thought that before death, forest dwellers give their seed to a loved one so they can become a forest through him. Whoever receives such a seed must protect and nurture it so a new section of forest will grow from it. Once the seed becomes a tree, it is like a tombstone you can touch and read the thoughts it holds. Ima saw it as a living book that could pass on knowledge. She compared the tree to a family tree with a blood bond to its people, learned that the forest folk lived there to guard these living books, and discovered the twin sisters had two powers. One speeds the growth of trees and herbs by spreading magical energy, and the other creates barriers that protect against miasma and disease, both meant only for the forest's cultivation and protection. After Enma took it all in, she asked if she was still right for their business, and Senai happily confirmed she was a perfect fit, called her smart, and showed genuine joy. Ima thought the twin sisters were still too young to create a full forest, so for now they could only form a small barrier over the field to let the fruits grow, and with daily use, their powers would rapidly strengthen. The barrier was small, but it could stop disease, making it a remarkable show of power, and Ima realized that if the human race discovered this magic, it would lead to serious consequences, which is why their parents had asked them to keep it top secret, and Ima now understood their motives. She spoke up and doubted their decision to live with Diaz, saying it would be wiser to hide their power from humans, and Sene admitted they had been genuinely afraid of Diaz at first and had planned to run away immediately to fulfill their promise to their parents. When they met Diaz, his hands were surprisingly soft and gentle, and his voice was so kind it reminded them of their parents, though he still had an unpleasant smell. Iken agreed with her sister, saying that even though he smelled bad, he was much kinder than the frogman they'd met before. His kindness made them want to stay with him. The other villagers were kind to them too, despite Diaz's smell. They believed he was someone they could trust with their secret, and that he would not misuse what he had been told. Emma said she understood their feelings and motives. She thought it over and concluded the sisters were trying to keep their promise to their parents, but also genuinely wanted to help Diaz, so they needed to consult someone who could help them cooperate without breaking the covenant. Later, Emma said out loud that the Earth's power here was too weak to create a proper fertile field without the forest dwellers' help. Senai explained that the local soil literally sucks all its energy away. Even if you fill it with magic, the energy fades quickly and the result is zero again. So you must create a magical barrier to stop it. Ichin said that if a barrier exists, things will be fine and the situation will improve. Ima then considered what phenomenon was depleting the soil and suggested that if they could determine its nature, they might be able to do something about it. Sini admitted they don't have a precise answer to this question. I can also say they don't know what's happening, but they suspect the phenomenon could be caused by some kind of child. Senate said they thought it might be some kind of being, but feared that if it kept acting, the land would become barren sand. Ichan added that then there would be no food left for Francis or the other inhabitants. Ima thought the girls had told her their guess, but their voices sounded uncertain, and their tone suggested someone was deliberately causing the phenomenon, though she supposed that explanation was almost certainly impossible. Poor crop growth likely stemmed from both the soil and natural environmental barriers. She concluded the land was not going to become a desert. It was simply unsuitable for farming. Since a magical barrier was possible, she could not rule out that the problem came from a disease or miasma from some monster, so she had to quickly figure out how to use the barrier without attracting attention. Ima suggested using the barrier covertly so Diaz and the others would not notice it. Sine said that was impossible because Diaz was always in the field. H&N added that after finishing work in the field, they went to bed. Ima then suggested trying it in the middle of the night while everyone slept. Seni said it wouldn't work because they'd be asleep then too. I confirmed they wouldn't be able to wake up in time. Ima offered to wake the girls herself, saying that despite how she looked, she was very good at finding her way at night and could lead them the right way, and assured them that if they showed her their house, she would find it. The girls agreed happily and admitted it was right to consult Ima, and Ima realized they were very worried and was glad she had listened to them until the end. After that, she suggested they move on to a plan of action, starting by calming down a bit, because flashy behavior could reveal their intentions to outsiders, and the girls quickly agreed, saying they were just going for a night walk to avoid suspicion, while Ima felt anxiety growing inside her. During the night, she woke relieved to find herself alive and noticed the twins had made a small hole she could crawl through. Suddenly spotting the dragon slayer, she knew she had to be extra careful not to be seen by him. She also noticed Diaz had been working a lot in the field lately, and as the girls warned, he smelled strong. Later, Emo woke the girls, identified herself, and gently told them to get up so they could go to the field and help Diaz, warning that if they did not hurry, morning would come and there would be no time to help. The girls woke up asking what was happening and complaining that it was dark and scary. Ima asked what they usually did when they needed to use the toilet. The girls said they always walked with DS and Aruna, who held their hands or carried them. Ima realized that with her, the girls could not feel the same confidence and calm. During the conversation, Aishin said the object she was holding was their mother's seat, and Sene had their father's seat, and Sene added that holding these seeds made them feel better, as if their mother and father were helping them stay in a good mood. I should explain that their parents liked black tea, and the tea felt like a way to be close to them. Sometimes the girls would hold the seeds and pretend they were talking to them. Emma realized that having the seeds gave the girls a sense of connection to their parents and inner strength. I can ask Emma to wait a bit. Standing to the side, Emma inspected the field Diaz had worked so diligently on and found it looked normal with no obvious problems. Meanwhile, the girls began to read spells or prayers, and a light rose to envelop them, then slowly faded as if sinking into the ground. Ima watched with admiration at how beautiful it was. A soft light glowed and then faded, as if it had sunk into the earth. After finishing the ritual, the girls oddly announced the barrier was in place and that they could now sleep in the yurt. Ema couldn't believe they had finished the job so quickly and were already heading back, and she realized her role was over. Finding herself between the girls, Emo politely asked them to let her go because she feared the delay would draw attention. The girls had already fallen asleep and did not release her, leaving her confused as she realized she was still held in their embrace, so she began to insist on being let go. Meanwhile, in Kosdex, inside a tavern in Melangau City, several beastmen discussed the latest rumors, saying Elden Summer planned to go to the royal capital to meet the king and receive the title of Lord. One of them said Elden planned to give the magic stone taken from the Earth Dragon to its slayer, confident the king would be pleased, and the beastmen agreed this would bring a more stable and peaceful era to Kazdex. They noticed it was rare for a human to be close to half-humans, which raised suspicions, and someone suggested the Dragon Slayer had a half-human wife who loved him deeply and often walked with him, attracting attention. He was surprised to learn his wife belonged to a horned race, implying she may be descended from rhinoceros people. One of the beastmen remarked wryly that a man could fall in love with a member of the rhinoceros race. They also saw an ad recruiting new residents for the Dragonslayer village, which said food and shelter would be provided to everyone regardless of race, except criminals, and the dog people were interested. The conversation then turned to the attack by the long-eared mice, which was carried out by a man who said he represented a supposedly non-existent race of monkey men, and everyone was confused because no one there had heard of such a race. Other groups soon appeared, saying this man was the one who started them. He was tall and wrapped in black from head to toe, his face and body hidden. The man in black silently cursed the beastman, who wouldn't fall for his tricks, even for gold. He could only fool gullible mice, and even among them there were no worthy performers. Regretting the wasted poison, he vowed to kill Diaz one day. In the eastern kingdom of Sansahurif, the Knights Post reviewed reports of defectors from Diana Somas's faction, and a guard warned this could mark the end of their political influence. Talk shifted to Maisa Sama's faction, losing Duke Kazdex, who controlled the western trade zone, and to who would be the next heir to the throne. Richard Summer was seen as a possible candidate, but no one was sure. Isabel Summer and Elena Summer did not inspire confidence. People also discussed which faction the Duke of Kazdex had joined. A knight reported the Duke had died of illness, and authority had passed to his second son. The second son was believed to have stayed away from Mazusama's faction, and the eldest was also rumored to have died of illness. This sparked speculation about an epidemic among the nobility. They agreed the second son's choice could decide future policy, noted he was on good terms with Diaz since their lands were nearby, and he became Lord of Neutros Meadows, a place with a bad reputation because of rumors of a curse. Locals claimed no crops could be planted or houses built on those fields because a fire would burst out, though some called that a myth, and many feared a union between Diaz and the Duke's second son could shape the kingdom's future. Someone said that although they had never met Diaz, they had heard him called both a good guy and a man without values, and then their conversation was interrupted. The guard pointed out to the other that Diana Summer had taken most of the soldiers and left the capital, which caused surprise. One of the knights noticed she had taken about 200 soldiers and several dozen carts of provisions. They began to suspect a war might break out. Another guard thought that unlikely, since 200 men were not enough to start a full-scale war. In any case, someone had to find out what was going on. Iruna woke and saw that Sinai and Aishin had swapped places while they slept. The fact confused him, and made him wonder why that movement had happened. Ima was already cheerful and quietly greeted him, wishing him a good morning. That morning, Diaz reported several incidents in the village of Iluk and said the atmosphere was tense and disturbing, first mentioning Sinai and Ikian sleeping with a creature that resembled a long-eared mouse, and Aruna expressed annoyance, calling it unacceptable to have contact with an animal that could carry fatal diseases. He angrily declared that both girls and the long-eared mouse, who introduced herself as Ima of the long-eared jumping mice people, were punished by washing in a medicinal bath. The dove present during the conversation realized this incident was the source of the screams he had heard earlier. Diaz admitted feeling anxious and fearing a repeat of the incident, yet Aruna said there was no need to worry because Eam's skin was bright blue, and Dove, surprised by the color, quickly changed the subject and told them to forget the incident. Diaz then described a second incident where seeds sprouted in a field sown the day before. He found it natural for seeds to sprout, yet he was surprised by the perfectly even circle that formed on the plot. Though his field differed from his grandmother's and used different additives, the greenery in this circle grew as if it ignored all outside conditions. The pigeon answered with a joke, calling the story incredible, and adding that the local birds were especially noisy, likely drawn to the sprouts in the field. Diaz asked with interest if the dove understood birds, and the dove replied with a slight grin that magic of that level was beyond him and that Diaz was saying very unusual things. He then described a third incident that was less important but still sparked discussion. Senai and Aichens attempted to save Ima. By then, he had already finished cleaning out the warehouse. Still, the idea of eating beans infested with mice disgusted him. He also felt that throwing them away would waste food and was wrong. The pigeon agreed, saying that throwing away delicious beans was unwise. Despite everything that happened, Diaz told himself the morning's most important event was an unexpected visit. The pigeon that had just appeared introduced itself as Jalant, a Galuban. Jalant served Eldan Sama and headed the letter delivery department. DS was stunned to hear this. He admitted to himself the visit was unexpected and immediately wondered about the noisy commotion, suspecting something important had happened. Jalab confirmed that something urgent had happened, admitted he had forgotten to deliver an extremely important assignment, a letter with urgent demands, handed the letter over, and asked Diaz to confirm receipt. Diaz opened the letter immediately. It had 3 attachments. The first contained an apology from the people of the long-eared jumping mice and a report on a recent incident, warning that one of them might be instigating others to commit crimes and advising caution, while the second warned of alarming movements toward the royal capital, saying the third princess, Diana, had begun gathering weapons and men, and that her intentions were unknown, urging closer attention to her actions. The third letter concerned a recent recruitment notice. It said a small human dog species had shown strong interest in the settlement and appeared in larger numbers than expected. The letter closed by asking for urgent consideration of whether they should be accepted into the village. Diaz noted the letter bore a seal, making it the most important of the 3. Diaz paused and looked at Jalant to clarify what small species meant, admitting he had met many of the dog people but never heard of that subtype. Jaland began to explain that there are 2 kinds of dog people. One is the large species. Its members are smarter, stronger, bigger, and look almost human, and Diaz most likely met them. The other is the small species. These creatures resemble their ancient ancestors, are physically weaker, retain old instincts, are clumsy, and often move on all 4s, and usually have many offspring whose young grow very quickly. Gallant said the smaller species had overheard visitors from the larger species talking about the village and became interested in settling there. And when they saw an ad offering food and shelter, it likely prompted them to move there in large numbers. Diaz said that if the village truly agreed to accept this small species, he would go clarify the decision immediately and asked Gallant to wait there. Gallant showed understanding. Diaz added that anyone who wanted could eat the contents, and Gallant, curious and hopeful, took the offer seriously. Klaus, standing nearby, confirmed that nothing was wrong, and since they needed soldiers and any reinforcements would help, Maya noticed the place grow noticeably livelier and felt her mood improve. Chiruchi excused herself, saying she was busy checking the soil, and added she had no objection if Diaz agreed to the proposal. Diaz noted he later asked the other grandmothers and none had expressed dissatisfaction or protested. Everyone he had approached remained calm and approved of the situation. Diaz entered the yurt and was met by Arona, who made it clear right away that she was not angry but was speaking out of concern for everyone present, and was worried that the mouse in the yurt could be a problem. After Diaz spoke, the girls noticed the dogs, and their attention drifted from the earlier conversation. Aruna admitted it was no longer possible to teach or mentor with the same spirit in that environment. Diaz asked if the girls had said anything meaningful. Aruna replied no, they were probably still thinking about what had happened and never explained why they had slept with a mouse in their arms. He believes that if the girls did not say anything right away, they must have had a good reason, and he admitted he does not know what they are hiding, but is sure they did not intend to harm anyone. So he suggested waiting because they will most likely explain everything themselves eventually. Aruna accepted his reasoning, though her voice sounded doubtful. Diaz remembered that when he had assessed Imma's soul, its color had been bright blue. She introduced herself as one of the long-eared, jumping mice. Despite Aruna's lectures, the girls immediately befriended Ima, showing real trust. Diaz realized this mouse was different from the ones that had attacked before. Later, Diaz approached Ima to ask why she was there. A little embarrassed, Ima began to explain that her story would be long. Yolande flew off, carrying a letter for Eldan. Diaz calculated the letter should arrive by sunset that day. The document, handed over in person, confirmed acceptance of the Dog Nation representatives and included a small attached condition. In the same letter, Diaz described Ima's appearance, confirmed she was in the village, and said she planned to stay there for the foreseeable future. Later, it became clear that Emma chose to stay in Eluk village on her own. She told Diaz about her situation and family circumstances and sincerely said she wanted to live there, and Diaz then asked why she had made that choice. Emma said she wanted to stay close to Sanai and Ihan because she was moved by how they were growing up and wanted to watch that process. She stressed that despite her appearance, she can read and write, do arithmetic, and study other subjects. Emma hoped to be useful in the village with her knowledge, especially by teaching Sanai and Aikin, and promised to do everything she could, sincerely asking permission to stay, while Diaz remembered warning her that if she entered the neighboring territory, Eldon might send her back to her homeland. But Ima remained firm and unyielding. He decided to introduce her to the rest of the village, so he went to everyone and asked their opinions, and everyone approved except Aruna. Hearing this, Aruna doubted it was wise to let a mouse live in the village. Her face went sullen and wary, and Ima replied with dignity. Claiming her desert lineage, she said she was clean and should not be mistaken for other rodents. Diaz noted she objected with great confidence, and after that, Aruna agreed to accept Ima on the condition that she maintain strict personal hygiene. Ima Juraboa, the representative of the Mouse people, officially became a resident of Iluki village and joined their community. Sometime later, Diaz returned to the warehouse and was surprised to find several packages missing when he checked the supplies. A wine barrel lay hidden in the center of the storage room, and he felt uneasy about why it had been moved, so he told himself to check it carefully. Emma ran up to Diaz, excited and happy, saying she could hear everyone in the kitchen, her voice full of wonder, as she talked about the cooking, who would use the ingredients and the alcohol for the celebration, and she assumed it was all to welcome her, radiating genuine joy at the thought of a party held in her honor. Diaz, matching her enthusiasm, urged them to hurry and join in. Inside, he chuckled as he noticed Chini and her sister had once again decided to add walnuts to their meals, a habit they had not given up. Curious, Emma watched the grandmothers mix something she had never seen before, and Diaz noticed jars of sugar beside them and guessed they were making something sweet. So Emma stepped closer and politely asked if she could try what they were cooking if they would allow her. Diaz watched what was happening and felt annoyed that such large-scale preparations had been carried out behind his back without telling him anything at all. Aruna, noticing his reaction, asked with a satisfied look whether he was surprised. Diaz admitted he was genuinely amazed and asked when she had managed to arrange it all. Aruna said calmly that good events had come one after another recently, so Grandma Maya suggested holding a banquet. Because Diaz was busy, they began the preparations on their own, without waiting for permission. Aruna wanted to tell him ahead of time, but he was focused on the letter in the yurt. When Diaz failed to consult anyone and hid the wine, Aruna rightly pointed out that acting so secretly was wrong. Diaz believed the kingdom's laws allow alcohol only from age 18 because younger bodies are not ready, and alcohol can cause addiction or poisoning, and by 18 people are expected to have developed enough self-control. Diaz didn't know the Oni people's laws, but Aruna was 15, and he worried, especially after learning she had already tried alcohol, so he hid the wine, even though he knew it would make her angry. When Aruna heard his thoughts, she quickly reassured him that she was not angry at all, explaining that Diaz had acted out of concern for her. After the long time they had spent together, they had come to understand each other more deeply, and she admitted that preparing the banquet without permission had become a kind of revenge, but a soft, symbolic one. Now that they were husband and wife, she wanted them to discuss important matters together going forward, and she was upset that Diaz might think he did not have to consult her, so she said that if he was worried about her, he should say so, because as a couple, they should share everything. Dee apologized and promised to act the same way in the future. He tried to start a conversation about wine, but Aruna cut him off, saying alcohol is not harmful to the body at all and is actually beneficial. Their people are the only ones who traditionally drink komis, a nutritious remedy for illnesses, and families with horses even give it to children just weaned. Diaz heard this and was horrified, warning that giving alcohol to children is dangerous and could cause injury or death. Aruna stood on her ground, explaining that in their culture it never caused those problems, that people who did not drink were more likely to get sick, and that her family had no horses, so they used only hot water as medicine, and all her siblings, including her, were often sick as children during a difficult time. Maya watched their lively conversation and admired how well they got along. Then, a little annoyed, told them to stop chatting and offered to help with the preparations, saying they could continue talking about wine after the party. Diaz tried to object, but Maya cut him off, saying a box of wine had been found in the pantry and that it was a good reason to celebrate, and that when the representatives of the dog people arrived, they could all drink together and have fun, which was how Aruna put it. Maya said Aruna had noticed that the arrival of the dog people would limit how much alcohol Diaz could drink, so Aruna decided to throw a party right away. Giving up wine felt like a challenge to her. Diaz admitted to himself that the stubborn, emotional Aruna was real, and he knew it was his fault for not discussing the situation with her and for overlooking cultural differences, so this time he decided to ignore it all. Realizing that whenever a new species arrived in Iluk village, a new culture would form and the village would need new rules, he promised to handle it himself. As the Lord, his duty is to protect the village and make the necessary decisions, no matter who stands in his way. The current status report of Neutros's territories listed these residents: Aruna, Senai, Ichin, Tumimu, Klaus, and the grannies, including Maya, and recently added residents Ima, Jeroboa, 4 horses, and 2 white buffalo. And buildings were a yurt, a warehouse, a latrine, a well, a meeting place, and a square, with new additions of a field, a stable, and a cowshed. At the morning table, the heroes talk about a drink. Diaz notices a strange white liquid served for breakfast, and the girl explains it is kumas, a traditional fermented drink made from the mare's milk, adding that she went to the village that morning and asked the locals for some, since everyone had been talking about alcohol the night before, and when he wonders if it is too early to drink, she smiles slightly and tells him to just take a sip. One of them wonders whether this drink really contains alcohol. Diaz says, "You would have to drink a lot to get drunk, and that the drink can even be given to a child." They also emphasize that commerce is useful, strengthening health, increasing strength, aiding digestion, and even cleansing the body of disease. Diaz reflects on a recent conversation and concludes that his disagreement with Aruna came from different views of kumas. He admits he pictured a much stronger alcohol, while Aruna does not see kumas as real alcohol and therefore spoke of its health benefits. This leads him to realize that cultural differences can cause misunderstandings. The heroes decide they should discuss their customs and pasts when the time is right. The heroes noticed the village atmosphere had clearly improved, and the change seemed to affect the other villages as well, since conversations among people soon started up naturally and without effort. The girls happily reported they had a big harvest again, showed baskets of their produce, and were very pleased with the result, thanked DS Thanksenia and IHN for their help, and I am sincerely happy for them. The girls asked for their own field and to plow it. The man agreed and offered to plow a small plot for them next time. They discussed where to put it. At the end of the day, everyone agreed to finish the work and thank each other. Diaz said his grandmother, Celia, came to him and asked to talk, saying she had an idea and asking him to listen. And he later said a meeting was called that evening to discuss her proposal. Ramoselia warned that as the number of residents grew, it would become impossible to discuss everything with everyone, so she proposed choosing representatives to gather the group's views and relay them to Diaz to avoid quarrels and hasty decisions. And at the evening meeting, everyone agreed and began discussing how to implement the plan. After the discussion, Diaz would remain village head, making decisions and taking responsibility, but he could call meetings with representatives to hear villagers' views. The representatives were classed for security, Arona for Diaz's family, and Granny Maya for the common people, and Jojen was asked to represent the beastmen but refused, saying she lacked experience despite her education. The characters agree the dog people must select a representative to act on their behalf, and if more representatives are needed, the increase must follow the established rules. The meeting ran late into the night and finally ended. Noticing guests, Aruna wakes Diaz and tells him the guests have arrived. Diaz asks, surprised why they came so early. Aruna admitted she had not noticed the group approaching and that they were now very close, but she urged the party to move forward and promised to explain everything along the way. When the heroes looked into the distance, one spotted a large figure with many smaller figures before it. They guessed these were dog people. One of them said the large figures were likely Camelot and the small ones dog people. Another suggested they might have brought something with them. and shortly after one of them shouted that he had seen them. The characters watched a large group of creatures rush toward the village, including dogmen, accompanied by a giant snake-like creature, and one character was stunned, unable to understand why a huge herd of dogs and that creature were moving together. The girl identified the creature as Anaconda Rook and said it was a real monster. The man said he had never heard of human dogs taming such creatures. She replied they had not tamed it, and it had come on its own. Then she realized she had left her bow and arrows behind and called out in concern. And everyone watched the huge creature and the pack of dogs approach, aware of the danger. Panic spread when one of the dogmen was eaten by the monster, shocking everyone nearby, and someone cried that it was bad and began calling for help. Everyone froze because they had no weapons and did not know how to defend themselves. Meanwhile, Diaz ran straight at the monster to fight it. The heroine screamed his name, Diaz, and told him to stop, but it was too late and he was face to face with the monster. Without thinking, Diaz rushes in to confront the monster. A huge, snake-like creature opens its mouth and makes terrifying sounds as it prepares to strike. With strength and determination, Diaz lands a powerful blow that knocks the monster back and tears the captured beast from its jaws. Pressing the attack, he acted decisively and lunged, grabbing the beast's body at the last moment to pull the victim from its jaws. A powerful shove sent the snake-like creature back, forcing it to retreat, and the monster lost its footing and collapsed. The characters began to come to their senses, and AR noticed that, fortunately, Rook's anaconda was not poisonous. One of them asked if he was okay, and the dogman said happily that he was alive, adding that she had thought he was finished in every sense, while Aruna looked down and admitted it was her fault for forgetting her bow and arrows. The girl thanked them with a kind smile for saving her, saying a large snake had spotted them on the way and they were in danger, and adding that local residents had intervened to help them avoid trouble before asking the names of her saviors. Aruna introduced herself first and pointed to the man beside her, saying he was Diaz, her husband and the feudal lord of these lands. The stranger answered that her name was Canis and explained she looked after the little dog people for Eldan and Summer, that she had come today as their leader and that the three little people wanted to emigrate. She explains that each of them differs not only in appearance but also in character. The black-haired ones are called mastiffs, or Tibetan colors, a clan famous for courage and pride in its strength. The brown-haired ones belong to the Basanji clan, or Sanji, known for being serious and straightforward. The black and white ones, called Orson Shep, or simply Shep, are known for their curiosity and hard work. Canis explained how important the clan names were to the dog people and urged they be remembered well. Aruna finished checking the souls and confirmed Canis had a light blue aura, meaning she came with good intentions. The little representatives all had bright blue auras showing purity and sincerity, and Canis hurried to add an important point that representatives of small nations love to work and become stressed without it, so she insisted they be given at least some work and asked whether that would cause any problems. He suggested they use the horses to build a reservoir and help tend the livestock, and said some could become soldiers, carrying out night patrols, mock battles with clouds, and, if threatened, joining real battles. Announcing the job offers, Diaz delighted the dog people's representatives, who reacted so wildly that others had to calm them. He stepped in and calmly asked everyone to lower their voices, and gradually the noise died down as the dog people sat and waited for further instructions. Diaz introduced himself formally as the feudal lord of this plain, Diaz and Aruna sat down respectfully before their new acquaintances, drawing an enthusiastic response from representatives of all three clans. Canis was impressed by his manner and surprised by how freely and respectfully he spoke with the dog people. Despite being a human feudal lord, she thought he was truly unusual. The first, a large Tibetan named Marf, offered to serve as a soldier with his clan, spoke politely, and Diaz smiled and asked him not to be so formal, saying he was glad to meet him. Then the head of the Besenji clan, who gave his name as Serdeo and later as Sardio, said his clan wanted to start work right away, such as building a reservoir or similar projects, and Diaz also stressed that there are elderly people among his people, like Graham and Maya, so they should be given attention and care. In this scene, the Shep clan leader, Reichardt Gord Funjar Adi Orson Shep, asked to be called simply Shep, happily said he wanted to help care for the clan's horses and asked about any sheep in the village, and A.R. Yuna entrusted them with the cattle, which delighted all the Sheps. Diaz explained there were no sheep in the village, only similar animals, and suggested Shep look after the horses. Chef agreed happily. Aruna then introduced herself as Diaz's wife and greeted the Mastiff leader, who replied politely while the clans watched and admired, noting Diaz had a young, beautiful wife, which made A.R. Una smile contentedly and left D.S. a little embarrassed. There are 30 Shep clan members, 25 Besaji, and 23 Mastiffs, and Diaz planned to assign tasks gradually so no one would be overloaded, while Connors watched and grew doubtful about making human dogs into soldiers, noting their paws are not suitable for weapons and many of them are physically weak. And Diaz thought about how to explain his plans to her, realizing that Canis was worried about her people and did not want them treated as mere labor. Klaus was one of the soldiers Diaz thanked for the patrol. Diaz introduced Canis, saying Klaus was their soldier and that Canis led the dog people. After a brief surprise, Klaus greeted Canis politely and Canis smiled back. A subtle tension hangs between Canis and the soldier, with clouds, flowers, and glitter giving their looks a romantic tinge. And Aruna immediately realized something was happening while Diaz did not notice anything. In Obaki, people ask their grandmothers what to do. Girls join adults to gather special stones, roots, leaves, and fertility items. Each stone has a different power. One strengthens roots, another helps leaves grow, and a third acts as a fertilizer. They believe a tree will grow only when all three forces are united. 10 days after the dog people arrived in Iluk, they have joined village life and taken on duties like fetching water from the well. The girls use the skills their parents taught them, including how to work with magic stones, and they have already begun to cultivate their own plots of land. Regarding salvation, Canis's prediction that human dogs would be clumsy proved wrong. They have shown themselves very capable, confidently tending horses, using tools with skill, and handling tasks easily. Clouds began organized training, calling the first group into coordinated action while Diaz and Canis watched approvingly. One Mastiff lunges forward with incredible speed, showing its strength and precise agility as it attacks the training target and suddenly closes on Klaus, who watches in amazement and realizes how serious and powerful a blow can be even in a training fight. A Mastiff pinned him to the ground, and Klaus, lying beneath, acknowledged their victory and praised them for reacting faster. He was glad to see their progress. The scene also reminds the viewer that Klaus is no ordinary warrior. He survived the war, earned the nickname Klaus the Decapitator for killing enemy generals, and proved to be an exceptionally powerful fighter. DS wrestles with how to explain to Canis his decision to make human dog soldiers, so he opts to show her the results and hopes she sees them for herself. Diaz remembered meeting talking, hostile human dogs with special abilities during the war, which made him see adult human dogs as potentially useful allies. He believed the plane was safe now, and if anyone appeared, it would only be petty thieves from the outskirts. Soldiers of the third Princess Diana descend into the deepest part of Saint Serif's royal tomb, the burial place of the founding kings. The princess reminds them that touching the coffins and statues is strictly forbidden, and stresses the visit's purpose is to recover treasures for military use, so they must be restrained and not take more than needed. Princess Diana has spoken plainly about her ambitious, aggressive plans. She will use the ancient scepter to destroy Diaz, then crush her siblings, and then use the treasures and dragon scales to raise an army and take over the country, aiming to become a legend in her time like the kingdom's founders who burned thousands of enemies with the same artifact. Furious that Diaz acted without permission and rejected her offer, Princess Diana reveals her secret card, the Royal Seal, declaring that a man with a saint's name must obey her without question. She calls Diaz's act a grave insult, and now plans to force him to cooperate despite his refusal. The princess accuses Diaz of killing innocents in the last war and calls him a traitor, then decides to expose him to the world and tell Richard everything, while an observer points out that royal representatives are even more gullible than the beastmen, and that fools in power are dangerous. One character sees an opening and plans to attack Diana right after she strikes Diaz, hoping to prove he is superior to the parents who once rejected him and become a national hero. First, Prince Richard arrives with an important group and notices the agent embedded in Princess Diana's squad has returned. Prince Richard reflects on the situation and sees that Diana has broken the ban and robbed the founding king's tomb. He refuses to intervene because a clash with Diaz would be too risky. Richard admits that even trying to kill her would take more time than he has. Diaz is too dangerous to challenge, and the prince is sure Diana is doomed because the mad dog will not spare her. The narrator lists Diaz's nicknames, each reflecting some part of his character or deeds. Names like Patriot Hero, Bloody Axe, Guardian of the People, and the less flattering Balls Out and Well-Wisher were not given at random. Each name has its own story. During the war, when plans to occupy enemy lands were made, Diaz was ordered to take revenge on the enemy. A royal decree ordered the enemy's extermination and the total seizure of their resources. Despite fighting in the war, Diaz never harmed civilians. Even when he acted apart from the royal army, there was no massacre or robbery. This was possible because the volunteers who followed him shared his principles and prevented such acts. Called the Well-Wisher, he was also given the nickname No Balls, which ruined the original meaning and is seen as a mistake. And while nearby, he overheard noble children talking about joining the army to plunder and noticed their behavior. Flashbacks reveal the war's horrors. Violence and cruelty are treated as normal. One young noble involved in the smuggling dismisses his actions as trivial. Diaz watches with silent condemnation, needing no loud words to show his disapproval. Outraged by the injustice, Diaz could not restrain himself and used force to punish the young nobleman. This act led to his arrest. He is accused of striking a member of the nobility and will be tried before the royal court. After the incident with the nobleman, Diaz said he did not consider people noble if they did not protect the weak. His words won support from influential figures, including the king, and the case was closed without trial. A character later explains Diaz is dangerous not because he is cruel, but because he breaks status and social norms, making him unpredictable and frightening to those around him. The council debated whether to keep control of Diana and how to handle Diaz given his past conflicts with the royal family. And although some feared no one would dare to confront him, they ultimately decided to keep their distance. And the nobles, on learning this, abandoned any idea of dealing with him. They debate whether Diaz was exiled or sent on a mission of trust, and the king deliberately put him in charge of an important border area, fully trusting his judgment and abilities. One of the characters explains that Diaz repeatedly corrected the king's mistakes and played a key role in saving the country, especially during diplomatic failures and when war broke out. And for 20 years, he was seen as a hero and savior. Despite little support or resources, he always managed, which led others to suspect outside forces were involved, possibly including one of his brothers. One of the girls raises a logical, unexpected question about which member of the royal family Diaz could have harmed, then thinks aloud, ruling out names one by one and putting everyone there in an awkward position. The memoir recounts a spoiled, overconfident young man who led a small squad to show off his fighting skills, but after his soldiers were defeated, he found himself surrounded, and when all seemed hopeless, a man appeared, entered the battle, and saved him from death. The hero remembered when, as an arrogant youth, he got into a dangerous situation, and even after people learned he was royal, his rescuer showed no respect, hitting him to teach a lesson for his recklessness, then protecting and training him for months without holding back his words. One character reflects on how deeply Diaz shaped Richard, who grew into an honest, hard-working man, indifferent to birth or status, while another, watching the country's decline, decides to step in before the incompetent rulers destroy the state. The prince orders his men to find Diana at once and seize the royal seal before she meets Diaz. An aide, surprised by the unusually large budget, is told the funds include a reserve, and meanwhile, an ally asks the guild and others to help set up surveillance and carry out an elimination. The prince worries that a man who survived hellish battles could die of mere hunger, considers that a bitter irony, and orders that Diaz be informed. Meanwhile, Diaz is having lunch in a warm, homely setting, surrounded by girls who tease him about his milk mustache again. The despairing girl feels constantly betrayed. Even Prinija turned away from her. No one seems able to see her side, and she is sure she did the right thing. Learning she belongs to the royal family deepens her resentment. Despite tears and inner pain, one thing remains clear to her. The truth is on her side, even if no one admits it. Diana, holding a scepter-like artifact, confidently declares she will rule the country. Diaz noticed something alarming, tensed, and peered into the distance, then answered his companion's question calmly, saying he had only thought her food was very tasty, and the girl, slightly embarrassed, paid it no mind. One froze in fear, while the other reacted quickly and killed the dog. The worried man rushed to the wounded man with a first aid kit to help him. The girl, stunned by the young man's heroism, looks at him with admiration. A tense, emotional moment arises between them. The young man worried about the gap between him and Canis, convinced that as a human he could not be with her because she belonged to another tribe, torn inside because Canis was the eldest daughter of the dog tribe and bound by tradition. Yet despite those obstacles, something greater was growing between them, and it gave him hope. On Ceredio's command, one of the dogs lifts a wooden board, and soon water begins to fill the tank, and everyone present celebrates that their efforts have paid off, and they now have a water source vital for the village's survival and development. The protagonist notes the reservoir was finished before the heat arrived, crediting the dog people. The harvest is doing well, and the planted fruit trees are already budding. The reservoir needs to be filled with water. He calls the horse buyers and is surprised to find someone else treating her as his, even though she belongs to him. Diaz admits he is not a good horseman, so he had to take the buyers under his wing and says it would be pointless to hand the thief to a man who cannot handle a horse. The buyers and the other horses, Carbalon and Grisha, show strong skill and even follow commands, though not as well as Francis and the others. Diaz admits again he is not a good horseman and says his horse is often naughty but adapts to him, making rides possible. Diaz watches with the buyers as the villagers rest, and the children call him an Aruna daddy and mummy. Then calmly and without obvious gratitude, he asks if the horse would like to rest too. Diaz receives an urgent message from Eldon carried by a messenger bird, delivered by Grant, who asks for an immediate reply. The letter reports Diana has arrived in the territory of the feudal lord Maul Angala with a large force of soldiers, and as a royal representative, Eldon had to accept her and agree to a meeting, leaving the situation tense and in need of immediate action. Diana reveals herself and openly declares she has come to kill Diaz and seize his property. Despite her status, Eldon gently refuses while hiding his true feelings. Then a royal decree confirms her claim and increases the pressure on Eldon. The situation becomes critical as she backs up her threat with the official document. The document Diana presented, despite bearing the royal seal, was actually a forgery, ordering all military forces and resources to be handed over to her to destroy Diaz, and although the seal was real and belonged to the king, Eldon knew from the start the decree was fake and that Diana's actions were illegal despite appearing lawful. Eldon stays calm despite Diana's pressure and the papers she brought, politely refusing to decide now and saying he must consult his vassals, but in truth, he despises Diana, calls her a foolish princess, and uses his hospitality as a cover to eliminate the envoys accompanying her by any means. One of them, looking ahead, recognizes how important everyone's feelings are and urges caution. Alden would never hurt his best friend Diaz, even at the cost of his own interests. Diaz has managed to grow crops on land no one could farm before, which could help the neighboring fiefdom of Costex. Eldon clearly struggles between duty and loyalty to his friend. Eldon pushes for a unanimous decision, but the meeting is split. Some say Diana and the threat, including the forged royal order, must be removed, while others insist Eldon's future must be considered, and realizing the urgency, Eldon has already sent Grant to ask Diaz's opinion. A participant mentions a letter he received earlier from Canis and says he has his own view on it when a male bird flies into the room, startling everyone and making the rabbits snap at it. The bird loses its balance and falls but still delivers the letter. The advisor recognizes the bird as Grant, takes the letter, sees it is from Diaz, and prepares to read it with interest. One of them asks the scout to read the letter aloud. The mood is tense, and everyone reacts with surprise and bewilderment after reading it. The bird sighs and reports Diaz's reply as, "Cooperate with Diane," as the king's letter says, which confuses the council. Diaz's letter caused shock in the council chamber when it was read aloud. She turned to Klaus and said he wanted to talk to her. Knowing he will go to the front with Diaz the next day and may not return alive, Klaus decides to confess his feelings, aware that everyone already suspects, but still wanting to voice what he has kept hidden for so long. And with anxiety and resolve, he tells Canis-san that he truly loves her. After Klaus declares his love, Canis responds with tears, saying she has loved him since the first day they met. And though, as the dog tribe's eldest daughter, she is forbidden to be with someone from another people, that does not matter to her. And Klaus trembles as he confirms his feelings, openly showing his emotion. After declaring their love, Klaus and Canis hug tightly, and the girls watch in surprise, unsure what is happening, while they whisper among themselves, thinking the couple might be arguing. But the woman gently tells them this is not the case. Canis says goodbye to Klaus through tears and promises to wait for him in his home village no matter what happens, while Klaus stays reserved, his eyes full of determination and sorrow, and a wide shot shows their parting as the surrounding people watch in amazement. At dawn, under a bright sun, the field before two warriors is strewn with the fallen. One peers through a telescope and confirms how serious it is, while the other, anxious, realizes they are at the very start of a real war. 5 days after Eldon's letter arrived, the decisive moment came, and the confrontation reached its climax when Diana appeared at the head of a detachment of 50 well-armed soldiers. Eldan commands about 1,000 soldiers, roughly 200 lightly armed, which matches his letter, and Murph has 10 mastiffs ready for battle. Klaus equipped each mastiff with special gear he developed, including combat masks, dragon fang weapons, and capes made from earth dragon skin that can take heavy blows and even withstand a full-speed attack from Klaus. Ema, with keen hearing and quick agility, will join the fighters as a liaison. Diaz and Klaus's squad has 12 people in total, and when Klaus assesses the enemy's numerical advantage, he doubts it and suggests requesting reinforcements from a tribe with enough fighters, at least including Aru Nusama. If the village is threatened, Aru Na must hide it with her camouflage magic. Diaz stresses that protecting the settlement is the priority. He regrets Eldon is not on their side, even though Eldon sent a letter declaring his intent to defect. Eldon now sits in a strange position, officially listed as an enemy, and likely telling his men that even if the decree was false, the king's will must be obeyed. For this reason, Diaz suspects the army they face may be far more dangerous than it appears, possibly because Eldon is secretly involved. Diaz puts the village and its people's safety first, seeing it as the top priority now, and doubts whether attacking Diana is the right move. The plan is to use Ima's traps to split the enemy between Eldan and Diana, then, while retreating, lure part of the enemy into those traps and launch a surprise attack that makes Diana the main target. He was planning a special operation called Removal. The heroes discussed the attack plan. They knew the trap locations from marks left by the dog tribe. One participant showed doubt and confidence, but stressed there was no other way. At the same time, he planned to attack from the rear with the buyers who remained in reserve for now. That part of the plan was kept secret from the others. Running freely in the meadow and rebuilding their home gave them a sense of stability and belonging. But if danger came, they would have to leave despite all the effort and mental strength they had invested. The field became important, not just practically, but emotionally. After they began caring for it, the children stopped crying at night when they remembered their parents and found moral support. Diaz feels uneasy about the field. It has become a symbol of spiritual support for his family, and he knows it is more than land and is part of the family he must protect. A tall bell tower stands before the soldiers. The war bell, once used but now obsolete, will be rung to send orders the enemy cannot intercept, and its peal echoes across the field as the signal to act, bringing alarm and weariness to the onlookers and marking the start of the impending battle. A powerful bell rings, signaling the army's advance. An observer immediately understands the signal, since repeated strikes mean a mass attack. Commanders on the other side worry about the enemy's actions. One commander wonders what the enemy plans because the attack signal sounded, but the assault began from an unexpected distance. He assumes advancing from that distance will quickly tire the enemy soldiers and cause confusion. Diaz, in the thick of the fighting, loudly orders his men to stop the enemy from breaking the defense and to keep a close watch, and his voice keeps the ranks steady despite the chaos. In the thick of battle, Diaz shouts orders to his men, insisting they prevent the enemy from breaking through the defenses and keep a close watch on the situation. His voice keeps the ranks in order despite the surrounding chaos. Before the decisive battle, both sides took their positions on the field, ready to fight. Eldon's army, about 1,000 strong, held the main line as the chief striking force. Beside it were two smaller groups, Diana's detachment of 50 fighters and about 200 mercenaries. Opposite them stood Diaz's force of only 12 men. Tense soldiers formed a battle line, faces hidden behind steel helmets and hands gripping their weapons tightly. When one of the commanders stepped forward with a focused expression, raised his heavy weapon to give the order, and confusion spread through the ranks. The army halted abruptly, throwing the enemy into confusion. Soldiers began whispering and breaking formation. Diaz saw that only the center had moved while the flanks stayed in place, which made the tactics seem odd. One commander could not decide if it was a plan until a messenger came into view and cast doubt on the next steps. As the battle grew tense, Eldon sat calmly at the table sipping his tea, and a panicked officer reminded him of the order to break the enemy lines and demanded an explanation, but Eldon smiled and said he was having tea now, leaving the officer completely bewildered. One commander was indignant at Eldon's refusal to act, but Eldon calmly kept drinking tea and treated it as more important than giving orders. Eldon cited his father's rule that a true aristocrat never misses tea. Despite the reproaches, Eldon believed only a few elite fighters were needed because he had already supplied the army with everything it required. Even during the battle, Eldon stayed completely focused on his tea. Calmly, he explained that before asking him to give an order, they should wait until he had enjoyed his tea. After finishing his cup, he politely asked for another. Meanwhile, another character watching the scene and recalling that no one wanted to take their case began to sense that something was wrong. A mercenary thought it over and was surprised that Diaz was the real target, and he saw no need to intervene, saying cutting food costs wasn't worth getting involved. So the captain ordered them to leave, warning that any attack on Diaz could make the whole country's army their enemy, and reminding them Diaz had saved many lives in the last war, and even Duke Kazdek would not have acted at that time. After returning the payment and saying goodbye, the mercenary abruptly left the battlefield, causing panic and confusion among the commanders. An officer, gasping, called for an all-out attack, but then saw the enemy beginning to withdraw, and Diaz and his allies watched in bewilderment, assuming Eldon was stalling with his tea and concluding Diana's strategy had failed. As Diana's soldiers approached, Diaz watched with doubt. They looked disorganized and inexperienced, and he thought they should leave with the others. He then changed his mind and suggested dealing with Diana's fighters first, ordering them neutralized, disarmed, and driven away, and told Ima to cover his ears, expecting harsh measures. Hearing Aaron's battle cry, she said firmly that if DS had ordered them not to attack, they would find another way to handle the situation, and as his wife, she felt she had to support him. So with the Iluk Women's Association, they joined forces to help, even if their methods had to be unconventional. Maya Samas studied the magic circle closely, judging the ritual's results, and though she wanted more about the entity called Echo, the outcome was enough for her. At that moment, a beastman told her the circle had activated, and outside hooded figures moved toward the yurt, waiting for orders, as everything unfolded according to Maya Samus's plan. Watching the ritual's outcome, the elders relax as it succeeds. My Sama's visions, as always, are proven right, and they offer gratitude and admiration. Meanwhile, Eldon, watching through binoculars, asks Khad Kamalat how much he can assess the enemy's fighting style. Diaz fights with tremendous power, striking opponents with heavy blows and earning admiration. Despite his size, he has high accuracy and enormous strength, while Klaus covers the rear, prevents flanking attacks, and skillfully anticipates enemy movements, and their teamwork on the battlefield inspires respect and fear, making them a duo hard to overcome. The characters are surprised by the battle's outcome, and one admits the attack dogs exceeded all expectations. Though small and awkward, they were extremely effective and acted on instinct. And even Eldon, watching, cannot believe how well they fight, and admits he is surprised too. Klaus tightened his grip on his weapon and braced for the next attack. The promise to return unharmed ran through his mind, and he was determined to survive despite the chaos around him. While he focused on the enemies ahead, a threat formed behind him that a comrade noticed, but Klaus remained unaware. Klaus ran to Diaz's call and struck his opponent. Diaz pointed to a snake at his leg. Klaus had acted without thinking and realized how dangerous it was. Diaz told him to be careful and not act so rashly. After a sigh, Diana watched the proceedings with irritation, her lips pressed together. Diana tried to take control, told everyone she was in charge, and ordered them to follow her. Then tried to activate the scepter said to have legendary powers, but it did nothing. And when no one obeyed, she fell into despair and could not understand why they ignored her. A sudden jolt hit Diana as something flew past her, and at first she didn't understand. Then an arrow struck and stunned her, knocking her off her mount while the others were left confused, searching for the source of the arrows. Aruna ordered them to take Diana's horse and staff, while the invisibility spell was active, and bring her to Eldon's eastern forest, aiming to stop Diana from using magic again and neutralize her influence on the battlefield. Diaz's ally, hiding in the trees, aimed to scare Diana and push her deeper into the forest. Although killing her outright would have been quicker and easier, the ally chose intimidation and capture. The sudden shot knocked Diana off balance, leaving her vulnerable to more pressure. Aruna wanted to deal with the enemy, but held back. Remembering that he hated killing, she submitted to his will and chose a different course. Instead of a fatal shot, she used intimidation and capture. Soon, the men incapacitated and captured Diana. Two mercenaries unexpectedly seized Diana. One, relieved she was alive, said they were supposed to capture her before meeting Diaz, that they had found her by accident, and would now hand the seal to their client, while the other scolded his partner for the delay, admitting he had been distracted by food again. Arrows suddenly flew at the mercenaries, putting them on edge, and one of them looked around nervously, unsure who was attacking or why, while suspicion fell on Diaz's men and greatly worried him because he wanted to avoid a direct clash. A man urgently defended himself to the hidden attackers, saying they were not Diaz's enemies, but were acting on orders from Richard, supposedly Diaz's former student. And to avoid more shooting, he showed a bag of coins, promised to return the captive, and asked them to stop, adding that it would be better for Diaz himself if they kept the woman. Hoping to calm his unknown pursuers, the man threw them a bag of coins and, in a panic, ordered his companions to retreat, signaling he would not resist. The girl judged the opponent's souls as not very evil because their auras were only faintly red, and she realized they were somehow connected to the orphans Diaz once raised. So she chose not to touch them, and, expecting Richard to punish Diana himself, decided to return and cook something tasty to support Diaz after the battle. The girl, thinking how to thank Diaz for his efforts, pictured singing to him under a koto or arranging a rest, and in her imagination she offered to let him relax, put him to bed, and take everything on herself while proudly assuring him he could trust her. Daydreaming imagined a more intimate way to thank Diaz, playfully saying she would take everything on herself, which made her blush and swell with feeling, and she hurried off, as if trying to make the fantasy real. One of the defeated soldiers admitted his loss and begged for mercy, and Diaz calmly explained the causes, noting the enemy was already exhausted and that heavy armor only made things worse. The enemy soldiers, seeing they were defeated, surrendered completely. One of them raised his spear and announced the lunch, and the others bowed to the victors. Diaz watched calmly, holding back his emotions. The enemy soldiers finally lost the will to fight, dropped their weapons, and surrendered. Despite the fighting, none of the allies were hurt, and the opponents were beaten, but still alive. The protagonist regretted not catching Diana, missed the chance to scold her, and felt annoyed. After the battle, one of Diaz's young companions angrily said Diaz had abandoned command during the fight and rushed forward, telling him that if he did not want to kill enemies, he could at least have used traps instead of charging. And Diaz replied calmly that he had handed all minor duties, including command, to another participant he had called the kingdom's best tactician during the war, which made the companion sigh in despair. Eldan reached Diaz's camp to surrender and discuss the prisoners. He openly admitted that crossing the border and invading without permission broke the kingdom's laws, and with Diane gone, they had no leader to enforce the king's will, so they laid down their arms and peacefully submitted to Diaz to avoid further conflict. Diaz accepts the True's proposal. Seeing the opponents have admitted defeat, Eldan tries to make the battle look not lost to save face with the king, and plans to turn the situation into a strategic advantage by discussing it with the king himself, while Diaz shows magnanimity by letting the other side keep their dignity. Diaz doubts a truce with him will help Eldan much, but will lend his name in support, while Eldan admits he does not know how to use the situation and wants more leverage, planning to use past events, including the theft of the seal and Diana's actions, to cast himself and his people as victims and improve his standing with the king. And the negotiations ended with a discussion of reparations and a mutual willingness to help. Aruna appears in the background of the discussion, revealing she had laced the patriarch's breakfast with medicinal herbs and stimulants, which explains DS's sudden rush into combat and earns her praise as a knightly deed. Diaz gradually begins to understand why no one felt tired after the hard battle. The herbs Aruna gave Moru acted as stimulants and were meant to provide a surge of strength. She even used fertility drugs, which confused everyone. At the same time, Moru seems to be trying to bring Diaz and Aruna closer by making Aruna his nanny and pushing Diaz toward a closer relationship. Aruna says that while pursuing Diana, she met a man who claimed to be a messenger for a boy named Richard, raised by Diaz, and she let him handle Diana alone. This made Diaz suspicious, and I doubted that a child named Richard actually existed. Diaz had meant to speak with Aruna at length, but circumstances cut the conversation short, and the group decided to disperse. They handed the prisoners to Eldan and received compensation. After that, the group returned to their home village of Iluk. At Aruna's request, the women of the local village association collected the spoils from the battlefield. Diaz thought he was attending an ordinary meeting, but it was an initiative by Aruna and the housewives from the Dog tribe acting for the so-called Association of Women of Iluk Village. And when Diaz wondered why she had not told him, Aruna reminded him he had given the order to protect the village, scolded him for not paying attention, and he apologized. A dog brought a staff that immediately caught Diaz's eye. A closer inspection revealed a pearl at its center, humming with magical energy, and Diaz, intrigued, offered to test it to see what it could do. Aruna tried to activate the staff, but it did not respond. Despite its magical glow, it remained inert, so she concluded the gem inside was probably ordinary and powerless. Diaz felt a strange power when he lifted the staff, like holding his battle axe, and an odd, hard-to-explain sensation washed over him, so he assumed Aruna had infused her magic into the artifact, and energy was clearly stirring inside what had seemed an ordinary gem. From Diaz's staff, a fiery whirlwind in the shape of a dragon rose into the sky, revealing the artifact's hidden powers. Everyone is shocked and confused when the magical staff suddenly activates and unleashes a huge pillar of fire, alarming everyone present. And Aruna concludes the staff's power is similar to another of Diaz's known weapons, while the others try to determine its source and cause. Aruna chooses to keep the magic staff, surprising and worrying those around her, and the main characters return home to a joyful welcome. After the battle with Diana, a peaceful reunion scene begins. Diaz and the others test the staff they found. The tests make it clear that only Diaz can control the magical staff. Although the staff is unique, Diaz cannot explain how he controls it. He says summoning fire only requires applying force, like swinging an axe. People around him do not take him seriously. So Aruna uses her magic, and Diaz produces flames. The staff starts to be used in daily life, and now acts like a lighter, starting fires quickly and easily. 1 month later, summer arrived, and the capital buzzed with rumors. Everyone talking about Diana's arrest after she stole the royal seal and planned a rebellion. And Prince Richard had uncovered the plot and captured her, while news that the rewards meant for the hero who saved the country had been stolen left Prince Mice and his allies in an awkward position and pulled Eldon, then in the Western Territories, into the affair. After the plot was exposed, the king arrested Diana and stripped her of all her privileges. She was spared execution, but imprisoned in the temple. Prince Richard, who exposed the scheme, won the king's trust, drew in Diana's supporters and Myce's people, and became leader of the most influential faction. He received a title, an inheritance, and permission to adopt a new surname. Eldan provided detailed information about the Western powers and Diana's actions, which strengthened his position. Eldan, Duke of Kazdex, became widely known across the kingdom. As the king's apology for the incidents involving Diana, he received a 3-year tax exemption. With that, and political skill, he emerged as the only winner in the current situation. The king's 3-year tax exemption for him created both a political and an economic advantage in the Western Territories, breaking the previous tax chain, and Richard could no longer intervene in Kazdex because he had openly backed the Duke as a pretender to the throne. So now even the king will not find it easy to cancel the privilege decree. Richard blamed himself after his political defeat for letting Duke Castex win so easily. Meanwhile, the hero Diaz became famous across the kingdom. Stories spread about how Diaz, stranded and penniless in a cursed land, rose to success with his holy axe. Legends grew around Diaz, saying he had single-handedly defeated an earth dragon, married a beautiful woman, and gathered hundreds to found his own village. Rumors about the hero D.S., once dismissed as fiction, began to be confirmed. The king, recognizing D.S.'s merits, granted him the title of Duke, a new surname, and the same tax exemptions Eldon had. and Diaz's legend spread throughout the kingdom of Sonsarif. Rumors of Diaz's exploits reached the western lands where he was staying. They spread widely, influencing many people and regions of the kingdom. All the work is finally done, and peace has settled in. It's time to prepare for the summer. Tomorrow brings new worries, but for now, there is peace, comfort, and rest with family. Once Diaz settled comfortably, Aruna was able to take care of him. Determined, but slightly embarrassed, Aruna sat down beside Diaz with careful attention, her eyes focused and quietly ready to take the lead. And as she leaned over him, she froze when she noticed a small bald spot on the back of his head in the dim silence of the yurt. Aruna gently placed her hand on Diaz's head to show support and concern. Diaz, tired but calm, accepted the gesture with gratitude. Diaz suggested finishing today, and Aruna agreed. As Diana and Diaz battled on the field, Francis and Francois moved west from the Enic village. Usually, the dogs knew what the animals' movements meant, but this time, they could only guess why it was anxious. A loud roar like the earth itself was shaking startled Francis and Francois. The animals grew fearful, and the dogs tried to make sense of what was happening. They felt the terrifying sound was aimed at them. Confused, Francis decided they should return home. The sheep thanked the dogs for escorting them and said they would return to the village. The mastiffs could not tell who the strange, powerful voice belonged to and soon forgot the incident, especially after hearing of Diaz's victory. The girl carefully brushed the white horse and asked if it had gotten used to the saddle, while a man watched nearby, thinking that Aisha's previous rider had been Diana. Aruna named the horse Aisha, choosing an ancient name to highlight her lunar coloring. And since people said some horses stay loyal only to their old riders, they decided not to rush the new rider but to simply care for her. The man advised, giving Aisha time to adjust. The character noticed Aruna's horn glowed green, meaning her perception magic had detected a living creature approaching. He remembered Aruna's magic only sensed an approach and gave no precise information about who was coming to the village. One dog grew restless and alerted Diaz to someone approaching. Diaz scooped up the small animal to calm it and wondered who it might be. The girl said it was probably a pagan dew, a small, slimy creature with a huge mouth. Diaz remembered asking the merchant Pajan Du on his last visit to bring more people, and he now wondered if Pajan had managed to do so when a cart with escorts appeared on the horizon and Pajan ran out, hurrying to report that he had brought all the orders and admiringly saying he was probably speaking to Diaz himself, about whom rumors were already circulating. The new merchant said he was Pajan's younger brother and introduced himself as Pagan Ray, adding that he had brought the goods at his older brother's request. And when asked about Pajan Do, he proudly said his family had been transporting goods by land and sea for many generations, so they were prosperous. Pajan Ray said he was now replacing his older brother, who kept trading despite his failing health, and added that something strange had happened after Diaz asked him to bring more people to the estate, a point Diaz also noted. Pajan Ray explained that his brother avoided any plan involving the slave trade because he knew Diaz disapproved. So he tried another route, but it proved difficult since the beastmen refused to leave their lands, and they only found the so-called bloodless. The narrator said those who lost their beast powers were called bloodless. They looked like ordinary people and had human-level strength, but over time, the bloodless vanished from the beastmen, and after several generations, children were born with so-called weak blood. Unlike his predecessor, the current king of the beastmen openly loved the bloodless, while the previous ruler treated them badly. And the narrator said, most bloodless dreamed of escaping the kingdom because they were hounded at every turn, adding that Diaz married a half-human and always helped the homeless, and that if the fugitives' situation became critical, they were ready to stay and live in Diaz's estate. He said he wanted to check everything himself before bringing new people here to make sure it was worth it. And though he wanted to accept everyone he knew, he had to be cautious, adding that he had heard of a neighboring territory where a lord worked to rescue and protect beastmen and demi-human slaves. The man decided it would be better to send the people to Eldon. The woman agreed, and the frog said she knew it now. There really is a lord nearby who helps demi-humans and beastmen. The toad spoke loudly and energetically. One of the men thought to himself that their relatives were surprisingly alike. Pechinri proposed building a trading post between their settlement and the Beastman kingdom, saying that by teaching the bloodless to trade, they could establish a stronghold important for relations with that kingdom. Toad apologized for his outburst, saying he had simply become overly excited and invited everyone to start trading for real, indicating they were now ready to get down to business. The merchant eagerly offered to buy a beautiful mother-of-pearl bowl and an inlaid box, and Diaz, at a loss, tried to explain that they were all too expensive. Aruna slapped the bag of gold with enthusiasm and announced they would take as many goods as the bag could hold, then ordered any items that looked equally good to be brought, while DS, a little surprised by her determination, carefully asked if she was sure, since the items were well made, but hardly suitable for everyday life. Aruna explained calmly that gold alone would not make them happier, and warned that if they stopped buying, the merchants would stop trading with them. She said they had enough money and reserves, so spending was not a problem, and hoped satisfied merchants would spread the word to benefit the settlement, and Dia agreed, leaving decisions to her, while noting the purchases could be resold if unnecessary. The merchant animatedly offered a necklace of precious stones, assuring them it would be perfect for Diaz's wife, and that their budget could buy almost anything. Aruna saw through the merchant's lie and calmly kept her displeasure to herself. She pointed out the necklace's gems were fake and asked to add a real barrel of alcohol to the shopping list instead of the fake jewelry. Laughing, she joked that with their money, they could buy not only many goods, but also stock up on dried and cured fish. The merchant was clearly stunned by her insight. Aruna acknowledged the merchant was telling the truth this time and agreed to continue the deal, and the merchant, upset at the possible loss of profit, suggested negotiating a different price, which Aruna calmly accepted. Watching the proceedings, the man felt it was right to leave all the negotiations to Aruna. Meanwhile, their dog went up to the birdcage and scratched the bars, curious about how the birds had gotten there. The dog accidentally opened the geese's cage and they burst out screaming. Frightened, the dog barked loudly and tried to escape the angry birds, drawing the attention of people nearby. A man heard the noise and saw the geese running free. At that moment, Grandma Maya appeared, surprised to see the birds outside the cage. Grandma Maya said, "Geese grow fast, live long, make delicious meals, and can serve as guards because they are aggressive." When she saw they looked healthy, she explained their eggs and meat make them birds of blessing. The man said he wanted to buy those geese. The seller quoted a rough price for 6 geese, and the girl demanded an immediate 20% discount. He thought their dispute would likely drag on. The merchant confirmed this, said he had several more items in storage and had heard they had not yet named an heir, then brought the goods, warned the price was high, but said they were worth it. The merchant displayed a strange outfit called "Let's Get Pregnant" and told the girl that wearing it would soon let her have an heir. Confused, the girl said it seemed unnecessary because the outfit looked like a piece of rope. The merchant replied calmly that he offered other styles, including versions for men, and that he had no personal interest in the suit, But among aristocrats, it worked very well. After long, heated arguments, they finally finished the purchases. At first, there were few items, but negotiations raised the total significantly. ARUNA got a discount, but there were far more items than planned. The young man concluded the battle had ended in a draw. The hero assumed the market dispute ended in a draw, but the participants' faces suggested otherwise. Aruna used her trading talent, and Pigeon sold most of her goods, including expensive handmade jewelry, so the hero concluded everyone came out ahead in the deal. Aruna immediately saw Pagan's attempts to inflate prices. When she spotted a trick, she calmly asked for a lower price without accusing the seller. Pagan still made a good profit, but Nay came out ahead. Hero said they bought 6 geese, food, household supplies, and other household items, and several handmade paintings. AR insisted on buying a barrel of alcohol, as expected of her. The workers said they would move the goods to the warehouse, and the main character offered to help. As the heroes carried the boxes, the girl thought about helping, noticed some old clothes, and wondered what they were. Said they included belly dancing outfits, vaulting costumes, and even men's clothes, and added that the aristocratic men were disgusting. The girl imagined trying on different costumes, one quite revealing and another more covered but still provocative, and when she realized what she was thinking, she felt confused and tried to brush the thoughts off. Aruna pictured men trying on revealing outfits, and when she realized what was happening, she was stunned. After finishing the shopping, Dillis thanked everyone for their help and received sincere thanks in return. After he checked that all the goods had been delivered, he noticed Aruna seemed off, and her face was very red. So he asked if she was okay, and Aruna, embarrassed, quickly denied it and insisted she was fine, though she was clearly agitated. The Froglight asked Diaz if he had any other requests, so Diaz asked for future supplies for the dog tribe, explaining they had gold and silver coins and wanted to be able to use them, and the creature agreed. Before leaving, it promised to bring something better next time, which annoyed Anna, and the girl angrily told it to shut up. After Pagan's group left, Diaz said they had a lot of work ahead. He explained they had not completed any of the tasks. First, they needed to build a small chicken coop and collect water from the river for storage. The Frog Lake creature told everyone to prepare. The villagers rushed to Diaz, happily calling his name. When Diaz approached, the puppies greeted him happily and said they had done their best. Diaz thanked them for helping Grandma Maya. Surprised by how dirty they were, Diaz asked what they had been doing. Grandma explained that the puppies had been working hard doing the G's work. The old women thanked Diaz for buying the good geese and said the feathers would last them through the winter, and they explained the chicken coop he wanted to build could still be used so there would be no problems. The puppies helped with the most necessary tasks, but the coop was small and simple, so they used me as a little hut, and Diaz saw how much help they had given him and thanked them. Diaz thanked the puppies for their hard work. To honor the recent events, he suggested recognizing all the villagers, not just those who fought, but also those who guarded the village. He said he would award everyone and asked them to gather in the square after bathing and tidying up. He also said this would be his first award ceremony after a fight with Diana. The puppies agreed happily. Once everyone had gathered in the square, he announced that the dog people had helped greatly in the battle with Diana and said those who had taken part would receive 2 coins, while those who had not would receive 1. After the gold was distributed, the villagers and dogs thanked Diaz for his help, and one dog happily said he would look after the gold he had received. Diaz, pleased with the result, said the distribution was now complete, but then a dog approached him, apologized for disturbing him, and asked permission to make a hole in the gold coin he had received, which surprised Diaz and led him to ask the dog to explain why he wanted the hole. One of the dogs asked permission to make a hole in a gold coin, and the others gladly agreed. Diaz was surprised and asked why it was necessary. The dog said eagerly he wanted to always carry the award he received from Diaz and wear the coin on a string around his neck. Hearing this, Diaz said he had given the coin to buy necessities, not for decoration, and he was slightly surprised by such a sincere gesture. Diaz tried to explain to the dogs that the gold coins were for shopping, but they protested, crying that they did not want to part with their rewards and saying they hated the idea, with some insisting they would never give up their coins. Diaz did not know what to do. He recalled giving gold and silver coins to the dog people to pay for their daily work and wondered why they never spent them. Later, he saw they used the coins to decorate the inside of their yurts. Diaz thought about his past and remembered how happy he had been to spend the rewards he received in the army, knowing he had been a different person then. Diaz noticed the gold coins had become more than currency for the dogs. They felt like keepsakes rather than a way to trade. He worried it would cause problems if the dogs stopped using money, since he had already ordered essential supplies for their tribe. Diaz asked one of the dogs whether gold and silver really mattered to her. A little sheepishly, the dog said he valued the coins not for their material worth, but because Diaz had given them to him, and she added that she liked pretty shiny things but had no real emotional attachment to the coins. Diaz asked the dog if he would accept gold as money if instead of a gold coin he received a specially made commemorative award as a gift, and the dog replied he would prefer such a keepsake to a coin. Diaz realized a keepsake might be better than a gold coin, especially if hundreds would value it. At the same time, he admitted he was only testing the idea, and Diaz considered what kind of keepsake could truly replace gold. One of the girls suggested Diaz make necklaces from the tusks, fangs, or bones of creatures he caught, and asked whether the dog tribes would wear them as keepsakes. The dogs agreed happily and said it would be amazing. The girl then suggested ending the meeting and said Diaz would personally deliver each of their necklaces when they were ready. She asked Diaz if he could handle it, and he answered with a smile. Aruna thanked him for the offer and asked if she could have a keepsake necklace. Diaz said he could certainly make one for her. She smiled and agreed, adding that they could still continue to pay the dogs for what they had earned. They asked whether Senyai, Ihan, and Amur had been in the assembly hall the whole time, and Character replied that two of them had studied with him. The girls happily announced they also wanted commemorative necklaces. Diaz reminded the two girls of the creature Aruna had called the dreaded Black Ag and asked if they knew more than hearsay. He then checked that they understood the necklace would be made from the bones of an animal they eat. Realizing this, the girls exchanged embarrassed, confused looks, dropped their idea, and said they probably did not want necklaces after all, while Diaz thought making an award from that material was not a good idea. Aruna said the dog nation doesn't care about valuables, but cares about items that hold feelings. Diaz suggested using gemstone fragments and handcrafting the gift to make it special. Diaz asked if he could make a good decoration with the materials provided, and Aruna reassured him that she would teach him if needed, since creating small details was her specialty, so Diaz thanked her and agreed to try. Diaz admitted he had long wondered if he was too easy to read. He was surprised Aruna had responded to his thoughts without him saying a word, and wondered if she'd used some skill in her negotiations with Pagan. The girls laughed, and Aruna only smiled. Diaz thought about how he, too, could now understand what others were thinking as he calmly carved something by a hand. He realized he'd done better than he expected. At that moment, Aruna approached, surprised he had already finished, and asked to speak with him and hear the final result. Aruna said the result was excellent and was confident the dog tribe would be delighted, and Diaz wondered how many days it would take him to make the same amulets for everyone, since each took him 3 days. Aruna said that if Diaz keeps working at the same pace, he will finish the task quickly without even noticing. She emphasized there is no need to rush and advised taking care with every detail. After that, Anna reminded him she wanted to talk about something and asked Diaz to teach her how to do komaboda. Aruna asked Diaz to teach her to make a komaboda, saying it was a stove with a stone hearth. Diaz was surprised but recognized it was useful because there were too few people and tools, and Amur had already raised the issue. She suggested building the kamabodu first, then adding a roof to cover the whole kitchen, saying a stone oven would speed up cooking, and asking the other's opinion. Diaz agreed, but worried about where to get materials for the roof. When Grant arrived, they agreed to write him a letter, asking about supplies, and Arune offered to use the stable's roof if they could buy it from the Camelots. Diaz asked if everything was all right, and was told Candace would be returning home soon, and Anna said she had intended to pass the message through her, and that Candace had come to the village to see how the dog tribe was adjusting to their new home, and, now convinced, was returning. She said Klaus will need to do most of the work himself. They also discussed building a large yurt for Klaus before Canis returned and finishing other preparations, and Diaz was reminded to keep working hard. Asked about news, Aruna said there was nothing new but mentioned Klaus and Canis, noting they had had feelings for each other for a long time, and one of the others was surprised by their closeness and asked how long it had been going on. So Aruna explained that Canis was returning home to tell her father about her relationship with Klaus. Surprised, the heroine said she could not believe her interlocutor had missed the obvious, pointing out that Klaus and Canes had always been affectionate and flirted during meals, and the interlocutor, equally surprised, asked again about the meals. The hero ignored the relationship between Klaus and Canis, noticing only the delicious food. The speaker said it seemed Klaus and Canis were preparing for a wedding, added that Canis intended to stay here with Klaus, and nodded to reassure him. The heroine said that if Klaus and Canis keep growing closer, they will soon be blessed with children, and the hero must hear the whole story from one of them. The hero felt glad for them, though still surprised. He nodded, accepting they were a couple. Una cheerfully said she had taken the first necklace he finished. He added that he did not mind, since Una should be the first to receive the gift. Aruna happily admitted she had not expected to like the gift so much, and the hero panicked, thinking he now had to give her another wedding gift, and feeling confused and unsure what to do next. Working on jewelry for the estate's inhabitants, the hero noticed his beads had improved a lot and remembered Aruna saying that making a single bead would let him master the tricks to work faster, while the girls peered into the yurt watching him work. The little girls asked for beads too, and although they at first thought of refusing, they finally gave in, and the hero promised to make jewelry for them too. The girls ran off happily, leaving the door open behind them, and the man told them to close it next time. At that moment, another character rushed into the room, loudly calling Diaz. A young man ran into the house and excitedly said he urgently needed to discuss something important and asked for a minute, and the man calmly told him to calm down and explain what had happened, while outside, a girl with a basket watched in surprise, her dog looking confused, and she admitted to the dog that she did not know what was going on. Klaus said Canis had told him not to worry about a gift, but he still felt he should give her something. So he asked Diaz what would be most appropriate. Diaz said Klaus was really asking what engagement gift to give Canis's parents, and Klaus recalled that Diaz had once given a wedding gift to Arunas's parents and asked Diaz for advice. Diaz admitted he had little choice and suggested Klaus give Kaney's parents the Earth Dragon parts, which shocked Klaus and made him wonder how they would react to such an unusual gift. But Diaz calmly said the parents were delighted and added the gift was worth 30 black buffalo, so Klaus decided he could manage. Diaz told her not to rush into picking a gift for the girl's parents because they might like the black buffalo, but she should be sure of her choice. He reminded her that Klaus had some gold coins and suggested using them to buy a more suitable gift. Klaus admitted that even though he deserved the money, it still did not feel like his, and he wanted to give a gift he had earned himself. After their talk, Klaus said he had finally decided on a gift for Kunis. Quote, parents admitted he wanted to give them a hunting trophy and asked Diaz what he thought. Then Diaz said he wasn't sure his parents would be happy to get black buffalo meat and noted that hunting earth dragons is dangerous. Diaz explained to Klaus that if he hunted black buffalo, he could trade their carcasses to the village for memu wool. He added that good wool had many uses and would make a great gift. Klaus then grew happy and said enthusiastically that he understood exactly what he needed to do. Diaz said the Camelots would surely have plenty of good memory wool and was confident the future newlyweds would welcome it. Klaus was pleased and thought that even if the gift came indirectly from his efforts, it would still be a worthy result because wool was a special local material. Klaus asked Diaz to share some hunting tricks while he was there. Diaz admitted he did not think his methods would help much, but Klaus remained determined. Deciding he had to learn to fight while hunting, he thanked Diaz for his help. 5 days passed, with Diaz busy at his work and feeling relieved. He told himself he was used to the process, so everything moved quickly and he expected to finish in 2 or 3 days. At that moment, the girls entered, and one told Diaz that Canis had returned. The girl apologized for interrupting their lesson and said she had important news. Canis returned and happily told Diaz that her parents had agreed, so she would live with them from that day on. She promised to do her best as a member of Clausen's family and asked him to look after her. Diaz said that they still had a lot of work to do, but hoped Canis would try her best with Klaus. The girl happily confirmed she would try, and her friend then reminded her she wanted to say something, to which Canis replied brightly that she remembered. The girl said her father was serving as a feudal lord, and that Elon, Summer, and Camelot had gone to the royal capital, so they would be away for a while. She added that the raw materials and craftsmen to build the houses would arrive later. Because her father was busy, he could not help with the construction, and only her mother could attend the wedding. Diaz learned there was still time before the wedding because Klaus and Kini first had to catch a black buffalo and go to Kazdek for several days, and he said he did not know exactly how many days their trip would take and asked for understanding. Diaz suddenly realized he had forgotten something important and told everyone to wait. Then one girl remembered another detail and said enthusiastically that she would go there right now. Diaz repeated in surprise to confirm she really was going, and she confirmed confidently. Meanwhile, another girl asked worriedly whether Clausen was busy, suggesting the timing for the trip might be bad. Klaus hunted black buffalo day after day, but after 5 days, he had caught only 2, so things were not going well, and he refused help, insisting on hunting alone with Magabi powder to attract the animals, even turning down dogs because he wanted to receive the gift with his own hands. And all attempts to dissuade him failed as he showed remarkable stubbornness. Klaus refused the Modabi powder and the dog tribe's help and chose to hunt alone, roaming the wide plains and fighting black buffalo while relying only on his own strength. Candace admitted she was glad Klaus decided to give her parents a gift, but she still worried about what he was doing. while the man beside her wondered what more could be done and noted Klaus had earned his success on his own despite offered help. And when he saw Candace's odd behavior, he asked what she was doing. Candace admitted Klaus's actions flattered her, but she was deeply worried about him and felt they were reckless and dangerous. And she decided that if he did not understand her grief, she would teach him a lesson using a special technique for stubborn men to make him see his mistakes. The girl standing nearby remembered her mother saying those methods really work, and that she had used them in her day. Aruna looked worried, but when she saw the anxious man, she quickly said nothing serious had happened. Inside, she thought that if it did, she would use the technique she had learned to fulfill her duty as a wife and was determined to act if the situation demanded it. Admitting he was worried about the technique Aruna had mentioned, the man asked her not to use it, saying that if she ever slapped him, he would know there must be a reason, and Aruna calmly replied she would not use the technique without a good reason, and they shared slight smiles of mutual understanding. Aruna asked Diaz if he had prepared a gift for Klaus and Canis, noting the girls were making a big holiday feast, and suggesting they could prepare something too. Diaz said he did not yet know exactly what he could give them. Aruna said it was fine, because she had already prepared something before the ceremony. Diaz knew that unless he prepared a really good gift, it would look extremely ugly. After talking with Canis, Klaus changed and started accepting help from others. Canis joined the dog tribe and started using matabi powder, which greatly improved his hunting. Making quick progress, they caught enough black buffalo in just 3 days, and after that things improved, so they decided to visit Canis's parents. And when an observer saw them set off, Diaz noted it. Worried he still had no suitable gift, the character frantically searched for one, even stopping work on his beads and realizing time was short, remembered he should have learned a lesson from the hunt for black buffalo. Realizing that if he failed in 3 days, Aruna and the others would still greet them with a lavish banquet, he skipped consulting Aruna and turned to Moru, the only leader, for advice. Moru admitted she was genuinely surprised and understood why he had come to her. With no other choice, he turned to Moru, remembering the many useful tips she had given him and immediately thinking of her because she showed him how to use spoils of war when they began trading them, and also advised him on farming, trading with pawns, and fighting Diana. Moro replied that he was still exceeding her expectations and said she would advise him when it was within her power. Mora told the hero to prepare fine wool bed linen as a wedding gift, saying it would always be useful, especially for newlyweds who now live together. He privately considered the connection between Bedlin and the newlyweds' nightlife, felt slightly embarrassed, then quickly understood her idea and agreed such a gift would be an excellent choice. Moro said she was a little surprised by the hero's relationship with Aruna because he is reserved, and she suggested bed linen as a good gift for him. The hero thanked her and said he dreams of the day Aruna holds a child in her arms. Moru said she had special embroidered bed linen that blesses a couple for the birth of a child and offered it to him, and the hero accepted the gift, saying the pillow's pretty pattern looked very stylish. The hero asked what it was and was told they were medicinal herbs used to help someone become pregnant. A few days later, the craftsman brought materials from the royal capital, spent 3 days building the stove and kitchen, and with extra workers also built a toilet and a goose house, so all the buildings were soon finished. Work was finished, and the hero said it had gone well. To thank them, each worker received 10 gold coins. Though unsure of market prices, he paid the craftsman. The next day, the builders returned to the capital. After loading a van full of supplies, Klaus and his team finally returned home, greeted by joyful children and adults who watched their arrival with warmth and relief. The travelers stopped to rest and warm up. One of the older men thanked his young companion for the tea and for helping him along the way. He said the companion had not only walked with him, but also shown concern. The girl explained that their foster parents had taught them since childhood to help others, and they could not leave the elderly without support. The girl said she wants to meet her father as soon as possible and suggested her father might be Diaz. Diaz tried on the outfit and with slight excitement asked Irina whether it looked strange. Irina smiled and said it suited him very well. She then had him bend slightly so she could adjust the clothes, and when she was pleased, she complimented him. Soon, everyone was ready, and the long-awaited ceremony began. It was Klaus and Kaina's wedding day. They stood next to each other. Klaus looked a little tense, while Keenie's, arms crossed and smiling with a slight blush, seemed calm and content. The man said he had been appointed head of the ceremony. Although the wedding mostly followed kingdom traditions, Klaus asked to include the dog people's customs. Canis agreed and wanted to add elements from their village ceremony. The officiant said people cannot live alone, so they created family and learned to love someone else. From childhood, he had been taught the right way to live to avoid mistakes, and even now, every word of the sacred scriptures stayed in his memory. The priest said the blessing of Saint Dio was an important part of the wedding ceremony and congratulated Klaus and Canis on beginning their journey together to start a family. Diaz recalled giving speeches at various points in his life, reading over the dead on the battlefield, speaking on the value of life at birth, and blessing newlyweds at weddings. He noted that Klaus seemed to remember all these instructions because Klaus asked him to bless their ceremony. Diaz thought the teachings of Saint Dia were not really that difficult to understand. The priest reminded everyone of simple truths: love your neighbors, respect yourself, and enjoy life. He warned against harming others, stealing, or encroaching on someone else's land, and stressed that people must not humiliate others for their origins or traditions or persecute them. He added that, although many forget these obvious truths, their importance does not diminish. The priest told the gathered people about Saint Dia, who learned the origin of the world in the Holy Land, supported the first king, and helped him achieve greatness. After founding the nation and settling the land, Dia built a temple and left many teachings praising God. With no companion or heir, he died, leaving his instructions to the people. Then the priest addressed the crowd to begin the ceremony. He congratulated everyone on their new beginnings and reminded them they should feast, sing, dance, and rejoice. Everyone happily raised their hands, hugged, and enjoyed themselves as dishes of food started appearing on the tables to mark the celebration. The organizers announced the food was ready and invited everyone to enjoy the treats, and villagers and animals alike accepted the offer and enjoyed the celebration as it began. Guests sat at long tables piled with a variety of dishes. One man wondered where to start, and after tasting the bread, noticed it was full of nuts. Nearby, Senya and Ihan were happily eating and keeping up with the others. The man praised the nut bread, saying it was very good, and the girls smiled at him. Seeing them jump for joy, he sternly told them to mind their manners, and they calmed down a little, answering him obediently. At a large table piled with food, the man stood with the girls. Everyone smiled, eager for the upcoming feast. The girls exchanged happy looks and laughed. Someone noted it was time to start, and greeted Murph, Cedria, and the chief. The dog people cheerfully lifted the newlywed man and began tossing him into the air, loudly counting in unison. Those nearby explained it was a celebratory ritual in which he was carried around the village as a sign of congratulations. They added that this was how the village learned he was married, and that the ritual was believed to help protect the marriage from infidelity and other troubles. At a "Don't People" wedding, 3 dogs tossed the groom into the air and hugged him in a ritual meant to rid him of jealousy and show who was still single. The groom laughed and told the puppies to stop as they kept hugging him, looking happy while the others watched with smiles and warmth in their eyes. The man thanked everyone for joining the celebration and promised that with Canis, they would build a happy, loving family in the village. The girl then promised that with Klaus, they would find happiness and that she would do everything to make it happen. Villagers clapped joyfully to support the newlyweds. The animals joined the celebration, and the bride and groom shared confident, determined, happy glances. A cheerful celebration spread through the village. Elderly women clapped along to the music, girls sang in chorus, and beastmen children danced, all enjoying the festivities. Aruna approached Diaz and invited him to join her, saying she would not ask much, and Diaz was a little confused and admitted he was a poor dancer. But she reassured him that her tribe had no special dance traditions, that she had recently learned some steps from others, and that they could dance together. Diaz and Aruna dance slowly. Aruna presses herself against him, resting her head on his chest while he holds her hand and waist. He looked around, surprised to see other couples moving to the melody, and the girl leaned against him, eyes closed and smiling calmly as if she trusted him completely. After a while, the celebration wound down. The dancing and feasting stopped, leaving the kind of mood only such events create, and Diaz realized it was late, so with the others he began packing to end the eventful day. Diaz called for attention and said he wanted to give out necklaces to reward everyone for helping in the battle, asked them to come forward calmly, and promised there would be enough for all. But Klaus and the others suggested waiting until the ceremony, and Diaz said he had meant to hand them out right after the fighting but hadn't had the time because everyone was so busy. The creatures happily examined the necklaces Diaz had given them and proudly told one another they had received them personally from him. The old woman, holding the jewelry, looked touched. The girls with ears also examined their gifts with smiles. The little animal with glasses was surprised to find a necklace for him and accepted it gratefully. Diaz gave the girl a necklace to show she belonged here, and the girl was surprised to learn it was meant for her too. Sin-A and Ihan joyfully presented another gift and congratulated her. Amherst sent a letter wishing her happiness. Francis and Francois prepared a valuable fragment of Mimou's horn, and the dog people gathered beautiful meadow stones as gifts. One hero thanked them for the gift and was surprised to receive halite, a rare mineral. Another wondered if halite could be found in these parts. While the heroes examined their gifts, Diaz remembered he wanted to give them one too, and carrying a large stack of bed linen, he asked them to accept his gift. Diaz gave poor quality linen, which surprised everyone there. One of the heroes accepted it gratefully and said he did not know how to thank him. An older woman praised Diaz for his good choice, and another explained that the linen's embroidery carried prayers for a safe birth and a blessing for the child. Diaz then took the bed linen and said he would take it to the yurt. The elders suggested leaving the remaining concerns to the youth and asked everyone to disperse carefully. After the long discussion about bed linen, one man decided he did not want to rush and preferred not to finish everything before sunset. The ceremony ended far sooner than the participants expected, and the man in charge noted how quickly it finished. So, when asked to help with the remaining work, he agreed reluctantly. In the forest near the cave, a group of beast-like creatures told their commander Hugo they had found traces from the village, and a subordinate suggested following the cart if it was headed there or plundering it otherwise, while Hugo pointed out the cart was bound for the Netros meadows, where the wealthy villagers had bought tons of goods from the beastmen. Hugo stood in the center of the cave, surrounded by his subordinates, and declared that the strong have the right to rise above the weak. His people cheered, admiring their leader, and one subordinate, full of faith in Hugus, was sure he would punish anyone who stood in their way. A cart moved down the road, while the boy worried they had chosen the wrong path. One person insisted the direction was correct. Meanwhile, the beast grew wary as it spotted them and readied itself to defend against them if they were bandits. Summer arrived, replacing spring, and the hero's life changed as daily worries became routine while he helped on the farm and worked with the other villagers. The hero noticed that Francois was expecting a child soon and now spent almost all her time in the yurt, and he thought she wasn't a bad person. She just preferred to rest. Arune said that such behavior was not typical for Mimu, but Francis disagreed and went to the meadow every day to gather soft grass for Franzu, bringing it back carefully. The hero admitted he wanted to be near Francois too, and after finishing his training and household chores, he tried to spend the evenings with her when someone called and interrupted his thoughts. Villagers said guests had arrived with many Memu sheep. One villager hurried to explain they were not bandits, but peaceful guests, and that about 6 Memu were with them. Fransu wanted to meet the guests in person and invited Diaz to go with her. France reminded him that since the guests had brought 6 Memu with them, the Lord should meet them personally, and she added that anyone who treated a Memu well deserved respect, which the other man agreed with. As Diaz and France approached, the woman pointed to the newcomers and asked him if he knew Ace and Eli, and Diaz was very surprised to see them. Diaz watched the young men approach as they shouted joyfully, calling him father and brother. Their appearance stunned him, and he could hardly believe his eyes. He was glad to see how much they had grown and said so. Diaz asked where the others were. The young man explained they were all well. Some had started businesses, and the rest had married. Ellie saw Diaz, cried out that he was her father, and ran to him. Diaz was glad that Erica had joined them, and was pleased to see her. Erica told Ellie that it was her. Someone there asked Erica, worried whether Diaz was all right. Eric said he was fine, and thanked him for his concern. Diaz thought the children were very kind, but he found Eric's appearance a little alarming. At that moment, Uncle Ben appeared, surprising DS, and DS said he thought Ben had died long ago, while Uncle Ben was outraged that though grown up, DS was still the same man with sawdust in his head. Aruna was surprised to see that Diaz had children, admitted he hadn't known, and guessed about how long ago it happened. The girl announced she was his wife, which stunned those around her. Someone pointed out she looked younger than him, and that their marriage was illegal under the royal laws, and she replied that she did not care about those laws. The girl apologized for being rude and said she had not meant to be impolite, while the other girl admitted she had gotten carried away and apologized as well. The man began telling Aruna about the children, but was cut off by a sudden burst of energy, and one of the characters grew wary and loudly asked who was there. Hugus and his squad crept up but were spotted. Tired of killing, he accused the enemy of greed and demanded they surrender. Hugo tried to talk to his opponents and found they had disappeared. The companions said they had used concealment magic and urged everyone to leave immediately. One of the women said, Hugo C. is a former knight who betrayed the kingdom and was abandoned after nearly being killed by his own comrades. One girl said she had an idea. His men said they had failed to find any opponents and suggested retreat. Hugo snapped irritably that it was hard to be a coward and told the people to choose between life and money. Then Diaz, introducing himself as the lord of these lands, stepped forward and challenged Hugo to a duel. Diaz gave his name and proposed the duel terms, saying if he lost, he would serve Hugo, and if he won, he would demand the surrender of the entire gang. Hugo was surprised to learn who stood before him and considered the offer, while his subordinates warned him it was a trap. Diaz goaded Hugus, urging him to drop his sword and fight fairly so he would not seem afraid. Hugus scornfully agreed, saying he was indifferent to the sword and would show who was boss himself. Diaz taunted Hugo, saying he should drop his sword and fight him fairly, or it would look like he was afraid. Hugo sneered and agreed, saying he did not care about the sword and would show who was boss. Hugus attacked Diaz in a furious barrage, throwing punch after punch and yelling for him to take it, while Diaz stayed steady, breathing with focus, slipped a punch, and landed a hard counter that caught Hugus off guard and left him asking what was happening. In the fight, Hugus, gasping, wondered why a hero as strong as Diaz lived in the remote province and acted like a simple lord. Diaz calmly told him he was wrong, saying no one, not even the strongest, can live alone, and that true strength is the will to protect friends and family, with the support of loved ones, keeping people going. As Hugus tried to take it in, Diaz prepared to deliver the decisive blow. Gathering his last strength, Diaz unleashed a series of powerful blows, telling himself he had to work hard, as if proving both his strength and his determination by pouring all his sheer fury and tenacity into each strike. The hero clenched his fist, urged himself to keep going, and gave it his all, punching his opponent as if proving that only persistence and perseverance could win the fight. After the hero showed his strength, his opponents were stunned. One admitted he was truly strong, and the others backed away when they realized they were outmatched, while his family celebrated the victory. One woman saying she got goosebumps at the way he protected them, and another saying proudly that this was exactly how she expected her husband to act. They agreed not to fight for Diaz's sake. One child asked where her mother was and said she wanted to meet her. She was told they had no mother because they were all orphans. Then a girl said that at the shelter, to show love, children were taught to call their adoptive parents Daddy. When asked about the risk, they promised they would not let Daddy disappear without a trace, though the other person warned the situation could still be risky. One girl said Diaz would not have lost if the competition had been about strength. Diaz, an orphan, worked hard and lived a full life and earned the admiration of those around him. A man said everyone had always loved him. A woman then explained that soon all the orphans came under his protection. A character said Diaz brought all the orphans together and set up an orphan guild where they helped each other and learned to read, write, and do honest work. Thanks to Diaz, the girl said, the orphans began to behave more calmly, and the townspeople treated them better, and they were trusted with better work, so they could become decent people. The character said they first saw Diaz as a leader, then as an older brother, and finally as a father, and because of him, they became a special family. Diaz also spoke of a man she called Uncle Ben, saying he taught her brother many things when he was young, that he served as a priest at the temple and was her brother's father, and that one day he disappeared, and her parents told her he had died even though she said he was still alive. The girls asked with interest what Diaz's parents were like and whether they resembled him. One speaker said Diaz's parents were calm, kind people, nothing like him, and that they lived in the temple performing various duties. Uncle Ben interrupted and told him not to say such things to the children, explaining that Diaz's parents were actually the head priests. The interlocutors were surprised to learn Diaz's parents were the temple's chief priests. One of them asked for more details, and Diaz agreed. Asked about the temple, he said that in the past, Sandia refused to obey the king and claimed it as his own temple to spread knowledge among the people. The first king recognized his merits, and the saint passed his knowledge and sacred objects to the people so they could restore the country and bring order to the land. He said that after the death of Saint D, temples were built where priests taught people the commandments of the God of the earth. But the teachings remained full of mysteries, and God's appearance was not described anywhere. In the kingdom's capital, and in the four directions north, south, west, and east, huge holy temples were built so large their importance went unquestioned, and Diaz's parents served as chief priests of the Western Temple, showing their high status. But the hero admits the situation has changed, and the priests have greatly lost influence and standing as their rank declined. The others react with surprise, one saying, "The great temple has become a place where ordinary people and the rabble gather," and another agreeing. They also say discord within the temples began before the narrator was born, indicating a long-standing crisis in the religious institutions. They remembered that the priests had split into supporters of the old and the new teachings. The hero's parents and uncles backed the old teaching, but the new one proved stronger. After the campaign to the Holy Lands, their parents disappeared and the old teaching was completely destroyed. The man said he was shocked to learn that the main character spent his days eating human flesh. He remembered that he began searching for information about the first family and found the only son of the chief priests. At first, he planned to scold the hero, but after seeing him living peacefully, starting a family, and even finding a wife, he changed his mind and admitted that everything was going well for the hero. The man said that if everything was true, then their ancestors' souls could rest in peace, adding that he hoped the girl could look after her husband, who he thought would bring her many problems, and asked her not to be so formal and to call him uncle. And the girl said it was a great honor to be his wife. A woman loudly announced that 20 years ago it had been decided he would marry Ellie, and indignant, she reminded him of his old promise to give her a ring when she grew up, while Diaz, surprised, tried to understand, and the girl next to him irritably introduced herself as Ellie. Ellie shouted in anger, accusing the man she was talking to of betrayal. Another man awkwardly explained he had once promised to buy her a ring if he had the money. One man doubted Ellie's claim, and the other said the man had acted oddly from the start. In the end, the girl realized the man had a woman's soul and heart. The girl happily told her father that the new girls were now their sisters, and that his wife was very kind. The new girls were confused and asked again whether they were really older sisters. Meanwhile, someone shouted to draw attention so they would not be ignored. Meanwhile, the village stayed busy as soldiers carried out the elders' orders and submitted a report on the new residents and buildings. About a month after the battle with Diana, the royal capital was discussing social changes, and an official studying the documents noted new movements since order was restored. The speaker said His Highness Maiza was focusing on raising funds rather than rebuilding his faction, and added there were no major shifts among the other factions yet, but some unsettling activities required vigilance. In the royal capital, they discussed Diana's fate. One attendee said she showed no remorse and would be sent to the temple, adding that he had no choice and supported His Highness Richard because of Richard's reputation and ties to Diaz, though he had doubts at first. Richard proved more tolerant and better behaved than expected, and the interlocutor said he trusted the other gentleman to handle mice. An advisor in the royal capital reported that the intelligence unit suspected His Highness Maiza might be linked to the Empire. They had no proof yet, but considered it highly likely. The advisor said this had not been included in the official report. The leader ordered a proper investigation and stressed he did not want anyone harmed or to suffer losses because of this. His subordinate agreed and confirmed they would follow the instructions. 5 days after Issa and the others arrived in the village of Ilok, A girl saw them in royal clothes and admired how well the outfits suited them. They agreed but said that, despite their magnificence, the dresses were not at all suitable for work, were hard to move in, and made everyday tasks difficult. Everyone enjoyed life in Eluk village in their own way. Aruna and Eric got along well. The broad-shouldered woman noticed the dresses did not suit her and admitted she envied the others because they looked much more attractive in the dresses. One woman said loudly she would never accept the girl as her father's bride because she was too young, accused her of being immature, and demanded a stronger reaction, while the girl calmly said she knew she was inexperienced but loved Diaz deeply and was ready to dedicate her life to proving it. And the woman, seeing the girl's calm, wondered whether the girl had been hurt by her words. As a woman, the girl said she fully understood the other woman's feelings and did not blame herself for what had happened. She stressed that their shared love and care for Diaz meant they should support one another, and the other woman, moved by those words, could not understand why they were being so kind to her. From then on, they grew closer and began helping each other with daily tasks and discussing problems together. Irai told his brother they had decided to return to the city because they were convinced it was doing well and gave him gifts. Their brother understood their decision and said it was natural, since everyone had their own home and job. So returning to the city made sense, and he added that any parent would let their child go if they saw him standing firmly on his own feet. Eri admitted they would have liked to stay longer, but circumstances forced them to leave. Diaz said Eri had become a good adult. Diaz added that if Eri had abandoned his duties and asked to stay, Diaz would have lost his temper and beaten him half to death. Eri admitted that at his age he did not want to be treated that way. Diaz warned him to be ready, saying that no matter how many years passed, their father would still scold them if something happened and always take care of them. Diaz decided not to return Eric's feelings. Accepting them would end his role as Eric's parent. The other children also needed him, so he had to stay where he was. He vowed never to do anything that would break that bond. Eric screamed for his father, ran up to him crying, and his father hugged him tightly, remembering that in their tribe they said good souls like Eric find good people and live happily ever after, so he was sure Eric would eventually find a good partner and would definitely give advice if needed. Two girls also asked happily to be petted. The girl heard the noise, came over and asked what had happened because she had heard a strange cry. The man, holding the children, told them not to push and to wait patiently for their turn. An elderly man watching the scene asked if they were saying goodbye to Diaz and reminded them they would return to the city the day after tomorrow. The girls anxiously asked whether it was true that everyone was leaving. The man tried to calm them, saying he and Maya were staying so they should not be sad. The older man encouraged them, saying they would meet again one day and asking them not to cry. He then said he'd decided to stay in the village and spend the rest of his life looking after the sheep, adding he would keep a close eye on the man so he would not make a fool of himself, since he had no intention of returning to the temple and felt his previous journey had been in vain. And one of those present asked in surprise whether Uncle Ben really did not intend to return to the temple. One woman said she would stay in the village. Having given everything from her store, there was no point in going home, since nothing was left there. She added that too few people in the village knew how to negotiate, and she could not leave them without help. She would take on that responsibility going forward. She liked the image she had adopted because her abilities were real, not just for show. The narrator pictured the village growing livelier with new residents and noted that 6 sheep-like creatures had arrived, wondering why they had come. The characters remembered that a few months earlier They had lived peacefully in their territory until people from the kingdom captured them and kept them in terrible conditions. When the Mias learned they were to be executed, they decided to escape. A traveler helped them reach a new place, but then a problem arose. There was no reason to refuse the Mias' emigration. The question of who would lead them remained unresolved. One character admitted he did not know about the tradition that said Francis was meant to be chief. The heroes noticed that among the arriving Mia, there seemed to be a male leader, and they had to decide which of the two candidates would become the village chief. They realized the Mia had strict rules and would not give in easily. One hero thought two leaders for two herds might be easier, but he understood everything had to be decided by their traditions. The crowd gathered to await the start of the trial among the two Mia to choose the new leader. One observer admitted he understood the selection method but felt uneasy about how the leader would be decided. An observer thought it was an unusual but powerful song, as the Mia, facing one another, made loud, bold calls that seemed to lead somewhere, each animal singing its view of the herd's future and declaring its intentions, and he believed this was how the Mia chose their leader. The observer noticed the Maya kept singing and realized they were trying to communicate with the whole herd. He understood they wanted to show how seriously they regarded their community's future, and he believed the leader would be chosen not by the song's beauty, but by how much effort, thought, and aspiration each Mia put into his singing. So the herd could feel which of the two candidates was most suitable for the role. Watching the scene, the observer considered how the leader would be chosen, who would receive the majority support, be recognized by the herd as their leader, and then be obeyed. He was surprised that Francois, the wife of one of the candidates, did not rush to support her husband Francis, since he expected her to, but he understood she knew being a good husband and being a good leader are completely different. So he believed she should choose a capable leader who could secure the children's future and help her husband in the hard life of the herd. As the herd kept singing, people watched, thinking about how serious it was. One observer said the choice of leader would shape the herd's future. The flock kept singing, but their voices grew faint with fatigue, and the sound dropped. The sun was setting, and the onlookers saw the sheep had been fighting a long time. Francois and the others still could not decide who would be the leader. Some sheep grew so tired they stopped singing. Beside the big-horned ram, one stepped forward, then another, then a third, and observers saw Francois finally act and join the movement. Francis started a chorus. The observers realized the situation was unlikely to change. They thought Francis would be uncomfortable if his wife suddenly joined him. Francois likely thought the same, so she decided to wait for the final outcome. Everyone watched what was happening. It was clear the ram had not given up. Even after his voice was drowned out by the others, he kept competing, pushing with all his strength. His persistence was remarkable. He did not pull back, despite being alone and exhausted. Everyone noticed when the choir member stopped singing and turned toward Francis, and it sank in that they were singing for him. The girls watching smiled, knowing this meant he had won, and Francis felt shocked but pleased by the turn of events. The crowd cheered, calling Francis their leader. Everyone was thrilled by his victory. They said they had never seen anything like it, and praised the sheep for being smart and obedient. One of the girls noticed Francis had succeeded, and he stepped aside to watch his work with a slight smile. After a lively bustle, as the sheep crowded together, the heroes saw one was missing, and the girl with the horn asked where the fat ram Maya had gone, and at that moment the sheep broke away from the flock. Watching the sheep, Diaz found the sight impressive and refreshing, because despite the struggle, the sheep recognized its opponent and joined in the song, showing nobility, and Francis observed that the ram did not give up and fought to the end without malice toward his comrades. At the same time, he noted that he really liked the position of this meat, and despite the loss, he did not show anger toward his comrades, who did not choose him, most likely because he was simply inexperienced, while Francis noticed he had not yet named all his sheep, and suggested Azim or Tamazu for one of the rams. Diaz named the ram Zerbalto because he thought it sounded good, and the ram's reaction suggested he agreed. So Diaz smiled and announced the ram would be called Zerbalto from that day on, saying a cool name would make him look better, and the girls watching said they liked Diaz's choice, with one adding she liked her father for doing that. While the sheep bleated happily, the man who had been away for a while returned to the group. His daughter asked where he had been, and he calmly said he had gone to the toilet. And Aruna, concerned, asked whether he had washed his hands properly afterwards, which brought a small smile to her father's face. To celebrate Francis's recent victory, everyone gathered after the celebration in an open area next to a large tent. Amid laughter, the man decided to name the remaining sheep, and was surprised to find they were all female and Zabalto's wives, who said that as women they deserved beautiful names and named themselves after Zabalto, Zemila, Zermia, Zerfana, Zergu, and Zeradiah. At first, the wives feared Francis becoming the new leader would harm their marriages, but they soon decided he might be even more worthy than Zerbolt. So their fear turned into respect for his integrity, and they wondered whether his victory over Zerbolt would change their lives as they watched him, and tried to picture what he might be thinking when he sang. Oddly, they now had 8 honeys, and Francis was to be their new leader. Eldan had just returned from the royal capital and was on his way to meet a man. At the Lord of Kazdik's mansion, he met a stranger who introduced himself as Juha. With a smug smile, the man boasted that he was the kingdom's best soldier and its most handsome and cultured man. Eldon eyed the man who called himself Diaz's ally. Juha, the self-styled hero, quickly raised doubts during questioning. Normally, Eldon would have ignored him, but he learned Juha had been caught for disgraceful behavior, being poor, vulgar, drinking alcohol, and causing scandals in other people's lands. Juha claimed to be a shadow hero who had fought alongside Diaz in the last war and asked for an audience with the lord of these lands, so Eldan decided to meet him just in case. During their talk, Eldan carefully asked if Juha had really served with Diaz, and Juha confirmed it, though he looked unconvinced. When the subject turned to his appearance, Juha boasted that every woman he had met admired his manly face, even though Eldan had not asked about it. Juha said he had served with Diaz, but admitted he often argued with him about women and alcohol. Eldon suspected Ajuha was acting deliberately to gain something and realized Ajuha had at first planned to be idle, but changed his mind after seeing the thriving city. Juha found it hard to imagine spending so much on a children's playground, especially in the city center, called the park's construction a decisive factor in development, explained that culture begins with play and grows from there, and said that as a cultured person, he could not help but appreciate the park's value, so he decided to serve Eldan. Juha admitted he had not expected to be taken seriously if he had approached them directly, so he used deception and met Eldon, which he considered a good move. While Eldon warned it was risky given the possible charges, and said Juha should have been upfront about his intentions, and Juha replied that most lords would not meet a man like him, and suggested that this may have been why Eldon came up with the idea for the park. Juha said with a grin that Diaz had once bought him for free, claiming it was to end the war, and asked what price Eldan would have set for him. He added that Eldan was different from Diaz. Eldon, in response, felt uneasy because he had hired Yuha at an unusually high price, though he kept telling himself it was only temporary. It has been 7 days since Eri and Isa left the village of Iluk. One of the heroes wondered whether the guild had received the letter asking for help, which proposed opening trade and would be beneficial. And he remembered his father saying that the so-called bloodless beastmen who had lost their beast nature for unknown reasons would arrive here soon. Troubled by the idea of allowing the bloodless to trade in a kingdom that did not recognize them, the hero decided to open a guild branch in Kazdik's neutral territory so guild staff could act as intermediaries and trade could proceed without legal complications, and he was confident this would greatly benefit the guild and prompt the bloodless to begin trading immediately. A.R.U. Natyan said she would cook goose eggs for dinner because some of them had no soul, and instead of her usual soup, she planned to boil them after hearing they were delicious that way. He envied her skill at using magic to tell whether an egg held a soul, and remembered that A.R.U. Natyan had once used it to discover his soul was female. Sina and A. Ahan said the newly hatched chicks were very cute and followed their parents, and they saw Diaz become so absorbed that he started running after the chicks, confusing the onlookers. One character thought that working without a break would make him sick in body and mind, and he reasoned that if caring for the chicks counted as caring for children, Diaz's actions could be seen as fulfilling a father's duty. A.R. Anatian said she did not mind someone playing after finishing a job well, and another character noted that Arona Chen was very hard-working, and wondered whether a hard-working girl could be called courageous, and how Arona Chen and the others defined courage. Aruna asked Tian to describe his display of masculinity, and Tian replied that it was actually a short story. Aruna said her family was poor, and as the eldest, she had to work, so her activities were normal for her, and she added people called her courageous and earnest, jokingly because, unlike most girls, she went hunting and patrolled. Aruna laughed and admitted that because of the job she met Diaz and now has no regrets. Another character asked her to explain why their family was poor. Aruna said one man caused her family's poverty, and she called him a parasite. She said, "It is in the past now, but back then, her family suffered greatly. Her father was an ordinary man with ordinary courage, who in principle could have provided for the family, but did not." And she admitted the word parasite does not fully describe how terrible her older brother was. Aruna said her family became poor because her older brother spent money on women and got into debt, and she added that now, thanks to Diaz, the family no longer goes hungry. The interviewer said it was good that Aruna was able to talk about it. Aruna said she could not thank Diaz and Mora enough for their help, explaining that Mora was the chief of the Oni tribe, a caring woman who sympathized with her situation and had tried to put her in touch with Diaz. And Aruna's added that the help may have been meant more for her than for Diaz himself, and that Mora had given Diaz a precious pair of animals named Francis and Franca. The heroine felt Aruna's situation mirrored her own as an orphan, which may explain why she could not hate Aruna. One of the women said Aruna resembled those rescued by a prince on a white horse, meaning the sudden arrival of a destined person. One heroine dreamily pictured a man on a white horse, seeing him as noble and strong, and feeling sure it was true. Another girl smiled and said her father seemed very brave. The heroine admitted she had gotten carried away in the conversation and forgot to boil the eggs. The other woman realized she could no longer hate her and was surprised at how quickly they became good friends. Deciding to show the girl how to boil eggs properly, she told herself she would not do it again. In the end, the heroine firmly resolved to pull herself together and help her father with Aru Nuchan. When they had some free time, one of the girls said dinner was ready. While they rested, Aruntn took her bow and went to the clearing. She warned the others to step back because she was going to practice archery. Focusing, she drew the bowstring and aimed at the wooden target. Arunatyan trained her archery with steady focus, accurately hitting the wooden target. Using free time after chores, she practiced daily and never missed a session, which the woman watched with quiet admiration before calling to Arunatian to get her attention. Surprised, the woman asked why the short bow was so powerful. Aruna explained it was due to the materials and the way it was made. She said their bows were completely different from the kingdom's. The woman quickly guessed that different parts used different materials, and Aruna confirmed her guess. Inspecting the bow, she noticed bones and horns glued to a thin piece of wood and was pleased by the clever, well-thought-out design. Aruna told her interlocutor how their bow was made, saying a hard material like horn or bone was glued to the compressible side. The stretchable side was made of soft material such as animal tendons, and the handle and the bowstring attachment points were reinforced with suitable materials. Aruna said their bow's shape came from years of invention and adaptation because they often shot from horseback, and the material and form were adjusted to match each user's strength and height, so no two bows were alike. And in the end, she suggested trying to string the bow. The woman tried to draw the bow, but found it so tight it barely budged, and said it was impossible to handle such tension. Aruna calmly explained that the bow was made from earth dragon materials, and that using it required putting magical power into the string, adding that this was common because only deists could string the bow straight away. The girl explained that dragons and high-ranking monsters have not only unusually hard skins and shells, but also muscles and tendons, and that their movement relies on magic. And when the earth dragon was mentioned, the listener was shocked and could not believe what she heard. Aruna said, drawing a bow requires letting some magical power flow through your body, which weakens the material so it can move. And when you release the arrow, the magic leaves your body, giving you the extra power. The interlocutor was surprised and wondered if all this would be too difficult, since you still have to ride a horse, aim, and at the same time put magical power into the shot. And the girl said that while it takes practice, it is not as hard as it first seems. She said Celia and Aiken hit a flying bird with an arrow while riding just 5 days into training. Aruna said her tribe took naturally to the bow, and the children learned to shoot quickly. She suggested Ellie try shooting from horseback to gain an advantage in battle. Aruna admired the children's skill despite their lack of strength. Their shooting was remarkably accurate, especially when they used the wind to adjust an arrow's flight. The conversation was interrupted when someone called out, asking where Aruna was. Aruna and the others grew wary when an unfamiliar voice spoke. Someone said such behavior was unacceptable for the Oni tribe. Aruna recognized the returning man and smiled, thinking it would be better if the animals ate him. And the enraged man shouted that he would save her and accused the Lord of daring to approach Aruna in his absence. The hero thought about Aruna's tribal customs, where the youngest child becomes head and older siblings support him. Elders who start their own families move to other settlements. He saw Aruna and her younger siblings engaged, but was not very worried. And until then, he had believed Aruna's family had only 6 members. Diaz called the children, reminding them it was time to return for dinner. At that moment, a frightened puppy ran up to him and said something bad had happened. Aruna attacked the strange man with the horn who had suddenly appeared. Diaz noticed the commotion and asked anxiously what was happening. Billy said a strange man had appeared and guessed it was probably Aruna's older brother. Aruna was furiously beating her brother, despite his attempts to explain and defend himself. He admitted he was surprised to see Aruna's older brother, whose existence he had never known. And Eri found his ignorance surprising because she assumed he had at least heard about him. It seemed Aruna was too ashamed to talk about her brother, or feared it would harm the marriage, and he also said he had not seen Aruna's brother at the wedding, and that Aruna had said nothing then. Aruna's brother begged her to listen, and Diaz urged her to heed him, warning that otherwise Sunny and Ikan would see her in that state, which would be undesirable. Aruna looked terrified, so the two girls stepped forward and asked what was wrong. Diaz realized that hearing certain names hurt her. Shaking with emotion, Aruna lowered her hand and let her tears fall as Diaz watched with clear sympathy, knowing how hard this was for her. Aruna's brother, furious, accused Diaz of corrupting his sister, saying she had gone from modest and sweet to a cruel woman. And he shouted that he would never forgive Diaz and called him a wicked lord. Diaz, puzzled, asked what he meant by modest and sweet because he did not understand, and at the same time noticed how much the siblings resembled each other, so much that Aruna would look the same if she were a man. Diaz believed Aruna's relationship with her brother Zorg was strained, and although Zorg genuinely loved her, Aruna disliked him for not being masculine. But Diaz thought she still felt family affection, and that his influence might explain her changing character. Zorg returned home after a long absence and learned that Aruna had married a much older lord, and when his relatives told him he was furious, convinced his sister had been sold for money, certain Aruna would never agree to a forced marriage, he left his parents' home without listening to explanations, driven by emotion and determined to bring her back. Zorg tried to persuade Aruna to listen, but only made things worse, and he had not expected her anger because he believed he was acting for her and could settle it privately, leaving him in a difficult spot as people nearby began to wonder what was happening, and the woman watching was surprised by his behavior. The woman asked if Zorg was jealous of her father, and he sharply replied that she should not talk nonsense, adding that he was only surprised Aruna had a lover because he had expected to be her worthy partner. And he accused the father of hypocrisy for having once oppressed her family and now suddenly showing concern, which seemed suspicious. Zorg hung his head and apologized to Aruna, saying he regretted what had happened, though he knew it was too late. Aruna said there was no point apologizing now and reminded him that his family had begged him to stop, and even the chief had asked, but he had kept going. Zorg tried to justify himself, saying the woman told him she was sick and promised to return the money later, and that he did not understand why her soul rating was blue. Aruna accused him of lying, reproached him for running off to another woman despite her warnings, and reminded him how many times she had warned that the woman was deceiving him and was definitely blue. A character asked Aruna whether a soul evaluation could show blue for someone with bad intentions, since the asker believed it should show red for evil intent. Aruna explained that a soul evaluation is just a type of magic, and any magic can be tricked or distorted. She added that some spells can interfere with the assessment, and an opponent with stronger magic than the tester can deceive it, and she warned that careless use of magic can produce false results. The group said Asa could use magic and resist it. One noted her brother had been deceived by someone skilled in magic. Another warned that magic must be used carefully because some can fool it. A character added he knew where the expedition group was and what they were doing. Zort admitted he was wrong about the corrupt lord, but did not know what to say. After that, Anna and Zort stayed silent. At Anna's request, the case was closed, and she reminded him they needed to have dinner before sunset and decided not to worry about the sky forever. They said it was getting late and urged the man to stay the night. He said he was used to traveling at night and that there was no need to worry. The others warned the meadows were dangerous at night because of the monsters. They offered him a newly built yurt, saying it would be cramped but fun. In the end, he thanked them, and Aaron refused to live together. The group was tense. The next morning, as they set out, one of them noticed the fine weather and decided to bring Zort along just in case. Irritated, Zort asked to be left alone and wondered why they paid him so much attention. His companions smiled and said Zort meant no harm, and that he could not help caring for him because Zort was family to Arunus. Despite that, Arunus still worried about Zort. When Zort left, he carried 2 packages with a bow and arrows handmade by Arunus. Zord examined the package he'd been handed and noticed the bow was tied to fit his frame, and though Aruna had said she'd throw away the failed prototype, everything was carefully wrapped in cloth, so he realized she had put real care and affection into it and figured she still felt warm feelings toward him as a brother. Zort waved his hand, said he'd had enough, noticed Diaz looked strange and asked why he was blue, and his companion remembered Diaz had never had magical powers since birth and concluded that meant Diaz could not deceive, which surprised him. Diaz said he'd been that way as long as he could remember, and Zort, sounding confused, asked if that made him feel pathetic. Diaz remembered his childhood, how other children played carefree and learned more magic while he could not use any, and he felt deep sorrow, cried in front of his parents, and sometimes took his anger out on them. But with kind, warm parents and a strict uncle, he slowly accepted that he had no magical power and perhaps had simply matured earlier than the others. Diaz thought about his approach to life and decided to stop envying others and do everything he could. He realized there was no point wasting time on what he could not achieve, so he focused on physical training, which brought him to where he was, and his interlocutor noted that even a person with no magic at all could get by without it. Zort admitted he felt pathetic, believing people despised him for something he could not control and were laughing at him, and he still felt weak, but he held on to the fact that Aruna and another woman did not laugh at his magic, and that was what mattered. 5 wind dragons appeared in the sky and surprised the heroes. One of them feared he could barely handle one such creature, let alone 5, and called it a cruel twist of fate. Zort shouted, asked the newcomer's name, and told him to return to the village where someone needed protection because that was more important. Diaz considered the situation and realized he could not just leave, even if he wanted to leave Zord alone. One hero told the other that wind dragons first target the eyes and ears to stop prey from defending itself. Their light build prevents a single killing blow, so they wear prey down over time. And the archer saw the target coming and warned him to watch closely since it was a wind dragon. The heroes found their weapon useless and were stunned by the bow's strength. They were told it was made from earth dragon material and required special arrows. One hero decided to figure it out later. One of the heroes landed a precise shot that pierced the enemy's body, and he cheerfully told his comrade he had eliminated an opponent. After one enemy was destroyed, the remaining opponents moved faster. The hero noticed that losing a comrade made them more serious. One of the giant dragonflies sped up and headed toward the hero. The hero tensed and readied himself for battle, reacting to the creature's sudden movement and the immediate threat. The characters noticed their enemies were moving faster. Tense and collected, pushed back the dragonfly-like creature's furious attack. Another character realized Windia Ragnon's fierce assault had begun. His chest was cut open, throwing him into shock and pain. Strange insect-like creatures appeared in the sky and were closing in fast. The man screamed in despair as he remembered the clothes he wore had been made by Aruna just for him. Monsters appeared in the sky, and someone who tried to speak was stunned when a huge horned creature suddenly emerged and rushed toward them. The powerful blow that shook the ground left the protagonist unhurt, his eyes already adjusted to the enemy's speed, and he doubted this was the limit of his abilities while the other character watched in confusion and shock. Worried about the approaching enemy, one character shouted to his ally to retreat immediately, while the protagonist assessed the situation, calmly noted that although the insect-like enemy was tougher than expected, he could handle it, and then struck to show his strength and confidence. The heroes talked about why the dragonfly dragons had stopped attacking. One said that if the attacks had continued, there would have been trouble. Another said the dragons were afraid to come close because they would be killed. And the first wondered why the enemies did not attack from the air with fire, since they were dragons. The heroes wondered why the enemy dragons did not use fire from the air. One explained their flames were weak at a distance because they were built for close combat. Another suggested the dragonflies were drawn by the smell of human blood and so did not retreat. The group agreed they could not let the enemy escape, since an attack on the village would cause enormous damage. The heroes debated how to fight flying enemies that stayed aloft. One admitted he had let his guard down and promised to be more vigilant. Another suggested throwing a battle axe at the dragon, hoping it would help. His comrades doubted the idea's effectiveness, but he insisted it would at least distract the enemies. One hero told the other to trust him, stood up with his battle axe, and ran as his comrades watched in amazement while he hurled the weapon into the air with all his strength, aiming to hit the flying enemies. A warrior shouted and hurled his battle axe skyward toward the enemy, while his comrade watched in disbelief at how high it flew. A precisely thrown axe flew into the sky and hit a flying target, shocking and impressing the onlookers. One character watched in disbelief and called the thrower an incredible fool, unable to understand how he had done it. The heroes saw new enemies approaching, giant insects flying from every direction, and one of the heroes warned anxiously that they were coming. Everyone prepared for battle, and a fighter rushed forward, his eyes wide with tension and determination. Diaz attacked the insect fiercely, showing his strength with a powerful blow while staying determined and focused. Meanwhile, the other hero wasted no time and knocked an enemy off course with a well-aimed throw. One monster still came close and grabbed the fighter from behind, creating an unexpected and dangerous moment for him. One fighter was in a life-threatening situation when an insect grabbed him and drove its sting into him, and his comrade stayed calm, took careful aim, and fired to save him with a precise shot. Reflecting on how rare their achievement was, he knew wind dragons usually appeared only once a year, and few people ever saw one, yet they were lucky to meet 5 at once. And he had never imagined he would become one of those who hunted dragons like the tribe's real men. So after saving his friend, he felt the whole village would see him differently. Trying to understand why everything felt so strange, he realized his idea of dragon hunting was completely different. He thought this method was stupid, clumsy, and wrong. When his partner started handling the defeated creatures roughly, he protested, insisted they be treated more carefully, and reminded his partner how much they cost. DS sincerely did not understand what was wrong with him. During the conversation, one of the heroes admitted that meeting Aruna made him who he is now, and he said he owed her a great deal, not only for her support, but because she did the housework every day. Out of respect and gratitude, he did not dare say anything to her, and his interlocutor noted this was not very royal because Aruna had sewn his shirt and pants with her own hands. Someone notes that Diaz's name, behavior, and everything else seemed strange to him. Then Anna appears, sees Diaz's wound, and anxiously asks what happened. And to see the wound, Diaz reassures her that clothes can be replaced. And another character says the wound does not look deep, but still needs to be disinfected immediately. Aruna said proudly she had expected that courage from her husband, and that it was a small price to pay to destroy the wind dragons. One character cheerfully told Aruna he had also slain a dragon with the bow and arrows she had given him. Aruna thanked him for delivering the materials and explained that since the two of them had killed the dragons, half the spoils belonged to him. At that moment, Aruna's brother replied, and she irritably asked what he wanted. Diaz told Aruna to be a little nicer to Zorg. In his opinion, Zorg had no one to show his courage to, so he wanted recognition. She believed that if he truly thought about family, he should first go to the Oni village and look after his younger brothers and sisters. Then he would become the real support and head of the family. In that case, he should find a suitable partner in the village, because if he needed someone to rely on, it was definitely not her. Zort fought the wind dragon even though it was weaker than the green dragon, and his actions left an impression. Noticing the two boots he had delivered were worth a lot may have swayed Aruna, who did not show it openly, but was pleased by Zort's courage and likely why she was so gentle with Diaz. Aruna smiled at Diaz and suggested throwing a party. The villagers had gathered around the fire, music and joy filled the air, and the whole village seemed ready to celebrate. At the party, all the villagers were enjoying themselves. Diaz noticed the joyful, lively atmosphere. Aruna, as always, was the center of attention and energized everyone. He felt the celebration was especially successful and was pleased everyone was having a good time. Diaz thought back on the party and realized it had been more than just celebrating the dragon's defeat for everyone. Aruna returned his look with a warm smile, sharing the same feelings. Later, when Diaz stood up, someone asked where he was going, and he said he was going to the toilet. Diaz saw a sheep standing apart from the flock and was surprised to find it there. Thinking Francis, Franzua, and the others should be at the party, not here, he wondered if the sheep had wandered in or chosen to stay. But he still doubted it because he could not remember seeing it before. Diaz tried to understand what the sheep was telling him, but admitted he still could not understand her language. He suggested going to the square where everyone was, assuring her she would be heard there. Irritated, the sheep tried to convey her thoughts and was angry that he could not figure them out himself. In the end, Diaz was surprised his plan to leave the matter quietly had failed. Diaz froze when the ram suddenly spoke, unable to believe his ears or know how to react, as it calmly approached and handed him a small bag, leaving him whispering in confusion while he tried to figure out what it held. The ram told Diaz he had proved himself by killing a dragon twice while in human form, and said he had acted on orders from his master and would reward Diaz with 3 leaves of the Sanjivani plant and 1 seed for his bravery, warning that if Diaz tried to sell the gifts, they would wither quickly, which left Diaz stunned, especially at the mentions of master and children he was supposedly protecting. Diaz felt dizzy and tried to understand what was happening, thinking of the word Sanjivani, when Una came over and asked whether he was okay and whether he was hungry, noticing he was far from the toilet. And DS tried to explain he had just spoken to Aram, but Una decided he was simply overtired from fighting wind dragons and injured, and advised him to rest, at least for today. Diaz doubted the reality of what had happened, as it felt like a dream or a hallucination. But clutching the bag in his hand, he realized it could not have been only imagination. At the meeting, the leaders discussed restoring the empire, but concluded that, despite all their efforts, they had found no hint of a solution. One of them proposed an idea, but immediately warned it could have negative consequences. They suggested the plan might harm Diaz. A.R. Yuna asked Diaz how he was feeling, and he admitted that after the battle with the Wind Dragons, he kept feeling weak and unwell. She said he was tired and told him to rest from all work today. Diaz tried to object and offered to do some cleaning, but she insisted he rest and then smiled, saying that if he stayed home, he would still want to work, and that sometimes he should not go out anywhere. Participants discussed the threat from Diaz. One participant proposed using people unhappy with him to eliminate him. They noted growing discontent among the factions, especially among supporters of Mage. In the end, they proposed removing the conspirators to avoid exposure. Officers discussed their attitude toward Diaz. One recalled that Diaz had been an enemy of the general's father. The general replied that while that was true, Diaz had been their benefactor, and he doubted he would cooperate only to harm Diaz. One of the men said his father suffered greatly from Diaz's strategy and even considered suicide after the battle. Being forced to use many traps went against his principles. The general replied that Diaz had saved his father by defying the enemy and exposing their plan. The heroes approached the lake, and one of them admired its beauty. Diaz noted that although the lake's fluctuating water level made it unsuitable for permanent residence, it remained a pleasant place to visit occasionally. One character remembered how Diaz fought his father fairly and without cruelty, using all his strength and attacking head-on as a true warrior, and when they clashed, the hero's father died with dignity, while the narrator still remembered the look on Diaz's face as he fought like a loyal comrade. Diaz said Arunum had arranged his day off so he would rest, and he let the group go way steep, which surprised the others, and one of them watched Diaz, wondering if he was okay, and noting to himself that the water was cold. The speakers discuss the unstable political situation. One noted that Isabel is the only active princess. It was suggested that the Mage faction should be eliminated if they are Diaz's enemies. One participant stressed he is not taking revenge for grievances. The girls ran into the water, squealing with joy as the dogs joined them. The men argued that Maisie should focus on taking the throne rather than on petty matters. One complained that without a meeting, they could not get even a modest budget, but another said everything was under control and there would be no problems. In another room, they argued it would be easier to get rid of the whole royal family, but someone objected that this was impossible. The heroes relaxed on a quiet day. One fished while a girl sat nearby watching, and not far off, a man fed a dog while two sheep grazed peacefully by the water. One conspirator was outraged that their war efforts had been overlooked and they were not being properly rewarded. That conspirator said he would begin with Kadesk, who would come to the capital and not even greet him. Another urged doing nothing for now and just waiting and watching because someone in the kingdom would act first. A third reminded them that at the last meeting they had accepted that killing the royal family was impossible, but suggested they might need to reconsider. Richard noticed movement between the Empire and Mage, and that Asnari Yisa would continue. One of the others was surprised he knew, and suggested Mage was tied to the Empire. Richard said that if something was happening unnoticed, it was even more important, and added they would avoid a major defeat, but could not win if they stayed tied to the West and let the Empire build up its resources. One girl happily announced she had completed the Aruna horn, and the other enthusiastically noted it was very similar. Meanwhile, another girl enjoyed the pleasant feeling of drifting in the cold water after diving into the sand, cooled by the evening breeze. One man said this would not end so easily. Later, another man was told he would need to watch the miners and help them as needed. The second man then said with concern that it would be hard work. The young man shouted happily that he had caught a big fish. Beside him, the girl encouraged Klaus to try harder. The other man watched quietly, thinking it over. A man said they would leave for Diacidano early in the morning as planned, and asked everyone to prepare what was needed. And the old man said Eldan and Samar should not be in such a hurry, especially after several days of rest. A man asked if anyone had caught a fish, and Uncle Ben mocked him, calling him a fool. Another man said he was jerking the rod too soon, and that it should be lifted only when the fish were actually biting. The hero then realized his mistake. One man eagerly says he wants to visit the village of De Macedono as soon as possible and cannot wait to leave. Another man says he has too many government matters to deal with and must handle them first, and he admits he would like to go but cannot. The third man says it is none of his business. Anxious, the man thinks about his master's condition, feeling helpless as he bitterly admits all he can do is watch him suffer. He recalls the legend of San Giovanni, a mythical medicine from the mountain of the gods that can cure any disease, and believes it could save his master, but doubts even the gods would give it to Eldan. Summer. At dinner, the girl called everyone to the table. She said food would help Diaz regain his strength. The children asked whether he had caught a fish. The others talked about the strange leaf he had brought and suggested it might be the valuable specimen. Entering the tent, the hero wondered why the chief had called him, was tired of lectures, and silently wished they would stop, and the chief, on seeing him, admitted he had changed his opinion of the hero, saying he could not forget what had happened before, but that extracting 3 wind dragons was a worthy task, and as a token of gratitude, handed the hero a gift and asked him to accept it. Diaz tasted the berries and found them as plain as ever, then asked whether they came from Mora's tree. The girl said she had picked them herself, and looked puzzled by the adult's odd reaction. And meanwhile, an elf explained Diaz was so strong he had more trouble noticing changes in his body, and asked him to be sure to tell her if he felt anything unusual. A character handed a dagger with rings to another, saying it was a certificate for a chieftain candidate, and that the rings showed he was third. He added that without the money problems he would have made him chieftain immediately, but since things were going badly, the matter stayed at candidate status. She reminded him they were family and spouses, so he did not need to ask her forgiveness. He was surprised at first, but soon agreed, thanked her, and admitted she was right. The chief then said confidently that killing 3 dragons was nothing to be ashamed of, since it proved the main character's strength and courage. And with those merits, along with determination and experience, the hero would certainly become an excellent leader. Determined, the young warrior clenched his fist and said this showed the chieftain's character. The chieftain across from him watched calmly. Meanwhile, the other heroes, clearly pleased with what had just happened, cheerfully agreed it was time to head back, since it was nearly dark. Asked if he had rested well today, Diaz smiled slightly and said he had not had that much rest in a long time, thanked the person who asked, and added that he would try his best again, starting tomorrow. In this scene, Diaz suddenly loses consciousness, leaving everyone around him shocked. Diaz wakes in bed after passing out, with Anna and the children gathered around, relieved he is awake. And Anna says he had a high fever all night and suddenly collapsed on the way home from the lake, while Diaz still looks tired and tries to figure out what happened. Diaz was injured fighting wind dragons, and doctors believe an infection caused his collapse after a toxin from a plant or insect entered his body, leading to a high fever and loss of consciousness. Arune, feeling guilty, admits she missed the decline in his condition and still sent him on a long mission, taking it hard and saying the blame is hers. Trying to comfort the young girl who blamed herself, the woman said things were not as they seemed. If the illness had started at work, It could have been much worse. Thanks to the timely rest, the patient's condition was noticed right away. The woman reminded the girl she had not slept all night, caring for the patient, and needed to rest now. She apologized through tears. Two girls approached the sick man with a cup and gently offered him the medicine, asking him to drink it. At first, he thought even a sip would be more than he could manage, but seeing their efforts, he did not want to burden them, so he thanked them, and, despite his weakness, made an effort and began to drink the potion. The man was surprised by the drink's taste. It was oddly sweet, yet refreshing, and easy to drink even in his weakened state. He noted medicinal infusions usually had a sharp smell and bitter taste, but this remedy was completely different. The girl smiled and said it was made from leaves taken from Diaz. He could not understand what kind of leaves tasted like that or why they had been taken from medicine. Diaz began slipping again, hot from the medicine and wanting to rest, and though he tried not to wake the girls, fatigue took over. They wished him a good night, and he soon fell asleep. But after a while, someone started calling him, hoping he would hear. Diaz woke up with unexpected relief. The fever that had tormented him earlier was completely gone. He even realized he felt better than usual. After checking his wound, he saw it had not closed yet, but would likely heal on its own. Worried about his condition, asked what had happened to him after his recent fever. Weiner sternly told Diaz not to make her worry, saying he had gotten off too easily after such a serious condition, and she wondered whether he was recovering faster just because he was Diaz, then asked if he had eaten any herbs or anything like that, to which Diaz replied he had not eaten anything, implying he was fine, and added that the wound was healing unusually fast, which surprised him. The heroes talked about how quickly Diaz recovered. One of them recalled that Sonoyant Asian had given him a medicinal infusion, and someone apologized for being careless and not checking exactly what had been drunk. Another character said news came from the neighboring territory that the Duke of Cazadex would arrive soon, and that if Diaz was still ill, something had to be done right away. But Diaz was actually well, and someone ran through the village to tell everyone he had recovered, because they had been very worried. Still worried about Diaz's condition, Runa told him to let her know if he suddenly felt unwell. Diaz thanked her for her concern. At that moment, a luxurious carriage drove up to them. One of the arrivals said he had wanted to visit earlier but had been tied up with many tasks and apologized for arriving only now. Eldon greeted his old acquaintances and apologized for dropping in without warning, saying a busy schedule had kept him from contacting them in advance, and they replied that he and his friends were welcome any time, while Eldon admitted his mother had insisted on the trip because she wanted to see Diaz, and although he had cited pressing matters, it had still been hard to get away, which the narrator noted as unusual since Eldon rarely complained, and his mother, despite her strength and strictness, had a softer side. Eldon said he had come on official business and asked to stay for a few days, adding that he wanted to ask Diaz about a few matters first. Diaz said Eldon could stay as long as necessary, trusted the guests would not cause any inconvenience, and agreed to allow camp setup and provide food. Eldon added one more request in the scene, asking for the important favor of being allowed to visit Diaz's village, and his words were emotional and sparked a strong reaction from those around him. The hero says he has wanted to see this village for a long time and couldn't sleep without a tour, and says he arranged a short tour for Eldon next. Someone clearly impressed loudly says thanks, but is told to speak normally. The older person explains everyone is busy with dinner and other things, so they will go to the fields first, and the younger hero asks about the fields while studying the ground with interest. A villager explained that no one knows why the crops grow in circles and there is no explanation. Over time, the villagers stopped thinking about it and accepted it as part of life. The scene then moves to a peaceful moment where a character gently touches a cow, enjoying the simple pleasures of village life. One character said the animals looked good, and that was what mattered to him, adding they had expressive faces and beautiful fur. Another agreed, noting they looked well-fed, well-groomed, and happy, the same feeling he had. And after that, the group continued to walk slowly around the area. Startled, he turns sharply and looks at the horse, whose coat he thinks matches a royal mare's. And though clearly worried, he forces a tense expression and tries to stay calm. When someone asks what's wrong, he waves it off, pretends nothing happened, walks away, and loudly says he noticed nothing strange, deciding in his mind to act as if he had seen nothing. Diaz says Sanae and Ahan are worried about the place, recalling it began as a small field, but has grown so much he no longer knows what is being planted there. And another character says the fields seem healthy, so people are allowed to do whatever they want. The animals say they have fun every day and are happy to have arrived in the village. I bow. One of them thanks Eldan for everything. Eldan says it is nice to see everyone in good spirits. Then a man approaches and tells him the construction of the Skylia is finished. Diaz thanks him, but suddenly he feels unwell and staggers down to one knee. Aruna looks worried and asks if he is all right, and Diaz says it is probably just fatigue because he has no fever and no chest pain. The group continued tasting the drink, and one of them said it tasted like strong, good black tea and admitted he'd never had anything like it before. The elf girls happily confirmed his impression, and he thanked them, saying it lifted his spirits. At this time, Diaz and Aruna stopped them. Diaz apologetically told Eldon the girls might have given him something odd and asked forgiveness, but Eldon reassured him he was fine and had drunk the drink deliberately, saying he could smell poison because he had a special sense of smell, and that Sinai, Sama, and Ekin cared about his health, so he took it as a kind gesture, while another character recalled trying a similar tincture called Sanajiban and was sure it was not poisonous. The heroes kept discussing the mysterious herb used to make the drink. One of them, surprised, suggested it might be the legendary Sanjivani from the Age of the Gods and said that would make them incredibly lucky. But Eldon said it was most likely just a common herb with a similar name, since the real Sanjivani is unlikely to exist. One character remembered once praying for the real Sanjivani, but admitted it was more like a legend or fairy tale, since no one had ever found anything like it, and he said the feeling the remedy produced seemed special, a feeling that came to be synonymous with Sanjivani, so people assumed the person who gave the remedy to Diasama could call him that because of those feelings. The girls said they had permission. He noted both simply wanted to help, driven by concern for his suffering and a sincere wish to ease his pain. While Ardias slept, the girls asked to take and use the leaves, and he agreed and handed them over. Then they prepared a medicinal tincture together and later discussed it with Emma and Grahamamaya. The hero thinks the girls may not be to blame, since they seemed to have his permission, and he recalls they had earlier promised to use medicinal herbs only in Aruna's presence because the herbs could be dangerous. At the end of the scene, he asks the children if they are ready for bed and suggests turning off the lights. Diaz reflects on Sanea and Akan, noting that though they look energetic now, they actually lost their parents to illness. He knows they still care about their families and carry painful memories. He thanks the children for their support and says that despite his recent decline, he is fine now. The girls smile warmly in response. Holding two girls close, a man feels pathetic and tells himself he must protect everyone, but has failed. Yet he smiles as he hugs the children and draws comfort and warmth from them. Despite everything that had happened, he now felt truly happy, as invisible but strong bonds seemed to tie him to those around him and fill him with deep inner warmth. Surrounded by his dear family, the man tenderly embraced his loved ones, knowing their family ties could not be broken, and calling them family to show how deep their connection was. That morning, Eldon lay in bed making strange noises, as if something unusual was happening to him. A bystander, worried it might be linked to medicine Eldon had taken. Diaz felt light in his body and remembered being young and strong, able to do the impossible. Someone nearby, alarmed, hurried to call for help. Eldon suddenly became energetic, and the Camelats said everything was fine. Another character was surprised at how effective yesterday's medicinal infusion had been, since they had said Eldon needed daily medicine or he would feel bad. Yet that morning he got up and ran as if nothing had happened, and everyone watched in surprise at his unexpected surge of strength. The characters discussed Eldon's condition. One said he had simply overdone it and was out of breath. Although the illness had eased, it was too soon to call it a full recovery, and it would take time. Others doubted whether the medicinal herb was genuine because its effect had been so fast. The characters discussed Eldon's condition, saying he had simply pushed himself too hard and was out of breath. And although the illness had eased, it was too soon to speak of a full recovery, and it would take time, while some doubted the herbal remedy was genuine because it had worked so quickly. A large tent stood in the center of the clearing where the meeting's participants had gathered, and one hero asked everyone to come closer, after which the man and woman walked to the table where people were already waiting for them. The meeting agreed to discuss important matters, including the king's remarks, and one participant thanked everyone for sharing the valuable Sangiovania with him, admitting he knew no other way to express his gratitude. One participant said the situation with Sangiovani was complicated, that the medicine had already been used and only the seeds remained, and he did not want anyone to think he was profiting from it. Now that they understood Sangiovani's effects, the group agreed it would be hard to handle the situation without ill will. One participant pointed out that others, not them, had used the medicine, and that the seed likely did not sprout because of the hay. They suggested leaving the decision to those who used Sangiovani, since they acted with good intentions. The group agrees it is best to pretend the Sangiovani does not exist, because no one knows what might make it wither, and they leave the plant's care to Sani and Iken, promising to help if needed, but not expecting thanks or any official record. One warned that if Sangiovani became known, it would draw unwanted attention and spark conflict, so he urged the others to keep it secret. Another, considering the plant's possible benefits, cited a dying man whose life could be saved by Sangiovani and wondered whether that would change their policy of silence. They concluded they could not save all the sick, even with Sangiovani, and that the burden was too heavy for one person, and one of them said it was fate that they had received Sangiovani and that it rested with Sani and Ichen, so he trusted the children's good intentions and decided to leave everything to fate. Dia believed that if someone was meant to be saved, fate would bring them to Sinai and Icon, and even when children made mistakes, adults accepted it as inevitable and called it fate. Eldon told Camelos to inform all the villagers as soon as possible that everything must be kept secret. Camelos said he understood and promised to follow the decision. And after they resumed the meeting, a participant said he had come to convey His Majesty's words about the Duke's rights, including the right to take a new surname, and added that he had decided to forget everything he had said before. Diaz reacted in surprise when told he would be given the title Duke, and said he never expected to become a noble with a family name, and the others were also bewildered and confused. He explained he was a commoner without a family name, but they said he should be registered as a noble of the kingdom of Sankarif, and that he should already have a family name. While they talked, one hero told Diaz that anyone with land must have a last name. The others were surprised he never used one. In the end, they discovered his last name was Nutris, and Diaz was surprised to remember it. The group keeps discussing Diaz's last name. Diaz admits he never thought about it before because he was suddenly put on the plane. One meeting participant reminds him he must accept the noble status the king assigned, and that under those terms he cannot change anything. At the end, someone asks him to read a letter aloud that explains his status and situation. One of the interlocutors explained that Diaz had been granted the title of Duke, the right to choose a new surname, and immunity from attack for 3 years. He was also given a sealed document confirming his status and a letter stating His Majesty's words and the details of his orders. They noted that obtaining this title must have required considerable effort, hinting at ulterior motives. The conversation suggested that because of his mistakes and the struggle for the throne, the king was in a weak position and might soon abdicate. In that situation, it would help him to gain the Duke's support, including Diaz himself, and the speakers said the monarch may have granted Diaz the title to secure an ally who could even oppose the royal family. Participants at the meeting discussed the fund to be handed over to Diaz. One interlocutor said more time was needed for further preparations because of earlier losses, and added that the king had asked him to provide mutual assistance. Diaz said he did not need the fund or the people, and that the king's help was sufficient for him. Diaz said that if he had come to the village with the king's gold and men, she might not have met Aru, and many things would have turned out differently. One of the men said he was glad with how things had turned out, and that he liked life in the village of Iluk, and he suggested she might have had personal motives connected with William. The hero said they wanted to protect the villagers and build the future together with everyone. They discussed the need to act independently. One said that, though grateful to Eldon, they must do everything with their own hands. Another said he had to manage the people and the money himself, so he accepted the duties of the lord of these lands. Una felt the sincerity in Diaz's words. The interlocutor assured Diaz he understood his feelings, but said Diaz was wrong on 2 points, noting their relationship had never been one-sided and that many resources and victories came because of Diaz. And Diaz thought the interlocutor was probably referring to Sanji Bani. The speaker said the state loan is a credit to the country and that a nobleman's wealth raises his rank, added this strengthens the right to vote nationally, promised to vote for the budget in support of Diaz so no losses are expected, and said an alliance with him would benefit the king by increasing his influence. At the meeting, officials said the government loan did not need to be repaid and would not cause losses to the king. One participant pointed out the aid was not selfless, so Diaz should not be modest. The girl proposed a compromise that honored the Duke of Casadec's wishes and her father's desire to expand the village on his own. During the conversation, the woman recalled with feeling the poor condition of the road to the village of Ilush, stressing it was unfit for carriages, and her interlocutor was surprised, while those present saw that even Duke Casadec's carriage had trouble passing, confirming repairs were needed. One participant proposed building a main road to connect the village of Iluk to the nearest town. He said the current route was too difficult to use, and a road would boost the area's development. Others supported the plan, saying that with a road, resources, and labor, any project could be completed. They decided to take a government loan because they did not have enough funds. Eldon agreed to the proposal to build a road, saying it would improve logistics and make his visits easier. Others joined the discussion, suggesting a guard post and a rest area with a well. Observers said it recalled DS's style, and one called it quite impressive. They agreed to go at once to inspect a suitable site for the project. One participant said he had tried to make fresh tea as promised in the letter. The conversation turned to Yuha. Participants said he was not always easy to work with, but his teachings were very valuable. One speaker stressed that despite some carelessness, Yuha is talented and inspired and taught them a great deal. The characters discussed Duha. One said he admired Duha's desire to avoid war and put peace above all else. Another was surprised a military scientist could hate war. They learned Duha saw war as the most useless thing in the world and urged avoiding it, warning that otherwise humanity would be defeated by monsters. He believed that avoiding war through diplomacy was the highest form of military science. Because of his skill, he served on the Royal Council and pushed for a quick peace, but he was later accused of incompetence and forced to resign. Also, one character received a letter asking for a last name to get a reply. A member pointed out they had the right to adopt a new surname and advised choosing a beautiful, meaningful name to pass down through generations. Other members planned to take the same surname. One hero felt so overwhelmed by the responsibility he could not think of a suitable name, and the others mocked him for seeming to have lost his nerve. Diaz weighed choosing a family name, knowing it would both represent his family and become the territory's name, so it had to be suitable for his descendants, and he understood that receiving a family name was a rare, significant privilege. Diaz sat at the table, trying to think of a last name, but admitted nothing was coming to mind, and decided it would be easier if someone else did the thinking. Just then, Uncle Ben entered the room, apologizing for disturbing him. Uncle Ben said he'd come up with a new name, had consulted An, Uno Y, Sun, Sonne, and Ian before deciding, and asked them not to object. Diaz was surprised and wanted to know the name before it was officially written into the documents. The old man remembered telling Diaz not to use formal speech with him because Diaz was an adult and a respectable man, and wrote on the document that the chosen surname was Mayabadal, adding that it suited both Diaz and the land he governed. He saw the new name and wondered what Mayabadal meant, and an old man explained that together Mayabadal meant hero who protects Mia, that Badal was an old word meaning brave or heroic, and that the name Diaz Mayabadal sounded good. Yaz asked why the family name Mia was chosen and was told that building good relations with the tribe on the land mattered, that a name meaning hero who defends Maya would be received positively, and that the old plain name meant unnecessary while the new name sounded much better. Ben wondered whether there was a hidden meaning behind the surname. Advisors told him that using the name Miyabadao for a branded fabric would be very beneficial because it would clearly link the product to the territory. Ben said he had considered it, but that it would be a long time before he could make it happen. The old man said he wanted to build a beautiful temple and would be grateful if Diaz kept the family name until then. The narrator noted villagers often consulted the uncle and expected that sooner or later he would want to build his own place, a temple, or something similar. His sermons and parables were well received, and people respected his practical advice. The old man said the temple would be dedicated to Meha as a messenger of God, and that the Arab Sanji Kavani was seen as a gift from the gods, adding that if Meha truly spoke the divine language, there could be no doubt about her authenticity, so he thought the messenger's name should be part of the ruler's surname in these lands. Acknowledging a long road ahead, the old man said he would stay for now as everyone's advisor and hoped, for the sake of his listeners' parents, to become a worthy lord who would justify the new family name. He said the family name was good, with meaning, a pleasing sound, and a connection to the worship of Meha. The woman asked Diaz if he had finished registering his family name. He said the only thing left was to hand the documents to the king, and added that a banquet was planned that evening to honor his title and new family name, with Eldan and the others staying to celebrate. Diaz asked if they had a patronymic equivalent and whether it was linked to a family name, and the woman said their culture did not use family names, so she found the custom hard to understand, but liked the idea of naming the plane Miyabadal, and the girls listening quickly caught on and clarified they were talking about patronymics. The girls announced happily that they were Diaz's children, taking turns calling themselves Sene and Ikan, and Diaz explained that a name showing whose child someone is called a patronymic, while the woman added that a great-grandfather's name could also be used, and that in marriage it shows whose wife or husband a person is. She praised the girls for doing so well, and the girls, pleased, said they had succeeded. The characters discussed that giving a family name to children officially makes them heirs, and noted that anyone who takes the name must behave like an aristocrat. And the woman wondered whether she could take a noble family's name and whether Sinai and Akan could become heirs. The man had no objection to adopting the surname, but stressed the decision was up to the girls themselves, and said aristocratic manners were complicated, so he would not force them on the children. The woman smiled and said they would eventually see how annoying it was. At the party, one of the guests thanked Diaz for the invitation and said he was enjoying himself. Diaz replied that he was glad to hear it. Later, the man noticed Senai-chan's and Ihan-chan's children sometimes glanced at him and Kamlat's as if something had caught their attention. Diaz said Sin and I were happy because Eldon and Kamlots, who had been ill, were starting to recover, and he added that the children had lost their parents to illness, so they were especially moved by others' recoveries. And the man agreed, saying he now understood their smiles and was impressed by how friendly the human dogs were with other races. The hero admitted he hadn't known about the issue with small species and thanked everyone for their help, suggesting the environment might be suitable. Another hero acknowledged his inexperience and how much he still needed to learn, and said he appreciated being among others and felt content with the scene before him. Felden said he could not express his gratitude with money or words because being given new opportunities left him overwhelmed by the realization. Always wanting to end discrimination and conflict, he knew deep down he could not achieve that in his short life. Seeing different races united and smiling humbled him and made him decide to work harder to spread that harmony throughout the world. The hero approached Diaz asking for help and support, saying he wanted to meet him as a person, not as a representative of the authorities, admitting he needed him. And another character promised to do everything possible to help, showing serious intent and willingness to support. The heroes met for another lesson on aristocracy, and one admitted he still had much to learn, as the teacher explained the system was created to govern the country and encourage competition, showing a hierarchy from baron to duke. The lesson explained the structure of the aristocracy, focusing on the duke as the highest noble rank with special privileges, especially the right to control territory, allowing free buying, selling, and development of land, a power that promoted economic growth and consolidated authority. During the lesson, the hero suggested applying the theory in practice, pointed to the map, and said he wanted to sell part of his territory, asking them to name a suitable price, and stressing he was not doing it out of gratitude, but for his own reasons, which surprised the other person. During the discussion, a participant said the wood Diaz and others used came from the village of Aruna, and when asked where Aruna and the others had obtained it, the interlocutor began to suspect it had been taken secretly. Once it was clear this timber had likely been used without permission, the girl apologized for staying silent and offered to sell the needed timber to prevent future problems, and Diaz said he preferred compensation and suggested buying the land to avoid bureaucratic red tape. Diaz said he understood the need to buy the forest, but stressed that being a duke is hard, and you must consider both sides' interests, and he added that you can't just dispose of land when people live there. While the girl admitted she didn't know the land's price, and Diaz wondered what offer they could make. Diaz suggested using the materials from 2.5 wind dragons as payment, and asked if that would be enough. This surprised the others, but one admitted that in real value it was more than sufficient, though an unusual solution. At the meeting, LDAN called it a training session and asked to go over formalities, but Diaz wasn't ready to negotiate and felt useless, so in the end he decided to leave such matters to LA, who had successfully gathered the materials to pay for the timber. After finishing the negotiations and training, Eldon went home satisfied with the outcome. Laura apologized to Diaz for not telling him about the wood, but he said he was not offended, understood the situation with the only tribe, and felt he should not interfere if Eldan chose not to explain anything. Diaz promised to settle the ogre's territorial disputes openly. The village went back to its usual rhythm, but the calm was deceptive as the girls kept pushing for adventures and forest trips, causing many problems. The narrator said preparing for winter involved gathering salt, hunting, and storing food, and he noted important rules like not disturbing other villages and being careful when hunting, and these preparations should begin when migratory birds appear. The two girls asked eagerly to enter the forest, but the man said the rights registration was not finished and he needed more time, noting that the girls were determined and could not wait because they had once lived in the forest with their families. The girl cheered everyone by saying she had permission to enter the forest and warned them there was no time to waste because autumn was coming, adding that they would have to harvest every day and might even need Maya's help. Aruna announced happily that everyone should be ready because from tomorrow they would have to go into the forest every day, and people were glad as they looked forward to the harvest, while the adults said it was time to work and stock up for winter. An adult said the forest had not only food, but also poisonous plants, mushrooms, insects, and monsters, so he urged everyone to be careful and follow the rules, adding that despite the dangers, the girls would be able to manage and walk safely. Diaz tells Aruna about mushrooms in the forest, saying some are edible. That knowledge came from being an orphan in childhood during the war, when he had to survive on what he found. The girl beside him is surprised and mentions there are many forests in the kingdom's east. The narrator then notes that working in the forest requires knowing how to identify edible mushrooms and other foods. The man in the picture proved to be a steady companion and advisor to the pregnant human dogs, and as a former priest, he used his experience to support people like Franca, who was about to give birth. The heroes gathered edible mushrooms in the forest. One of them said he knew a lot about forest food because he had been an orphan and had lived off the forest during the war. The girl was surprised and admitted she had not expected to eat mushrooms. They discussed how to cook them, frying, boiling, and drying. The heroine tried to figure out which mushrooms were edible and used a single purification spell to tell edible from poisonous ones. Her companion thought she was being overly wary of mushrooms, and when she pointed at one, stopped her and said it was poisonous. He added that, although the mushrooms looked similar, small signs set them apart, and the one with a fluffy cap was edible. In an instant, the heroine realized she was learning from Diaz and began to see him as reliable in a new way. Though she had once thought she knew more, she now felt respect and gratitude toward him. Meanwhile, the girls kept searching for food together and found a walnut tree. The children were gathering nuts, and an adult pointed out they'd only collected about 30% of the fruit, leaving some behind. And he was surprised that Sine and Lycan already seemed to understand the rules for preparing for winter and thought they might even know about the rule against over-harvesting. One of the heroines explains why harvesting too much is wrong. It upsets the natural balance, stops new plants from growing, and harms the animals that depend on the fruit. If those animals starve, people will be affected too. Children try to follow the forest rules, and adults clean up trash and prepare for winter, taking only what they need from the forest. The heroine explains today's outing was meant only for inspection and rule study, but there is still a lot to do, such as gathering firewood and hunting older animals for meat. And they review hunting rules, noting females must not be harmed during the breeding season, so they prefer older animals to avoid wasting young meat. They talk about getting ready for winter. The man says the forest is rich, and with hard work, they can gather enough food. He mentions using powder to lure animals and the need to track them. And the girl praises his manliness, stressing that without a strong head of the family, winter becomes especially hard. With relief, the woman said she used to worry about shortages and could not sleep in winter, but thanks to her husband's efforts, she felt safe and called this the happiest winter in years, while the man thought the supplies had not yet been checked and winter preparations had only just begun. The man believed he had to meet the expectations placed on him and not disappoint anyone. Determined, he kept working and refused to give in to the pressure. At the same time, other team members were busy gathering resources in the forest. Diaz examined the dug-up potatoes, deciding whether to keep some in reserve. Two girls approached and asked if he had really found potatoes, so he invited them to see his find. They inspected the tubers closely, even sniffing them. The girls say it is not the taste that matters, but the potato's strength and ability to grow. Eat weak tubers and transplant strong ones to other places to spread the harvest. The girls said that planting too many potatoes in one spot weakens them. It is better to space them out because the harvest will be larger and the tubers will grow strong like trees. Diaz noticed the girls had mentioned trees earlier and wondered if trees grew better when there were fewer. The girls said it was important to space them so sunlight could pass between the crowns. Diaz then concluded there might be too many trees. Diaz noticed many mushrooms in the forest, but they were not very tasty. The girls said the forest was so dense that good trees could not grow, and medicinal herbs became thin. He said next time he would cut some suitable trees to open up the space. The girls shouted that you cannot just cut suitable trees, you must choose the ones that are in the way or those that are weak. The hero laughed when told that Sinai and Ikan were teachers in the forest because they were the ones who decided which trees could be cut. The girls were surprised to be called teachers, and the adults then suggested trying everything again and praised the girls for their efforts. Aruna spotted strange mushrooms and wondered if they had appeared recently. One mushroom suddenly moved and changed shape, startling her. She realized they were not ordinary and tried to defend herself from the sudden attack when one of the mushrooms released a cloud of spores or smoke. Drawn to the scene, the hero screamed and, voice trembling with anxiety, called to the girl, Una, then saw her lying motionless on the ground with a huge mushroom-like creature beside her that filled everyone with confusion and horror. The girls warned Diaz to stay away from the mushroom, saying it was a new species called a magic gas mushroom, and he emphasized that it was important not to get caught in its powder. At that moment, the mushroom released a cloud of spores, and Diaz immediately rushed to attack. Diaz charged the mushroom and cut through a cloud of spores with a powerful blow. The mushroom tried to resist by releasing more gas, and he stayed focused as he swung his sword to deliver the finishing blow. After the battle, the companions rushed to Aruna, anxious about her condition. Fortunately, she was unharmed, and one of them explained they had been attacked by a magical gas mushroom, a poisonous forest monster that sprayed toxic powder. Diaz asked anxiously if the mushroom was poisonous and was told everything would be fine, although AR would not be well for some time, and at that moment she began to regain consciousness and weakly said Diaz's name. Semi-delirious from the poison, AR Yuna looked at Diaz and said he was like a prince on a white horse. Diaz asked in surprise whether she really thought he was a prince. AR Yuna, while under the influence of the poisonous powder, began to say that Diaz was very brave and had no sense of limits. The others noticed that after inhaling this substance, a person can become delirious and behave strangely. Aruna, still under the powder's influence, behaved oddly and spoke incoherently, claiming she was not part of any royal descent, while the girls sang a mysterious song about a jealous leaf king. A stranger heard an old song and was surprised to hear someone else singing it, assuming the singer had magic. The girl said it was not their magic. One character decided to leave the matter for later. At camp, they saw that Aruna had recovered quickly, and someone remarked they were not worried about the strange events. Diaz asks if these are the same mushrooms picked yesterday, and the girl says she fried and salted them as he advised. Everyone eagerly tries the dish and enjoys the taste, but Aruna, one of the girls, still feels uneasy, and the protagonist notices she has been avoiding his eyes since they returned from the forest and wonders why. The next day, the protagonist sat in a yurt, staring at a map or crop chart and lost in thought. The sheep lay quietly beside him. One of them made a soft sound, as if asking what was bothering him. The protagonist considered someone else's proposal to build a road to link east and west and bring trade through the village, noted an existing road through the forest, and saw the new route would pass through the center, hoping to grow the village by selling local goods and increasing her influence. Wanting to improve life for everyone and develop the settlement, he refused to harm the Mia sheep or the meadows they grazed because those pastures were irreplaceable, and he did not want to cause major damage. And he also knew the Oni tribe wanted to develop their village. But as he thought this, the sheep began actively seeking his attention and interrupted his thoughts. Still wrapped up in his plans, Diaz couldn't quite understand the sheep and assumed they meant he should put himself first before helping others, so he decided the crossroads themselves weren't bad and began planning how to divide them while plotting his next move. Worried about money, the protagonist thought the sheep's calm behavior meant there was nothing to worry about if he planned carefully, but a meeting and an upcoming dinner distracted him. Diaz was told to be careful with the valuable map, and a council member agreed with his plan, but said other representatives' views, especially Aruna's, also mattered. So Diaz asked if anyone else should be consulted, and the girl said Aruna would speak for her village, and the decision should not rest on one person. Zort said that because of the other person he had tasted Aruna's cooking and was surprised by how tasty a mushroom dish could be, and he added that he can now tell edible mushrooms from poisonous ones. Diaz said he wanted to speak with Chief Moru, but had not been able to do so yet, and everyone present was surprised at how quickly Zort arrived, while the dog confirmed the chief had asked him earlier to contact Diaz as soon as possible. Aruna's brother praised the person he was speaking with, noting that he had taken a family name, become a duke, and was building roads and developing the village. And Diaz and another hero said they had already discussed the road idea with the residents of Iluk and planned to build a crossroads between the villages to improve the movement of people and goods and turn the area into a trading center and warehouse. They discussed a road construction plan, first from west to east and later to the north and south. One warned that if they started the work themselves, the only tribe might object, and he planned to get permission in advance. Though he did not expect it to be easy, the interlocutor said she did not want to cause conflict and wanted good relations with the tribe. And another noted there was still some tension between them. They continued talking, and one admitted he did not know how to handle the roads because the issue raised questions about land ownership. He tried to follow, but was having trouble. The other told him to begin with the simplest point and to say plainly what he wanted to discuss without complicating the speech. One of the heroes suggested dividing the plain equally between the village and the only tribe. He explained the center and its roads would remain shared. The other person thought it over because that division would make building roads north or east-west difficult. Diaz said the land only looked divided into 4 parts, but it was not, and he suggested they use the roads to avoid disputes, and they planned to make an accurate aerial map and, with help from their pigeon friends, mark the boundaries with white pegs. A hero asked whether the others approved of the plan, and was told everyone had been consulted and no one objected. He added that even Aruna agreed, which was confirmed, but some worried those who had lived on the land before might think the tribe was taking half. And another character, surprised, asked if they had quarreled. Admitting he had no better idea, the hero proposed the simplest, clearest way to split the land in half, saying that until the kingdom falls, one half will belong to the sole tribe, and that he could freely dispose of his share. Zord said that if he were the chieftain, he would not debate the situation and would simply accept the offer, and another noted that in a war with the kingdom, they would stand no chance. So taking half the plain was already more than they could expect, and from one point of view, they could claim to have conquered the whole plain. A character says that if Arunas's children inherit the land, the tribe's bloodline will pass to her relatives, suggests this may have been her plan all along, and notes the transfer was agreed after Diaz and Arunas's wedding. He now sees why Aruna shared resources and let them live together. She had planned it from the start. He understands his chieftain will be bound to another tribe, as if it were his own, and asks to learn more about the Duke and the kingdom's laws so he can negotiate other terms. One character vows to bring everything together and defeat the old woman, while the other quietly feels relieved that things are falling into place for them, and the scene shifts to the city of Malangal in the Western Cascades. Hooded figures gathered in a secluded place. One turned to another and demanded payment for services. The other, without objection, took out a bag of coins and handed it over. Then a man with long blonde hair appeared and was addressed with respect as Miser Sama. In an alley, a cloaked man named Norius, a confidant of the first Prince Richard, watches Miser and assumes she has begun to act, knowing that even if people start dying, there is nothing he can do, and warning that they are in an illegal market where trade is forbidden, and that if Miser's goods reach the wider market, they could cause mass poisoning and throw the city into complete chaos. Several people say Eldon's summer has begun training in horse riding and fencing, which is out of character for him, and they note he looks more regal today, say the economy is improving, and one suggests he may have decided to become a duke. The characters note how city life has changed, with gourmet food now common, residents seeming happier, and the city more lively, and one of them admits that while he does not like the city, he feels comfortable because different species live in peace and the environment is safe and welcoming. The man with the mug weighs the situation, respecting Eldon and acknowledging his merits, but he must carry out Prince Richard's orders to destroy the city, and he doubts it because the city has become safe and prosperous. Yet if Eldon keeps spending the Empire's funds, serious damage will be unavoidable. A man spots a rhinoceros woman walking with her children and is surprised they are out so late. At first, he assumes they are a family, then he realizes they are different species. He is struck by how calm and safe the city is, and that you can see this even late at night. Watching the different species interact peacefully, he accepted he couldn't fight it and had given in to the city's atmosphere. While his mission remained important, but he realized he could not change the situation now. Reading the document, the man realized someone was smuggling contraband into the city. He told his assistant to leave and wondered who was behind it, amazed that this unknown person could threaten the whole city. The tribal chief says he's there to carry out the remaining terms of the agreement to hand over part of the plane. They won't formalize the process now, but they'll make it official when ready. In the future, they will either form their own country or come under Diaz, he adds. The elder asked whether all the villagers had agreed except Diaz and Aruna. When they confirmed, he asked for proof. After checking, he said everything was in order and announced the interlocutor had been promoted to the second candidate for chief. The elder announces a redistribution of duties. He will lead part of the expedition and assigns you to head security because the finished road will bring more people and likely more problems, including unstable dragon behavior. So strengthening security is needed to ease the expedition's burden and keep everyone safe. The elder outlines the future relationship with the new ally, stresses that if a threat arises, the guards will help, notes the allies gave up the land willingly as proof of their wisdom, and warns to be on guard against anyone who might try to take advantage, while a warrior admits the elder remains a strong and insightful leader. Eldan collapses from fatigue during training, but insists he can keep going, and his companions, concerned about his condition, tell him to rest and not to overexert himself. Exhausted, Eldon keeps training because he believes he will never catch up with Diaz otherwise. When Diaz sneezed, the others asked if he was cold. The girls teased him and offered to warm him with Arunahem, and Aruna sheepishly told them to stop joking.